Chapter 451 Eliminate the Hidden Danger. A ray of light tore through the night, and then two figures fell to the ground. Yang Ming held the seriously injured Ranmaru, and escaped from the mysterious man's attack with the Kunao technique that Flying Thunder God had placed earlier, and came to a room in the skyscraper of the food city. Yang Ming looked down at Ranmaru. His chest, which had been pierced by the Kunao, had already stained his clothes red. The sharp Kunao was still dripping with blood beads like red agate. Due to excessive blood loss, Ranmaru's face was as pale as a zombie and looked listless. Time was of the essence. Yang Ming quickly used the shortest time to cook a meal with the Wanbao purple sand pot, which made Ranmaru's injuries much better. At this time, Zabuza and other employees heard the noise and came to visit. When they saw that Ranmaru was seriously injured, their faces changed. Zabuza's wolf-like eyes flashed a trace of murderous intent, and he asked in a rough voice, "Boss, who is so brave to attack us?" Yang Ming did not speak, but stood quietly in front of the windowsill with his back to the employees, looking up at the bright moonlight. Although this back figure did not look that tall, it had a convincing power. The momentary silence was just to suppress the anger, and a strong sense of depression enveloped everyone's heart. In a place where the employees could not see, Yang Ming gritted his teeth, and his originally calm face rarely showed a thunderous and furious face. Yang Ming never regarded these employees as distant labor relations. On the contrary, Yang Ming really regarded them as his best friends, or even relatives. Now, someone almost killed Yang Ming's employees, which was equivalent to breaking one of his arms. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Hey! It was not easy to suppress the irritable anger in his heart, and Yang Ming's face returned to his usual calm appearance, but if someone familiar with him, they could detect the anger from the depths of his eyes. Yang Ming looked at Uchiha Itaki and said in a deep voice, "This matter must be investigated thoroughly for me. Itaki, you used to be an Anbu in the village, so you are familiar with the situation. I will give this matter to you. I hope you will not disappoint me." Uchiha Itaki lowered his head slightly, "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task you assigned." Unconsciously, Uchiha Itaki had opened his Manjiki Sharingan, and his eyes were full of piercing coldness. Uchiha Itaki was not without a trace of relief in his heart. Fortunately Yang Ming escaped quickly. If the Kunao was not inserted into Ranmaru's chest, but into Yang Ming's heart, who would revive his relatives and friends for him? Uchiha Itaki had already added the mysterious attacker to the blacklist of death. Then, Yang Ming turned to look at Zabuza and Kisame. "After this incident, in order to prevent such incidents from happening again, both of you and Riga will be my personal bodyguards." Zabuza and Kisame looked at each other, and their mouths grinned, revealing cruel and bloodthirsty smiles. Presumably, they are now ready to deal with the mysterious man. At this time, the space in the room suddenly rippled. Just when everyone was extremely alert, Riga appeared in everyone's sight with blood all over his body. Seeing this, Yang Ming immediately gave Riga the food left over for Ranmaru and asked him to treat his injuries. Looking at the tattered clothes on the other party, he couldn't help but frowned. "How did you get hurt like this?" Hearing this, Riga's self-esteem was too strong, and his old face blushed immediately, although his skin was too dark to see. Zabuza laughed at him and said, "You didn't have enough dinner, so you couldn't use your strength and got defeated. Get lost." "How could that be?" Leia gritted his teeth. Leia and Zabuza used to be members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now that they work together under Yang Ming, they are more familiar with each other and are not so restrained when talking. Leia said with annoyance, "That guy was too cunning. At first, he actually used a shadow clone to attract me away. Later, the opponent's real body came, and the speed was super fast. If I hadn't risked my life to use lightning to stimulate the leg muscles to increase speed, I'm afraid I couldn't keep up with the opponent's rhythm." As he said this, Leia also raised his calf. It can be seen that even after eating the food made by Yang Ming, his legs are still purple and black. Swollen, that is the sequelae of overstimulation of the leg muscles. Fortunately, not long after, our fight alarmed the nearby monitoring Anbu, causing the opponent to be cautious and take the lead. Fearing that staying would only cause trouble, he rushed back with Flying Thunder God. After Leia joined Yang Ming's shop, Yang Ming valued his fighting ability and also taught him the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Itaki stared at Leia's leg for a while, pondered for a long time, and after summarizing the information he had obtained so far, he came to a conclusion in a daze. "Boss, I think the enemy is not that scary," Uchiha Itaki said decisively. "Oh. Yang Ming looked at Ataki, who was in high spirits. What did you find? Uchiha Ataki pointed at Lei Ya's swollen calf. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, full of confidence in controlling the overall situation. You see, Lei Ya's speed after the lightning escape was almost the same as the enemy's. Although he was still seriously injured, it was not fatal. This shows that although this enemy is strong, it has not yet reached an overwhelming strength. The opponent caught us off guard, relying on amazing speed and a well-planned sneak attack. Without these 2 points, I believe that the opponent will definitely not be our opponent. Uchiha Ataki's point makes sense. Reiga is only an elite jonin. If the opponent is a cage-level strongman, the battle will definitely end soon. But after Reiga increased his speed and tied with the opponent, although he was still at a disadvantage, he still stubbornly held on until the Anbu people arrived. It can be seen that this mysterious man is at most a half-cage level strongman. There is one more thing. Uchiha Ataki's eyes were full of confidence. Do you remember the attack on Kakashi some time ago? Seeing that everyone looked thoughtful, Uchiha Ataki dropped another heavy bomb. The other party actually said that he wanted to take the boss's eyes, which is exactly the same as what happened when Kakashi was attacked. In other words, the other party is going for the Sharingan. Although Uchiha Ataki was somewhat puzzled that boss Yang Ming had developed the Sharingan, after hearing that the other party was an orphan, Uchiha Ataki had to comfort himself that this was a person who was left behind by the family at some point. Yang Ming pinched his chin, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. In this case, you follow this clue to investigate. The other party should still be lurking in the village. I have to go out in 2 days and don't want any twists and turns. You need to catch this poisonous snake as soon as possible. Chapter 452 Kakashi and Ataki Joint Investigation. In the early morning, a ray of dawn light bloomed, driving away the dark sky and bringing light to the world. In order to complete the task assigned by Yang Ming, Uchiha Ataki thought of Kakashi's summoning beast Puck at the first time, so he came to Kakashi's door early in the morning. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. A dull knock on the door sounded, and after a long time, a burst of noise was heard from inside the door. Click. The door opened, and Kakashi appeared in Uchiha Ataki's sight with sleepy eyes. Obviously, Kakashi was still asleep, but when he saw that the visitor was Uchiha Ataki, he suddenly shuddered, as if he was splashed with a basin of cold water, and woke up all of a sudden. What a rare guest! Kakashi stepped aside to make way for Uchiha Ataki, and made a gesture of invitation, allowing Uchiha Ataki to enter. Uchiha Ataki was also very familiar with people. He walked in openly and found a seat to sit down. Before Kakashi could speak, he said in a shocking way, Kakashi, I have clues about the murderer who assassinated you last time. Oh. Kakashi became interested all of a sudden. You know, last time Kakashi also summoned the summoning beast Parker to find the murderer, trying to find the murderer through the breath left by the murderer at the scene. Unfortunately, Kakashi did not get the items on the murderer, and it was too difficult to do so. Seeing that Kakashi was interested in him, Uchiha Ataki dropped another heavy bullet. Late last night, the murderer who attacked you actually tried to attack boss Yang Ming, and unfortunately seriously injured Ranmaru, so he left this at the scene. As he spoke, Uchiha Ataki carefully took out a kunao, which was covered with dried blood, with dark red and black spots. I think, with this kunao, you can help me find the murderer. Kakashi also hated the sneak attacker, so he just summoned the summoning beast Puck on the spot. Accompanied by a puff of light smoke, a small dog the size of a palm appeared in front of the two. Ha Puck rubbed his eyes tiredly, glanced at the scene, and pouted, I say Kakashi, you summoned me so early in the morning to treat me to sausage? Kakashi's mouth twitched inconspicuously, unwilling to admit that this thing was actually his summoning beast. This thing was too embarrassing. However, the situation was stronger than the person. Kakashi put the mottled kunao in front of Parker, and asked expectantly, help me find the owner of the residual breath on this kunao, not to mention the ham sausage. I will also treat you to a big meal at Yang Ming's shop. Really? Hearing about going to Yang Ming's shop, Parker's whole dog suddenly glowed and became energetic. Because he was too excited, even the tail behind him was raised high and straight. Since because of Jiraiya's relationship, the toads from Myaboku Mountain often eat the delicacies of Yang Ming's shop. After they went back, they promoted Yang Ming's shop spontaneously. The reputation of Yang Ming's shop has long been not limited to Myaboku Mountain, but even spread to other places where summoned beasts live. Obviously, Parker is one of the people who was affected. He has long wanted to eat the meat of Yang Ming's shop. Dongpo pork, steak, pangolin meat, my god, all of them are his favorites. Kakashi looked at Parker, who had fallen into fantasy, drooling undisguisedly from the corners of his mouth, dripping all over the floor, and couldn't help covering his face. It's so embarrassing. I don't know this guy. Fortunately, Parker still has a lot of professional ethics. He immediately stopped his fantasy and put his nose to the kunao with 200% work enthusiasm. Puff. But after asking for a while, Parker was immediately choked by the smell on it and burst into tears. This damn guy must have gone to the toilet without washing his hands, otherwise how could it be so smelly? Kakashi ignored Parker's complaints and asked directly, "Can you find that person?" Parker nodded angrily, "Damn, such a stinky smell, even if he turned into ashes, I would recognize him." As he said that, Parker stepped on his feet, like a frog jumping, and landed lightly on Kakashi's shoulder. "The other party is now at 12 o'clock, let's go." Seeing that Parker was so reliable, Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi looked at each other, walked side by side in tacit understanding, and ran towards the direction Parker said. In order to save time, the two jumped directly after leaving the door, like two wild geese flying over, with their toes touching the roof like a dragonfly skimming the water, and then suddenly burst out, swift as a cheetah attacking and hunting. The two figures quickly passed over the uneven roofs without distinguishing between front and back. It can be seen that the surrounding scene quickly retreated like a slide, and the two people were like a gust of wind, running thousands of meters in a short time. Often, the civilians under the house saw it and thought that they were just dazzled and saw a phantom. Parker stayed on Kakashi's shoulder, and suddenly sniffed the air with his nose, frowning. "The other party is very alert and cautious. It is estimated that they have noticed that we are approaching quickly and are now moving their positions. That's troublesome." Kakashi pinched his chin and thought, "Can you locate the other party's current direction?" "It's difficult." Parker sniffed the air desperately. "The other party is very cunning and keeps changing the direction of advance. I can only roughly guess that the other party is moving in a curve towards the 3 o'clock direction." "Enough." Kakashi nodded and accelerated his feet again. But when they moved forward according to what Parker said, they walked out of the village and unknowingly came to the Death Forest. Although the Hokage did not have the ancient precepts of not entering the forest, he also had experience handed down. What's more, the Death Forest was silent at this time, without even a bird's cry. It was so quiet that it seemed like a ghost town. Even a fool would know that the other party must have set a trap in front of them. However, Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi looked at each other. Both of them were skilled and brave, and they were not afraid at all, and they still went forward bravely. As soon as they stepped into the forest, there was a gurgling sound above their heads. Then, they looked up and saw that the overwhelming detonating tags were falling down instantly. Boom! 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 Before the detonating tags fell completely, they were detonated, and the continuous roar sounded, and the loud noises one after another were deafening. At the same time, green smoke suddenly spread from above, forming a strange smoke that enveloped Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Not good. This smoke is poisonous. Kakashi also reacted in time and quickly covered his nose, but Parker's nose was too sensitive and he didn't react that quickly, so it was too late to cover his nose. In just a short moment, Parker's dog face turned green, and it was obvious that he was poisoned. Chapter 453 Fighting the Murderer. The green poisonous fog with a pungent smell enveloped Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi's figures and blocked their sight. Fortunately, both of them were first-class players, and they could still remain calm even in this fog where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Parker and saw that it was infiltrated by the poison gas and was already on the verge of death. He couldn't help but ask with concern, "Kakashi, should it be okay?" He couldn't help but not care about it. After all, Parker was famous for finding people with canine summoning. If it fell, it would be more difficult to find the murderer. It shouldn't be a big deal. Kakashi took out a detoxification pill from his tactical bag. This was a military supply that Konoha village always had. After feeding it to Parker, it was obvious that his dog face looked much better. At the same time, Kakashi ate one himself and gave one to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi ate the detoxification pill with cold eyes and carefully looked around. Seeing that the enemy did not pursue the victory, he still did not dare to be careless in his heart. It seems that the enemy is very cunning, setting up this ambush to make us retreat. The Death Forest was silent, as if all creatures were dead, and only the breathing around them could be clearly heard. However, due to the obstruction of the thick fog, they did not notice that something strange was happening above the death forest. The originally sunny sky suddenly gathered leaden clouds, which were as dark as an army attacking, giving people a heavy pressure. Obviously, it could not be formed naturally in such a short time, but only by human beings. Kakashi and Uchiha Taka temporarily adopted the strategy of keeping unchanged in the face of all changes, and explored forward cautiously. After all, the enemy was in the dark and I was in the light, and this method could not be wrong. Unfortunately, they had already gone deep into the death forest at this time and missed the best time to escape. On a tall and steep mountain, a man in a black robe and a death mask on his face stood in the wind, looking in the direction of Kakashi and Uchiha Taka, and snorted coldly under the mask. "Hey, want to catch me? Let me show you a little gift." As he spoke, the mysterious man opened his arms, as if he was hugging the sky. The secret of storm escape. Storm Dragon. Accompanied by the mysterious man's loud shout, the sky changed angrily, and suddenly turned into the incarnation of thunder. Purple-blue thunderbolts fell from the sky, carrying the power of sweeping across the wind and clouds, destroying everything wildly. Each thunderbolt here is not too strong individually, but the power of the combined force is comparable to that of a unicorn, with the power of S-level ninjutsu, causing a lot of trouble for Kakashi and Uchiha Taka. Boom! 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 Every sky-blue thunderbolt that fell was easily dodged by Kakashi and Uchiha Taka in a clever posture, like a dancing butterfly shuttling through the dense forest. However, every time these thunderbolts fell, they struck in the woods, and in an instant, they rubbed and caught fire. A little bit of sparks, in just a few rounds, had already spread like wildfire, like a fire dragon reborn from the fire, spewing a blazing fire, gradually spreading in the forest of death. Oops! The enemy's strategy is really vicious. Looking at the gradually spreading fire, Kakashi's face suddenly changed, looking extremely serious. As a ninja of Konoha village, he couldn't sit and watch the fire continue to spread. After all, the village was surrounded by forests. If he didn't care, it would definitely seriously affect the safety of the village. Seeing this, Uchiha Taka also understood Kakashi's current mood. Seeing his hesitation, he patted his shoulder gently and said in a deep voice, "You stay here to put out the fire, I will continue to look for the murderer. Then I'll leave it to you." Kakashi said with a sigh of relief. Uchiha Taka nodded heavily, and the whole person suddenly exploded, turning into a flying crow, and scattered around. "It seems that I have to be more serious." A gleam of light flashed in Kakashi's eyes, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Water escape. Waterfall technique. As nearly 3/4 of Kakashi's chakra flowed out, a large amount of river water vented out like a broken dam, rushing towards the blazing fire. Fire and water are incompatible. Once they touch, they make a hissing sound, and then a large amount of high-temperature steam emerges. All of a sudden, layers of smoke spread all around. The mysterious man, with his advantage of being high above, could not see everything that happened here so clearly, but he also knew that their pursuit was disturbed by him. Seeing this, the mysterious man's eyes rolled under the mask. "Do you want to take the opportunity to do something big?" He has been envious of Kakashi's Sharingan for a long time. Although he also wants to seize Uchiha Taka's eyes, this guy is used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Uchiha Taka is at least a shadow-level strongman, and the mysterious man is only a half-shadow, so how dare he touch the nail? Forget it, time will pass, and I have plenty of opportunities. According to his usual character, he would naturally pick on the weak. Now that he knew that Yang Ming had the Sharingan, why did he have to fight Kakashi to the death? In his opinion, Yang Ming was just a chef who could be easily killed. The mysterious man sighed and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a kunai flew from a distance, with a piercing cold light. It only made a small whoosh in the air and was close to the mysterious man. Explode! In order to catch the mysterious man off guard, the detonating tag attached to the kunai was instantly ignited. Boom! Like a grenade exploding, a shocking explosion sounded abruptly, and the blazing fire swept over and enveloped the mysterious man. Quick escape! The mysterious man dared to challenge Kakashi, so he must have some real skills. He stepped on the ground and suddenly exerted force. The whole person drifted away like a ghost, narrowly escaping the disaster. When the mysterious man looked in the direction where the kunai came from, he was stunned. "Why is it you? Why can't it be me?" Uchiha Taka walked out of the forest calmly, his cold eyes a trace of murderous intent flashed in his mind, you are so bold that you dare to hurt Boss Yang Ming. You are simply courting death. Before the word die fell, Uchiha Ataka's body was covered with a layer of bones, and then chakra filled it to form muscles and armor. A giant 100 feet tall stretched out a giant palm as big as the front of a car, trying to capture this mysterious man. Before the giant palm arrived, it had already set off a terrifying gust of wind, blowing the mysterious man's black robe rustling. However, the mysterious man did not intend to be a hero. When he saw that his position was exposed, he immediately ran away with unparalleled speed. 1. Chapter 454 Unexpected Person. Want to leave? Uchiha Ataka did not expect that this guy who had the courage to attack Boss Yang Ming would turn around and run away the moment he saw him. Where is your backbone as a strong man? I have only appeared in 3 chapters, are you embarrassed to run away? In an instant, Uchiha Ataka exuded a suffocating murderous intent, as if the wrath of winter had covered the surroundings with frost. As if sensing the anger of its master, the 100-foot-tall Susanoo roared to the sky and slapped the mysterious man with a palm. Quick escape! Unfortunately, the mysterious man was a thief, and his whole body was as slippery as a loach. With the help of his superior speed, he dribbled aside as if he was dribbling past the opponent, causing Susanoo's attack to miss. Crack! Susanoo's palm fell, leaving a half-meter deep palm print on the ground. The entire steep mountain was violently shaken, causing the mysterious man to stagger and almost fall to the ground. However, the mysterious man was really capable. He only delayed for a second before regaining his balance and continued to run down the mountain. This is nonsense. He is only a half-shadow level warrior. How can he win against Uchiha Ataka, who is famous in the whole ninja world? If he can seize the Sharingan and gather the abilities of the 5 bloodline limits, he can be promoted to the ranks of shadow level warriors and compete with Uchiha Ataka. Now, of course, he should be a turtle for a while. Anyway, he betrayed Konoha village and hid outside for so many years. He is used to it. Damn it! Uchiha Ataka originally thought that the other party would compete with him, so he could take the opportunity to use the illusion of Tsukuyomi to torture the other party's spirit and capture him alive. Unexpectedly, this guy is so cowardly. Seeing that he could not keep up with the speed of the mysterious man, Uchiha Ataka's brain turned quickly and immediately came up with a plan. With a bang, Uchiha Ataka suddenly turned into a flying crow, and flew down the steep cliff with a noisy croaking sound, and robbed and killed the mysterious man at the foot of the mountain. Huff! 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 The mysterious man had been running away all the way with the swift escape, and his chakra consumption was not light. At this time, he was already beginning to show signs of fatigue. He looked back and saw that Uchiha Ataka had not caught up, and he laughed strangely. Still want to chase me? I have eaten more salt than you have walked. Being able to escape from the hands of the former first genius of Konoha village, the mysterious man was in a surging mood, and he wanted to sing loudly to let the whole world know. The mysterious man used to be just a last-place character in the village. He had no talent and no background. Xiao Li at least had a famous teacher, Might Guy, but he had nothing. He could only watch the distance between himself and others continue to widen. That's why he was so excited to be able to escape from Uchiha Ataka. However, he couldn't show off for more than 2 minutes before he stopped. It was because he saw the figure he didn't want to see, like a towering mountain blocking the only way to the foot of the mountain. Aren't you going to escape? Uchiha Ataka leaned his hands behind his back, and a proud arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'll accompany you to the end. 100-foot-high Susanoo stepped on the ground, like a giant god soldier looking down at the mysterious man. With the lesson learned last time, he was more careful this time and summoned Yasakani no Megatama. Whoosh! 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 One after another, golden lasers shot out, and the speed was not slow at all. They fell like raindrops, and the lasers that covered the sky and the sun shot in the direction of the mysterious man. Damn it! Seeing this, the mysterious man was so angry that he didn't care about saving any chakra. He immediately used the quick escape and cleverly walked out a winding evasion route in the laser group. Every time he dodged the lasers, the whole process was shocking and made people sweat for him. Boom! 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 The laser group didn't care about the mysterious man's avoidance. It fell to the ground without slowing down. Soon, deep pits as big as wash basins were pierced on the ground. There was still steam coming out of the edges. It can be imagined that if he was hit by it accidentally, he would definitely suffer a terrible blow. The mysterious man looked back by chance, and his heart was suddenly sad. He was not a person who would sit and wait for death. He was immediately ruthless. Since you want me to die, I don't want you to have a good time. Thinking of this, he gathered mist on his feet. With the power of escape, he kicked out fiercely while not far from Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, an arc-shaped crescent-shaped wind blade split and flew all the way, cutting a half-meter deep crack on the ground along the way, and rushed straight towards Uchiha Itachi. This is a bit like the ninjutsu of the storm leg, and the speed is very characteristic of the mysterious man. It is very fast and hits Uchiha Itachi in a way that he can't reach. However, Uchiha Itachi witnessed all this, still with his hands behind his back, not even frowning once, and did nothing, letting the wind blade rush over. Bang! The sharp wind blade cut the Susanoo in front of the horizontal block, but only slightly cut a 3-inch deep cut, and then it was powerless to go deeper. After the chakra that maintained it was broken, it dissipated helplessly. Fuck! Seeing this, the mysterious man's soul was surging, and he couldn't help but burst out a swear word in excitement. When Uchiha Itachi's cold eyes looked over, the mysterious man suddenly felt like he fell into an ice cellar. His hands and feet were cold. It's over. Am I going to die here? The mysterious man had collected information about Uchiha Itachi, and of course he knew what terrible things would happen if he was met with his eyes. Sure enough, the next moment, the world turned upside down, the whole picture suddenly changed, and the mysterious man found himself in a strange place. The most important thing is that he was tied to a pillar at this time, like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. At the same time, I don't know if he was dazzled, he only saw 3 Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of him, each holding a sharp blade in his hand and sneering at him. Why did you attack Boss Yang Ming? If you tell me, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you can try the pain of being tortured. The 3 Uchiha Itachi said at the same time, and the scene seemed extremely weird. Then, the 3 men drew their knives at the same time, and each of them was ruthless and fatal. Ah! After a while, in this spiritual world, there were waves of heart-wrenching roars, which could make anyone who heard them cry. Huff! 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 When he came out of the moon reading, the mysterious man collapsed to the ground. Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to take him back to the village, an unexpected figure appeared in front of him. Is it you? Seeing this person, Uchiha Itachi's eyes shrank and took on the shape of needles. Chapter 455 The Message Left by Jiraiya. Yang Ming's shop. Boss, this is what happened. Uchiha Itachi looked ashamed, but it was a pity that he was just a little bit away from catching the murderer. After listening to the work report, Yang Ming's eyes were thoughtful. The mysterious murderer seemed to have multiple bloodline limits. Combined with the fact that he had the same swift escape as Yang Ming, and that he wanted to seize Kakashi's Sharingan, it seemed that he was Hirako who appeared in the Naruto movie. Hirako was a model of a genius who came from behind and made a comeback. He studied alone and actually thought of and developed a ninjutsu that combined the bloodline limits of others. However, even Yang Ming did not expect the person who came to rescue Hirako later. It seems that this person values Hirako very much and wants to subdue him. Okay, I know about this, and you don't have to blame yourself too much. Yang Ming waved his hand and comforted him in a gentle tone. It seems that the matter has come to an end. Next, Hirako should not be stupid enough to come and assassinate me. We need to focus on finding Jiraiya. After that, Yang Ming focused his attention on other employees. This time, Kisame and Riga, come out with me. Yes. Kisame and Riga were excited. As for the other employees, they showed a trace of loneliness. After all, being able to work with Yang Ming means being valued, not to mention being able to eat the delicious food cooked by Yang Ming along the way. After arranging the personnel transfer, Yang Ming looked at the class led by Asuma. Asuma received the task arrangement from Tsunade. This time they will cooperate with Yang Ming and others, so they were invited by Yang Ming to discuss countermeasures. Asuma is still the same. Because he is afraid that smoking will harm the baby in his belly, he changed to holding a dogtail grass in the corner of his mouth to satisfy his addiction, and he looks sloppy. In fact, everyone knows that Asuma is afraid of kneeling on the washboard. Seeing Yang Ming looking at him, Asuma shrugged, "Don't look at me like that. Our class now depends on what Shikamaru says." Asuma's words are not without the respect and cultivation of Shikamaru, a student. It is worth mentioning that although Yang Ming's butterfly effect caused the Chunin exam finals to not proceed as in the original work, Shikamaru relied on his extraordinary intelligence to be promoted to Chunin in the latest exam. It seems that Asuma is now planning to be a hands-off boss and first cultivate Shikamaru's ability to lead the team alone. Oh, what a trouble. Shikamaru looked miserable, as if someone owed him millions. But the next moment, Shikamaru's expression changed like turning a page, with a sharp edge flashing in his eyes. He had already taken out a book from his arms with the confidence of planning and strategizing. I saw that the book clearly said, "A good man is me, a good man." This is a story about the friendship between boys and boys published by Jiraiya during his disappearance, which is commonly known as a book full of gay love, and it can be said to be the favorite of rotten girls. When this book was taken out, Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and he almost covered his face and turned his head away. It's really too embarrassing. Jiraiya, what on earth have you been through to write such a thing? Is your intimate paradise eunuch? Shikamaru ignored everyone's strange looks, and confidently unfolded the book slowly, pointing to one of the lines of words like pointing to a mountain. Everyone, take a look at these paragraphs, and you will find the information left by Master Jiraiya. Seeing this, everyone gathered around the table and put their heads forward. The following are the contents of these paragraphs. Early in the morning, he got up and wanted to do it again. The snake-like limbs make people unable to stop. The balls are as hot as lava. Seeing this, Yang Ming almost vomited blood. Looking at the people who looked collapsed, Shikamaru was as calm as Sherlock Holmes, pointing to the first word, and said, "The first word of these paragraphs is Orochimaru. Maybe, this is just a coincidence." Kisame said speechlessly. "Then look at the chapter names of these paragraphs, it says Myabokusen Hot Springs, is this a coincidence?" After getting Shikamaru's hint, other people found more strange things when reading this book. The strangest thing is that the book mentions Myaboku Mountain 81 times. That is to say, Shikamaru made the final decision, Jiraiya's disappearance is likely related to Myaboku Mountain. We should set off to Myaboku Mountain to look for clues now. Wait. Yang Ming raised his lips. Naruto has already learned the summoning technique taught by Jiraiya. Why don't we call him over and summon a toad from Myaboku Mountain to ask? Wouldn't it be more direct and convenient? Yes. Shikamaru slapped his head. These days he has been busy thinking about the secret codes in Jiraiya's book, and his head is almost a paste. Yang Ming sent an employee out to ask Naruto to come over. Soon, Naruto rushed over when he heard the news about Jiraiya. "Brother, is there any news about the lecherous immortal?" As soon as he entered the door, Naruto asked with concern. So, Yang Ming briefly recounted what they had just analyzed. "Naruto, this time it's up to you." "Okay." Naruto grinned, smiled heartily, quickly formed seals with his hands, and then slammed the ground. Bang! A cloud of smoke filled the air, and the result. What appeared was actually a tadpole with 2 legs, hopping around on the ground, staring at Naruto with innocent eyes. Everyone! The scene was inexplicably awkward, and Naruto's face was about to blush with shyness. "This is a mistake, I will never do it again next time." As Naruto spoke, he had already contacted the sealed 9 tails in his heart. "Lend me some chakra, I can't lose face again this time." The ominous red chakra was like a shawl, covering Naruto's body, and with Naruto's shout, the chakra like a flood rolled out, all of which was transported into the summoning technique. Naruto was already familiar with the place. With such a huge amount of chakra, it was more than enough to summon the big toad. As a result, after a second, a tadpole still appeared. Poof! Seeing this, Naruto almost vomited blood in anger. How could this happen? This shouldn't be the case. Naruto was confused, and under the strange gazes of everyone, he was even more ashamed. No. At this time, Shikamaru suddenly spoke. "Think about it, Master Jiraiya mentioned Myaboku Mountain many times in the book. Combined with the clue that Naruto can't summon the summoned beast now, it is obvious that something must have happened in Myaboku Mountain." Hearing Shikamaru's analysis, Yang Ming was a little dazed for a while. If he remembered correctly, the sages of Myaboku Mountain, Fukasaku and Shima, had told Yang Ming that the Big Toad Sage had recently predicted that Myaboku Mountain would have a major crisis and Yang Ming would need to save it. This is the pit in Chapter 265 Tsunade's Shock. Chapter 456 The Surprise of the Land of Grass. The headquarters of the toads that has brought great influence to the ninja world since ancient times, Myaboku Mountain. And it is said that the old toad sitting on the top seat is over 1,000 years old, often showing a peaceful smile, but the huge chakra contained in its body can exert the ability to foresee the future. In order to obtain this power, countless politicians have challenged this mysterious mountain. The only time the great toad sage, named Gamamaru, saw his future was a matter that would determine the survival of the ninja world. 100 years ago, he predicted that Jiraiya would go up the mountain and pass on the power of the toad to Jiraiya. From the above record, it can be seen that Myaboku Mountain is located in a little-known area in the ninja world, so it can be free from the disturbance of mortals. According to the information left by Jiraiya in the book, Yang Ming and his party galloped and left the territory of the Land of Fire and arrived at the Land of Grass in a few days. It is worth mentioning that Naruto was worried about Jiraiya's safety and wanted to keep up with the team. The regional characteristics of the countries in the ninja world are very peculiar. Just like its name, the Land of Grass also has general landforms, but it has large grasslands that are rare in other countries. The sky is like a dome, covering the 4 fields. The sky is vast, the fields are vast, and the wind blows the grass low to see cattle and sheep. There is also a thin river on the green grassland, exposed in the sun, looking from afar like a shining silver necklace. Looking from afar, there are white clouds wriggling on the grassland. It turns out that these are the sheep on the ranch. Each one is white, fat and cute, making the grassland more vibrant. Yang Ming and his party stood on the vast grassland, and felt that the world was so vast that they suddenly turned into a passion, and they wanted to ride a fierce horse and run on the grassland. However, as the sky gradually darkened, Yang Ming and his party were also tired, so they walked towards the ranch in front. The ranch owner is a typical grass country man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a tough figure and well-developed muscles. His skin is darker because he often exposes himself to the sun. He saw that Yang Ming and his party were dressed in strange clothes, and many of them wore Konoha village forehead protectors. How could he not know that they were ninjas? In this ninja world, for ordinary people, ninjas are flying and omnipotent. Not to mention, Yang Ming and his group were not short of money, so they were very generous in order to avoid sleeping on the street. Naturally, the ranch owner put on a bright smile on his face and warmly invited Yang Ming and his group to stay here. From the ranch owner, Yang Ming and his group learned that his name was Agasu. Agasu enthusiastically stopped Yang Ming's shoulder. "Guests from Konoha village, I will host you today, and I will definitely let you feel the enthusiasm of the people of the grass country. Thank you for your warm hospitality," Yang Ming said politely. Under Agasu's instructions, the people in the ranch put down their work and started working in a division of labor. Agasu led Yang Ming and his group into the tent, which was luxuriously paved inside, showing that the ranch owner had a good income. Agasu spoke with a thick accent, took out a leather bag made of cowhide, and a heroic smile bloomed on his face. "Dear guests, come and taste the kumis we made." As he said this, he took out a clay pot and poured the milky white kumis into it. The host was so enthusiastic, how could a guest refuse? Yang Ming took the clay pot and sniffed it. In addition to the smell of cream, there was also a faint fishy smell. It seems that the ranch owner did not remove the fishy smell in the mare's milk well, which led to this situation. However, seeing that the host was so enthusiastic, Yang Ming had to pinch his nose and drink it. When the milky white kumis entered the stomach, Yang Ming felt a hot taste from the tip of his tongue to his stomach. The most peculiar thing is that the kumis first has a sour taste, and then it is as hot as fire. After the intense heat, it is a mellow milky sweet taste, which makes the stomach warm and comfortable when it enters the stomach. Sour, cracked, sweet, and warm are the biggest characteristics of this kumis. The only drawback is that there is a faint fishy smell in it. For those who are not used to it, no matter how many advantages it has before, it will be completely wiped out by this shortcoming. It can be seen that except for Yang Ming, who did not change his expression, Naruto's face turned purple after drinking the mare's milk wine. It is estimated that he is very uncomfortable. Agasu seemed not to notice the strange expressions of the people. He clapped his hands a few times, and the servants outside came in. 4 servants, one in each corner, carried a large plate of roasted whole lamb and placed it in the center of the room. The whole roasted whole lamb was roasted with a brown skin, emitting steaming smoke, and the aroma of barbecue mixed with the smell of spices gradually spread. "It looks delicious." Naruto's eyes almost popped out. "Ha ha ha." Seeing that the guests from Konoha village liked it so much, Agasu, as the owner of the ranch, laughed heartily as if he was honored. Agasu waved his bear-like hand and said proudly, "Go, let this young man taste the roasted lamb leg we carefully prepared." The ranch owner has given the order, so how could the servants not know how to do it? One person brought the plate from Naruto's table, one person held down the roasted whole lamb, one person took out a machete to cut off the roasted lamb leg, and the last person took out a delicate knife and cut the roasted lamb leg into thin slices and put them on the plate. Soon, they were piled up to the height of a mountain. The servant brought the plate to Naruto's table and added a few small bowls filled with various seasonings. Naruto approached and smelled the tempting roasted aroma, his mouth almost watered. Like Koji, Naruto's favorite food is barbecue. However, Naruto soon discovered that this roasted whole lamb was a little different from the usual barbecue. The sliced lamb was very thin, and you could see beautiful patterns from the cross-section. The most important thing was that the meat inside was not as burnt as the outside, but very tender, which made people more appetizing. Since there were no chopsticks, Naruto had to grab a handful of meat slices with his hands, dip them in ketchup, and added a little cumin powder and black pepper. When the hot lamb slices entered his mouth, Naruto was surprised to find that the lamb had no smell at all. Except that the lamb skin was a little crispy, the lamb was particularly delicious and tender. The aroma of black pepper and cumin powder blew a fragrant breeze on Naruto's tongue, making him feel like he was hallucinating, and even his breath was faintly fragrant. Seeing Naruto eating voraciously, Agaso laughed loudly, "Come on, everyone, eat more, don't be polite to me." With Naruto's performance in front, others also joined in. A whole roasted lamb was not too much, but under the appetite of many gluttons present, only a pile of bones was left soon. Chapter 457 Attack in the Night, First Update. Try to update 3 times today, this is the first update. After dinner, under the warm hospitality of the ranch owner Agasu, Yang Ming and his group lived in a room similar to a yurt. As the leader, Yang Ming was taken to an exquisite room. Before leaving, Agasu showed Yang Ming a smile that all men understand. At first, Yang Ming didn't think too much, but when he climbed into the bed, he was completely confused. There was no other reason, because there was already someone in the bed, and it was a charming beauty. The half-loose clothes showed her beautiful figure, jade-like shoulders and beautiful collarbones, which could make people unable to stop. Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and he asked knowingly, "Who are you, what are you doing?" This beauty with the characteristics of the grass country has a healthy olive skin, a blush on her face, and a mist in her beautiful eyes. She looks as cute as a little girl, and her sexy red lips are slightly opened. "I am the servant of Lord Agasu, and I am here to serve you tonight." Yang Ming was speechless, waved his hand, and said helplessly, "You go out, I don't need you to accompany me." "Sir." The beauty wanted to say something, but was driven out by Yang Ming before she finished. "Hey!" This was the first time Yang Ming encountered such a thing, and he was really surprised. Moreover, in this day and age, being nice to others is not good, but it is not far from it. Even if Yang Ming wanted to do something, when Yang Ming looked at his lower body, he was only 14 years old and had just started to develop, so there was no rush for such things. After this little episode, Yang Ming went to bed early, as he had to continue his journey early tomorrow morning. It was late at night. The half-arc moon was covered by dark clouds, and the earth was plunged into darkness. But even in such a quiet night, there was a cold wind with a piercing murderous intent. Looking down at the ranch from a god's perspective, you can see that the sheepdog that was originally guarding outside to warn has already been beheaded, and the blood has stained the ground red. Hundreds of people of all kinds surrounded the entire ranch in a circle, making it impossible to get out. The man in the lead had a fierce face, with a terrible scar running from his left eyebrow to his right lip, which made him look even more fierce in the dark night, like a ferocious demon. He had neat short hair and a light mark on his forehead, which seemed to be caused by the forehead protector from the ninja village that he had worn in the past, but he had taken it off now. All of these people were dressed in black, blending well into the surrounding night, and it was difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye, so they would kill the sheepdog first. "Chief, why are we doing this? They are all ninjas from Konoha village, and even if we win, it will be a miserable victory." Next to the leader, an ordinary-looking man asked cautiously, and it seemed that the leader was usually very prestigious. The leader slapped his subordinate's head and cursed in a low voice, "Do you think I want to?" That was the order from that adult. When the subordinate thought of the horror of that adult, his face was suddenly full of horror, and he trembled all over, and dared not talk nonsense anymore. The leader looked up at the sky. The moon was still covered by dark clouds, and the whole world was shrouded in a solemn silence. "Well, it's time." The leader took out a bamboo tube from his arms and fired a flare into the air. The bright fireworks suddenly burst in the air, but at the same time, they also notified the subordinates who were ambushing in the distance to take action. For a moment, like a precise clock, hundreds of ninjas in black outfits, at the same time, as if they had practiced countless times, sent ninjutsu to the ranch at the same time. The gushing hot air rolled in, and the fireballs as big as basins roared in the night sky. The orange-red light was like a small sun, illuminating the entire night sky so brightly, as if it were daytime. Hundreds of fireballs collided with each other on the way, and even merged into 1 and 2s and 3s, forming a larger fireball, as if the fire dragon was reborn, with the fiery power of burning the sky and boiling the sea, exploding like crazy. Boom! 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 This ranch is very large, covering hundreds of acres of land, but the core area is less than 1/10 of it. Yang Ming and his group live in the core tent area. But when dozens of ninjutsu streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing in with a long Mars tail, the fragile core area instantly fell into an endless sea of fire. Fortunately, Yang Ming's group was not short of experts. Although Naruto and the others were still immature and did not notice anything wrong at the first time, Asuma and Yang Ming's shops Kisame and Rega were one step ahead. They not only notified others, but also prepared for defense. Water escape. Waterfall technique. Kisame had a serious face, made seals with both hands, and poured his vigorous chakra into the ninjutsu as if it was free. Soon, as if a dam leaked and poured out, the waterfall poured out like a flood and cut a bloody path in the sea of fire. "Boss, let's retreat!" Kisame shouted while struggling to maintain the ninjutsu. At this time, Yang Ming did not run away at the first time, but said, "Rega, do you know where Agasuo is? Save him by the way." Rega frowned, although he was puzzled. He nodded and ran towards the ranch owner at a high speed. The fire gradually spread, consuming a large amount of oxygen in the air. Yang Ming and his party did not delay any longer and quickly rushed towards the bloody path that Kisame had taken. Seeing this, the leader who had been waiting outside like a hunter for a long time nodded secretly. "Everything is as planned, guys, come on, each head will be rewarded with 1 million. There must be brave men under a big reward." Attracted by this large amount of bonus, many ninjas in ambush suddenly had red eyes and rushed up with a roar. Overwhelming ninjutsu flew towards the sky of Yang Ming and his party, sweeping with terrifying momentum like the sky falling. The power of this kind of ninjutsu gathered by hundreds of people is so powerful that even ordinary shadow-level strongmen will be dumbfounded. Seeing this, Naruto's face changed drastically, and he roared, "I won't let you hurt my brother and the others." With a loud shout, the ominous red nine-tails chakra was like a battlesuit draped over his shoulders, and the tails composed of chakra were swinging ostentatiously, stirring up the clouds and turning the world upside down. Ouch! In the shocked eyes of many ambushing ninjas, the meat on the chopping board in their eyes unexpectedly changed amazingly. In the noisy cold wind, a giant beast like a hill crawled on the ground, and the 9 giant tails swayed and swung, easily resisting the ninjutsu launched by hundreds of ninjas together. This is the 9 tails. Chapter 458, Run, Brothers, Second Update. Try to update 3 times today. This is the second update. No need to wait for the third update. I don't know if the time code will be released. Unlike the original work, after being captured by Orochimaru for experiments, Naruto was able to easily unseal and summon the 9 tails. When seeing the appearance of the legendary tailed beast, the 9 tails, the hundreds of ninjas who were originally surrounding and assassinating him all paused and showed horrified expressions. Anyone who faces a tailed beast as big as a mountain will feel powerless, decadent, and fearful, not to mention that these people don't want to die like this. Seeing his men in this situation, the scarred leader came out and shouted loudly, "Why are you panicking? Have you forgotten the horror of that adult?" The ninjas seemed to recall the horror of being ruled by that adult. Compared with him, the tailed beasts were nothing but small witches. Seeing that the fear on their faces faded slightly, the leader nodded silently and said loudly, "What's so scary about the 9-tailed fox? The sealing squad will attack. The other squads will provide cover." "Yes." The answer to the scarred leader was a uniform voice, like an army that had fought 100 battles. They had a clear division of labor, with 4 people in a squad, and a total of 3 squads of 12 people ran towards the 9-tailed fox. The sealing squad brought by this leader was really amazing. They threw out chains covered with curse seals, which were put on the neck and limbs of the 9-tailed fox like a dog necklace, making it unable to move at once. Oh no! They are ninjas from other ninja villages. Asuma is worthy of being the son of the 3rd generation. He has a wide range of knowledge and can see what is wrong at once. Being able to easily send out a special sealing squad, at least the big ninja village has this ability. If you think about this detail carefully, you will find great horror. Asuma shook his head, not daring to be distracted at this time, and immediately said, "Hurry, we hurry up and rescue Naruto, don't let them take him away." At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, escape. Task description: facing an enemy of unknown origin, the host must lead the team to escape as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected events. Task reward: how to make mooncakes. Seeing this task description, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Yang Ming and his party now have Kisame, a cage-level strongman, as well as Rega and Asuma, two half-shadows, not to mention Naruto who can transform into the Nine Tails at any time, but the system told Yang Ming to escape early? What does this mean? Obviously, there is a considerable force behind this group of people who came to attack. If Yang Ming and his party leave late, they will definitely be surrounded by the people behind them. When Yang Ming thought of this, cold sweats came out. When did such a force appear in the ninja world? Although Yang Ming has a Flying Thunder God style kunao in Yang Ming's shop, even if they are in trouble, they can still go back through Flying Thunder God. But this way, the time spent on the road is too much, and it is even more distant to find Jiraiya. Thinking of this, Yang Ming gritted his teeth and planned to lead everyone to break out. Yang Ming looked at Leia who was carrying the ranch owner Agasu, and pointed at the scarred leader, "Leia, I'm going to give you a task now. Please make sure to kill the guy who is giving orders on the opposite side. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. As long as the scarred leader is killed, the others will be leaderless, and Yang Ming and his team will be able to escape better." "Okay, leave it to me." Leia's dark face showed a cruel and bloodthirsty smile. For Leia, what could be more interesting than seizing the head of a general in the midst of thousands of troops? Leia bent down and put down the ranch owner Agasu on his back. Agasu was just an ordinary person. He was obviously not used to the sudden crisis at this time, and he was still in shock. Leia no longer cared about him, and his whole body burst into sky-blue lightning. If the god of thunder came to the earth, the thunderbolt in his hands was like an obedient sheep, flowing obediently into his limbs, stimulating the leg muscles, allowing him to burst out with a speed that was eye-catching. Bang! Leia bent his legs, sank his body, lowered his center of gravity, and then kicked his legs with a bang, like a bullet bursting out. Agasu only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a gust of wind swept across his face. Where was Leia's figure in front of him? When Leia ran on the ground, the sea of fire on both sides of the road was affected by the strong wind he brought, and the fire suddenly rose, and the flames burst out, as if cheering to welcome the arrival of Thunder God. Seeing Leia rushing towards him, Scar Leader narrowed his eyes, and the scar on his face seemed to come alive, twisting left and right like a centipede, showing his inner restlessness at this time. Scar Leader silently stepped back a few steps, pulled the two men around him in front of him, and whispered in their ears, "Hold him for me." Although he said so, Scar Leader was very insidious and secretly pasted two detonating talismans behind the two men. The two men didn't notice anything, but their faces suddenly turned pale, but due to the usual prestige of Scar Leader, they had to look at each other, grit their teeth, and rushed up. "Bastard, you are too slow." These two were just ordinary Chunins, and in Rega's eyes, they were as slow as a snail and not worth mentioning at all. When Rega was about to let these two go and leave them and head straight for Scar Leader, an accident happened. Scar Leader grinned, and the ferocious scar on his face twisted like a centipede, and under the light of the fire, he looked like a reincarnated evil spirit. Explode! As soon as the words fell, the detonating tags that Scar Leader had attached to the backs of his two men were ignited, just like two high-explosive grenades exploding. In an instant, the two unlucky guys were torn into pieces, and the remaining explosive power swept in all directions, slowing down the high speed of Leia. At this time, the ninjutsu in Scar Leader's hand had also been completed. A galloping thunder dragon roared from the sky. It can be seen that this ninjutsu consumed a lot of energy, and Scar Leader's face suddenly turned pale. Like a landslide, the whole sky was illuminated by the flash of the thunder dragon. Go to hell! Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Scar's face showed a wild look, and he controlled the thunder dragon to devour Leia completely. However, facing Scar's S-level ninjutsu, Leia laughed, and laughed happily. "What are you laughing at?" Scar felt as if he was humiliated, and shouted loudly. At this time, due to the influence of the 2 human bombs, Leia's whole body was covered with broken branches and minced meat, and his whole body was bloody, but his 2 eyes looked brighter than lanterns. I'm laughing at you for being stupid. How dare you use thunder escape on me? As he spoke, Leia raised the 2 exquisite weapons with both hands. In front of the thunder dragon that was more than 10 meters long, Leia looked so thin, yet so resolute. Chapter 459, The Surprise Appearance of Werewolf. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to everyone. Are there any girls or handsome guys who can sing? Hurry up and join the book club and sing with the book club members in the evening. In the dark night, the light of thunder covered most of the sky. The wind was roaring, and the blood was burning. Ah! The thunder dragon roared in a low voice, opened its huge black mouth, and was about to swallow Leia in one gulp. In front of its big mouth like a truck head, Leia's figure was like a mantis trying to stop a car, so overestimating his own ability. However, an amazing light burst out from Leia's pupils, as if a light was invented in the dark to illuminate all directions. Die! 2 Zhenlong Leia knives were resolutely inserted into the mouth of the thunder dragon. Then, something that shocked Scar Leader happened. The thunder dragon was like a swallow returning to its nest. At this moment, it became as obedient as a sheep, and exploded obediently, turning into a ball of sky blue thunder surrounding Leia, as if he was wearing a layer of thunder armor, majestic and majestic, as if the thunder god had come to earth, full of indescribable momentum. In the original book, Leia was buried in a pile of stones, and everyone thought he was dead, but unexpectedly, when thunder struck, the thunder flowed into his body along the Leia knife, and he actually came back to life. Leia knife is indeed a rare famous knife in the world. Scar Leader's face suddenly changed, and the centipede-like scar on his face was out of anger, and a layer of dark red light appeared, twisting as if alive. Although he was furious, Scar Leader did not lose his mind. He knew the mission of his group very well. If he could succeed in the sneak attack, he would do it ruthlessly. If not, he would delay time and wait for the arrival of the follow-up large force. So, he retreated cunningly, hiding behind layers of subordinates, waved his hand, and shouted, "Assault Squad, go!" The ninjas, who were called the Assault Squad by Scar's leader, looked at each other, nodded heavily, and suddenly raised their heads to the sky and let out a long roar. Awoo! Then, something happened that surprised Yang Ming and his group. The ninjas of the Assault Squad suddenly changed, and they were raised to a human head. Their knotted muscles bulged, and the black tights they wore could hardly hold them up, and they were burst by the swelling muscles inside. From different parts of their bodies, curse seals were densely covered all over their bodies. Then, they took off their human coats and turned into werewolves standing proudly under the bright moonlight. This is... Yang Ming's eyes were thoughtful. Isn't this the power of Orochimaru's curse seal? Mizuki, who first appeared in the original work, was later imprisoned, and then he became a tiger man with the help of the immature curse seal that Orochimaru had left him. Could it be that these people are all Orochimaru's men? However, these people in front of me were well commanded and had a division of labor, which was not like the style of Orochimaru's subordinates. As soon as these werewolves appeared, their pupils as big as lanterns were filled with blood-red light. They lowered their heads and roared, then they got on all fours and ran towards Rega like crazy. Come on! Leia was not surprised but happy. He held the Leia knife tightly in his hand. The thunder around him roared like a raging wind, and turned into a circle of light that exploded, like a hedgehog stabbing in a group. In a dazzling light, it blasted at the werewolves rushing over. Bang! Bang bang bang! The attacking werewolves were suddenly subjected to a high-intensity electric shock, as if they were suddenly hit by a heavy hammer. The black fur on their bodies was immediately charred by the electricity, emitting a smell of burnt meat. The scary thing is that in the face of such injuries that even a senior ninja would be seriously injured, these werewolves forgot about life and death, and were not afraid of the injuries on their bodies. Instead, they were like caged beasts released, ferociously tearing and smashing all living things in front of them. Quick! 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 The two werewolves, who were originally elite jonin, were the first to break through the layers of thunder nets, raising their giant palms that were twice as big as those of ordinary people. The sharp claws on them emitted a white light and could easily tear through steel. Then, the werewolves swung their claws violently, and a sharp and shrill wind sounded in the air. Seeing this, Leia raised his eyebrows, and he knew that he had encountered a difficult point. He gave up the ninjutsu of releasing, and used the thunder escape to stimulate the leg muscles. He stomped his feet, and 2 deep pits exploded on the ground. He blasted out like a cannonball, avoiding the strong attack of the 2 werewolves. After Leia avoided it, he turned around and went around behind a werewolf. The Leia knife in his hand jumped out of the grass like a venomous snake, and inserted it into the werewolf's heart with an unusually sharpness. Although he easily inserted it into the heart with the sharpness of the Leia knife, Leia's face looked unusually solemn. When the tip of the knife touched the wolf's skin, it felt as tough as if it was inserted into leather. If it was replaced with an ordinary kunai, it would probably not even be able to break the skin. What's even more surprising is that the wolf's muscles are extremely strong, as hard as stone, causing a lot of trouble for Leia's attack. After the successful attack, Leia escaped from the werewolf encirclement. Looking at these werewolves now, how could they still look as miserable as before when they were burned by thunder? These werewolves actually recovered in such a short time. Seeing this, Scar Leader showed a proud look on his face and nodded silently. This batch of experimental products is quite good. It's a pity that the side effects are too great, and the lifespan will be greatly shortened. Otherwise, under the leadership of that adult, we can unify the entire ninja world. Just as Scar Leader was thinking this, the scene changed again. After realizing that the enemy was a group of monsters with thick skin and amazing recovery ability, Leia immediately changed his tactics. Yang Ming hoped that Leia would fight quickly and decisively. In this case, Leia had to use his ultimate move. Thunder Escape. Sky-breaking Thunder Snake. Relying on the large amount of thunder attribute chakra temporarily taken from Scar Leader, Leia and the sword in his hand instantly merged into one, reaching a state of calmness. Bloom. Thunder Flower. As soon as the words fell, Leia disappeared from the spot. No. It was because his speed was too fast, so fast that it was difficult to catch his trace with the naked eye. If the rumble of a Boeing plane exploded the whole scene, hundreds of thunder snakes flew out like flying, and it was like the spear of Zeus piercing the enemy's chest. A real man never looks back at the explosion. When Leia passed behind more than a dozen werewolves, he half knelt on the ground with exhaustion, and behind him, at the same time, more than a dozen werewolves were wrapped in thunder and exploded with a bang, bursting out with dazzling light. Boom! 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 In this dark night, it was like a sky-blue flower suddenly blooming, with death as soil and a moment of light as a feast. Under the bright light, the Scar Leader's face looked more uncertain. The centipede-like scar on his face became even thicker due to the anger and congestion, like a face of an evil ghost who was about to bite someone. These trash! If you all die, how can I explain to the adults when I go back? The Scar Leader stomped his feet fiercely and said with gritted teeth. Chapter 460. It's time for me, Ultraman, to appear. Just as Rega and the men led by the Scar Leader were anxious, Kisame carried a person-high Samehada and ran towards Naruto with thunder and lightning. At this moment, Naruto turned into a 9-tailed beast as tall as a hill. His neck and limbs were tied up by the enemy with sealing techniques. Like a tiger in a cage, he could only whimper. It can be seen that in these necklaces covered with curse seals, a series of chakras symbolizing unknown things are constantly pulled out through them. Each chain is equivalent to a pipeline, which transports the chakra of the 9 tails to the body of the ninja who maintains the seal, and then transforms it into the power to maintain the seal. It can be said that if there is no external force, it will be extremely difficult for the 9 tails to escape, forming a dead end. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. A burst of dense footsteps sounded. It turned out that the Scar Leader who coordinated the overall situation was sharp-eyed. After realizing that Kisame's whereabouts were secretive, he sent a reinforcement team. These ninjas dressed in uniform black tights, each with a solemn face, like a soldier who had fought 100 battles, even if their superiors asked them to die, they would never blink an eye. However, when they saw Kisame, they were all stunned. What the hell is this guy? Why is he dressed like this? For masters, every second could be the key to victory or defeat. Not to mention, Kisame is a master among masters who is good at taking advantage of opportunities. In the dim night, Kisame's blue and white striped Ultraman costume is so dazzling that it almost blinds everyone's eyes. Especially the red light bulb flashing in Kisame's chest is extremely dazzling. Those who stand in my way will die. Kisame pulled the corner of his mouth, cracked his jagged teeth, and rushed forward like a white lightning across the sky. The violent gale whistled past, and the knife light flashed like lightning. The knife rose and fell, and blood was splashed in an instant, and the blood was gushing. After the other ninjas felt the hot blood falling on their faces, they felt a chill rising from the solace of their feet, making them fall to the ground with goosebumps all over their bodies. They were indeed the elites of many battles. They immediately formed a tactical formation, and shot out ninjutsu or hidden weapons in their hands in a tacit understanding. At this time, Kisame's old strength was gone and his new strength had not yet been born, so he had to lift Samehada horizontally to cover most of his body. Ding ding dang dang! A crisp sound rang out, and many hidden weapons fell on Samehada like a torrential rain, sparking sparks when they rubbed against it, but they were unable to leave even the slightest trace on Samehada. What shocked these ninjas the most was that the ninjutsu they threw out in their hands, after hitting Samehada, was like a stone sinking into the sea. "I've caught you!" Kisame was delighted and smiled arrogantly. "I saw that strands of chakra as thin as hair extended from Samehada and connected to the ninja who had just released the ninjutsu. A stone caused 1,000 waves, and this move immediately caused the enemy to panic. What's going on? Why is the chakra in my body decreasing? I know, it's him, he is absorbing our chakra. Ah, my chakra is gone." Like opening the mouth of a greedy glutton, Kisame and Samehada greedily sucked the enemy's chakra. In just a cup of tea, the ninja who had just released the ninjutsu with high spirits, because the chakra in his body was exhausted, suddenly collapsed to the ground one by one, as if his body was hollowed out, and his face was broken. "Samehada, let's go." Kisame patted Samehada affectionately, just like caressing his lover's body. Samehada trembled all over, and instantly revealed its ferocious fangs. Its barbs broke through the outer layer of cloth, showing its most ferocious appearance. Kisame carried Samehada, who was as tall as a person, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and immediately swept up a killing storm. The wailing, the painful sound, the curse, the sound was pleasant to the ears, as if playing a symphony, composing the vicissitudes of life. Killing this group of ninjas who blocked the road, Kisame's feet were fast, killing the ninjas who maintained the seal one after another, and finally untied the restraints on the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox's big head trembled, and then shook off the necklace on its neck. The moment it was free, it couldn't help the murderous intent in its heart, and wanted to find the enemy to vent its anger. Seeing this, Kisame slapped his head in pain and shouted loudly, "Big guy, do you want to die? Come with me." Kyuubi lowered his head, and his two lantern-sized pupils showed a hint of a smile. "You dare to order me?" Kyuubi was really unruly. He didn't care about Kisame's rescue at all, and raised his big foot to trample Kisame to death. Kisame didn't want to talk so much with Kyuubi, a problem child. Boss Yang Ming's instructions were to evacuate the scene as soon as possible, so he immediately played Yang Ming's trump card. "Kyuubi, if you don't listen to me, be careful that Boss Yang Ming will settle accounts with you." Sure enough, when he heard the word Yang Ming, Kyuubi, who was originally fearless, instantly became timid, and the nine tails that were originally towering into the sky also fell down with a click, showing a frustrated look. Soon, Kyuubi followed Kisame and returned to Yang Ming and his group with the Flying Thunder God technique. Yang Ming glanced at the scene. Except for Riga, who was still dealing with the enemy at the front line, everyone else was intact. "So," Yang Ming said in a deep voice, "I know some of you have a lot of questions in your mind now, but please believe me, I have reasons to leave here immediately, and I will explain it after leaving here." Seeing that the doubts on the faces of others eased a little, Yang Ming raised his hand, "Everyone get on Kyuubi's back and evacuate quickly." "Hey, I don't think I agreed," Kyuubi said weakly. Yang Ming glared at him, "What's the matter, do you want to get pregnant by my glare like Orochimaru?" Kyuubi trembled all over when he thought of being pregnant for 10 months, and then giving birth to little Kyuubi, and being both a mother and a father. "Boss Yang Ming is too scary, I'd better not mess with him." Thinking of this, Kyuubi had to lower his proud head and obey Yang Ming's command. Yang Ming pointed to the east and said, "Let's break out there." Although the east was surrounded by fire, there were the fewest enemies there. Yang Ming ignored Leia because Leia placed a Flying Thunder God-style kunai next to Yang Ming, and he could escape at any time if he saw something wrong. Seeing Yang Ming and his group trying to escape, Scar Leader almost jumped in anger. "You bunch of trash, stop them quickly." However, Leia stood in front of many ninjas and sneered. "He, I planted this tree and opened this road. If you want to pass this road, you have to pay for it first." Puff. Facing Leia, the half-shadow, Scar Leader, who only has the strength of an elite Jonin, almost vomited blood in anger. Here's an Easter egg, what's the name of Kyubai's child? Smirking. Chapter 461, The Samurai Army Appears. Leia stood with his sword in hand, like a rock under the waves, standing in front of the ninjas who were about to chase Yang Ming and his party. The dazzling sky-blue lightning flashed on Leia's body, and it seemed that thousands of birds were singing between heaven and earth, with crisp sounds. It's Chidori. While Leia was in Yang Ming's shop, he did not fall behind in his usual efforts, and specifically asked Kakashi for the powerful ninjutsu that had arrived. However, in the hands of Leia, a ninja who is good at lightning escape, the originally monotonous Chidori attached to the pocket Leia knife is like putting a sharp sword on the fangs of a porcupine, and the lethality is even higher. Swish! A sound of breaking the cowhide suddenly rose in the air with the sound of thunder. Leia rushed forward like a cheetah, charging forward like lightning. Under his powerful offensive, the enemy team, which was only composed of ordinary Chunin and Jonin, was immediately torn apart, and each of them was beaten without any ability to fight back. Leia was like the god of thunder descending to the earth, and the Leia knife in his hand was the spear of Zeus. He killed all the way and was invincible, and there was almost no general who could fight him. Boom! 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 But at this moment, a drum sound resounded through the world from a distance. Even at such a distance, a slight vibration of the ground could still be felt. Along with the intensive drum sound, a deafening shout of killing suddenly sounded. It can be seen that the sky-covering fire was burning on the horizon in the distance, and the red light dyed half of the sky red. Leia took a moment to take a look, frowned, and squeezed out the shape of a river. What's going on? Soon, Leia saw the answer. Suddenly, a black tide emerged from the horizon. But after a closer look, Leia was shocked to find that this was actually a black tide formed by a dense sea of people. Under the tragic red light, you can vaguely see that this group of people looked solemn, wearing samurai armor, running over with firm steps and swiftness. Are they, samurai? Leia did not hide the surprise on his face. After all, in this era, samurai have long been a thing of the past, and have been weak for a long time. The entire ninja world has almost replaced samurai with ninjas. Only the tiny country of Iron still retains the samurai system and survives to this day. However, in this era when ninjas dominate, only Mifune can take the lead among the samurai. The others are not trash, but it is difficult for them to become great. But even so, the Grass Kingdom and the Iron Kingdom are some distance apart, so how did these warriors come here? What surprised Leia the most was that these warriors actually turned into werewolves as they advanced, just like the ninjas before. Awoo! 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 The sound of wolf howls rang out one after another, and then these warriors who turned into werewolves rushed up fearlessly. At their explosive speed, they jumped over a distance of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, with fierce light flashing in their eyes and sharp wolf claws swooping down. Leia tried to chop these werewolves with his blade. Although the fur was not as tough as that of the ninja werewolves, it was still quite good. Leia's blade hesitated a little, and it was like a kitchen knife chopping butter, easily cutting the werewolves in front of him in two. But there were too many of these werewolves. Although it was easy to kill a werewolf, it also wasted some time. More werewolves stepped on the corpses of their companions from behind and rushed up desperately. Leia kept slashing, and dodging again, killing ruthlessly like a machine. His body was covered with blood, as if he was bathing in a sea of blood. Only his eyes were as bright as before. But human power is limited. As the werewolf corpses under his feet gradually piled up into a small hill, the flowing blood gathered into a small lake. Leia's fighting became more and more difficult, as if he was waving a heavy mountain instead of a light knife in his hand. Damn it! Leia killed a werewolf with a knife, wiped the blood off his face, and looked around. He had already fallen into the vast ocean of werewolves. Everywhere he looked was a werewolf. Is this the end? Leia was angry and felt that he had little strength left. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared instantly. The werewolves missed and their eyes turned red. Their breathing became heavier. They didn't say anything and vented their anger on their companions. They looked like beasts and had lost their human reason. Hey! Hey! When Leia's eyes flashed, he found himself in a cave. Due to excessive physical consumption, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, before he embarrassed himself, a strong hand pulled Leia. Thank you. Leia said casually, and then he lay on his back on the ground panting. Asuma glanced at Leia. The hand that had just grabbed Leia was covered with sticky blood. It can be imagined what kind of tragic battle he had experienced before. At this time, Yang Ming came over, frowning slightly. Leia, are you injured? Leia waved his hand indifferently, but his face was covered with blood, and others could not see any expression at all. They thought he was too tired to talk because of the injury. Yang Ming scooped a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup made in Wanbao purple sand pot and fed Leia a little. The unique fragrance of seaweed instantly hit his nose, and Leia was not pretentious. He opened his mouth and drank it voraciously. The smooth egg drop in his mouth, paired with the refreshing seaweed, formed a unique taste. The soup was a little hot, especially red tongue, but after falling into the stomach, it was warm and felt great. Hey! After drinking the soup, Leia breathed a sigh of relief, and his whole body suddenly became more energetic, and the previous fatigue was instantly swept away. Seeing this, Yang Mingke asked, Leia, what happened to you after we left? So, Leia blurted out his experience. When they learned from him that the samurai appeared, Asuma and the others didn't say anything, but they looked indifferent, and there was even a hint of contempt in the depths of their eyes. But Leia said that they would actually transform into werewolves, and their individual strength would soar. Although they were still not as good as genin in a single fight, if they were in large numbers, they would form a terrible strength and even threaten the elite jonin. After all, when manpower is limited, unless you have unlimited physical strength or a large-scale killing ninjutsu, it will be difficult to do anything. Asuma and Kisame were moved. They were both people with a lot of experience. Thinking deeply at this time, they felt a great terror. If this method of transforming into a werewolf has no threshold, wouldn't the ninja be in trouble? Because in the original work, the ninja coalition only had 100,000 troops, and if the ninjas in other places were included, there would be only a few 100,000 or a little over 200,000. Compared with the scarcity of ninjas, the number of ordinary people is much larger. If these ordinary people can also transform into werewolves, wouldn't the ninjas be doomed? Chapter 462 Weird Mooncakes. After meeting with Leia, Yang Ming and his party reorganized themselves a little. In order to avoid the pursuers behind them, they ate and slept in the wild all the way to the border between the grass country and the neighboring country. Fortunately, when they arrived here, the pursuers behind them had already shown signs of decline, and Yang Ming and his party had not seen them for several days. In this case, Yang Ming and his party came to a small town hotel to stay for a night to rest. At this time, the system prompt that the task was completed sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Hidden mission, escape. Mission description, facing an enemy of unknown origin, please take the team and escape as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected events. Mission reward, how to make mooncakes. Mission completed, reward issued. The system said seriously and earnestly. It was still a familiar process, a familiar taste, and a lot of information flooded into Yang Ming's mind. There is no such thing as Mid-Autumn Festival in the Naruto world, and now that Christmas has passed, mooncakes seem to have no market. However, when Yang Ming saw the tired look on his face after the group of people were busy running around, his heart moved. Among the cooking methods provided by the system, in addition to the most formal methods, there are also the weird mooncake making methods reviewed online. Yang Ming chose several of the most representative weird ones, namely sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. Except for the fillings, the process of making mooncakes is basically the same. Yang Ming mixed the converted syrup with soap water and peanut oil, and then added flour and mixed them evenly after they were mixed. During this process, Yang Ming did not stir in circles to prevent the dough from becoming glutinous. Due to the special nature of mooncake making, the dough should be as soft as an earlobe. After mixing well, Yang Ming put the dough in a fresh keeping bag and let it stand for a while. During this period, Yang Ming began to make sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy fillings. According to the number of mooncakes that can be placed on the baking tray, Yang Ming first prepared the amount of fillings to be put in at one time to prevent the skin and filling from being exposed to the air for a long time after being weighed and dried. Then, Yang Ming took a piece of skin, placed it in the palm of his left hand, and flattened it with the thenar of his right hand. Then, Yang Ming put a portion of the prepared filling on it, let the skin wrap the filling, and while turning it, rub the skin upwards with the index finger of his right hand until most of the filling is wrapped. At this time, the thumb and index finger of his right hand circled it and closed it with the tiger's mouth. The whole process should be fast, and Yang Ming did not delay at all, as smooth as flowing water, because if the mooncake skin is turned in his hands for a long time, it will become dry, and it is not easy to stick together. After the sealing is completed, Yang Ming promptly checks where the filling is exposed, pinches a little skin to repair it, and then rolls it into an oval shape and puts it into the mold. Before using the mold, Yang Ming has washed and dried it, and applied a layer of oil around the mold to prevent the mooncake skin from sticking to it and not sliding off, otherwise it will be a tragedy. Yang Ming presses the mold on the tin foil of the baking tray, presses down hard with his left hand, and presses the handle with his right hand to press out the shape of the mooncake. After pressing out the shape, Yang Ming releases his left hand, shakes it left and right, so that the cake blank remains on the baking tray, then lifts the mold, leaving the oval mooncake, and bakes it in the oven. As time goes by, the mooncake, which was originally slightly small, expands slightly, the white skin is baked into a golden orange, and the edges are baked severely, slightly pepper red. When the mooncake is made, a strong roasted aroma can't help but come to your nose, it's so fragrant. Brother, what is this? Naruto looked at the strange-looking mooncake in front of him, sniffed it with his nose close to the money, and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Then I won't be polite. Naruto, the little greedy ghost, didn't wait for the mooncake to cool down, and he grabbed a mooncake with his hands impatiently. Hot, hot, hot. As soon as Naruto touched the mooncake with a hot surface, he pulled his hand back as if he had touched a branding iron, and quickly exhaled to cool his burned hand. Look at how anxious you are. Shikamaru calmly took out a pair of chopsticks, picked up a mooncake, put it in front of his mouth and blew it gently to cool it, and then took a bite. So sour. A sour and refreshing taste rushed into his heart, and Shikamaru felt that his teeth were about to fall out from the sourness. He looked through the bite hole and found that the filling inside was actually sour plums. Shikamaru. Hee. Naruto laughed slyly. Shikamaru, it seems that your luck is not very good. As he said that, Naruto put the mooncake that had been blown cold into his mouth. Ah, ugh. But as soon as he put it in his mouth, Naruto spitted out what he had eaten, with a look of pain on his face. What is this? Why is it so bitter? Naruto looked down and his face suddenly turned purple. It was because the filling of the mooncake he ate was bitter melon, which was really bitter. Naruto and Shikamaru, the two brothers in distress, looked at each other, and they were suspicious. They were wondering why other people didn't have any reaction after eating mooncakes. At this time, Ino laughed in surprise. Wow, what I ate was actually chocolate filling, so delicious. As a girl, Ino loves chocolate, and this filling is simply great. Shikamaru turned his head and looked at Koji chewing the mooncake expressionlessly, wondering, Koji, what filling are you eating? Ah? Are you talking about this? Koji stopped eating and spread out the half-eaten mooncake in his hand. From the red filling exposed in its cross-section, it can be seen that this is actually the Laoganma hot sauce from Yang Ming's shop. No matter how resourceful Shikamaru is, he feels helpless when facing these four kinds of mooncakes with fillings. After all, from the appearance, these mooncakes all look the same. Shikamaru's mouth twitched inadvertently, and he said in a good voice, Koji, I'll exchange mine with you. I don't like sour things. Koji kept chewing the mooncake in his mouth and said unclearly, I don't want it. I'll exchange it with you for 5 bags of potato chips. Shikamaru is worthy of being Koji's good friend. He has long known what kind of personality the other party is, and he has used this killer. Sure enough, when he heard 5 bags of potato chips, the insistent look on Koji's face suddenly shrugged, and he obediently offered the mooncake in his hand. Just as the two handed over, Naruto smiled cunningly, and quickly stretched out his hand and snatched the mooncake with lightning speed. After that, Naruto shamelessly patted his buttocks, with a cunning smile on his face, and said wickedly, Thank you, Koji. As he said that, Naruto swallowed the mooncake without paying attention to the saliva of Koji left on it. However, after eating the mooncake, Naruto's face suddenly changed. Then, Naruto let out a tear-jerking cry of pain. Chokji, what did you eat before? How can you have such a bad breath? Ugh! In the eyes of everyone's laughter, Naruto fell to the ground with a purple face and vomited what he had eaten. Blame me! Koji's honest face was expressionless, and he blinked innocently, what's wrong with me eating durian and garlic before? Shikamaru wiped the cold sweat with a look of relief. Chapter 463 Invasion of Miyaboku Mountain. The edge of Miyaboku Mountain. As a mysterious area in the ninja world, this place was originally a paradise in the troubled times, surrounded by a peaceful atmosphere. Originally, Yang Ming and his party thought that they would see green mountains and clear waters, and the fresh breath of nature would blow in their faces. However, ideals are so full, and reality is so cruel. After trekking through mountains and rivers, Yang Ming and his party finally came here, but they only saw ruins, smoke everywhere, and several huge corpses lying on the ground. Among these corpses, there are all kinds of toads and colorful giant snakes, lying on the ground like a hill, covered with scars from enemy attacks. Because a long time has passed, pools of red and black blood have solidified on the ground. These corpses have not been cleaned up, and you can see wriggling worms in the cracks. The dense number can make people with intensive phobia scalp numb. What's going on? Seeing such a tragic scene, it seemed like a war of the century had taken place, and everyone was suspicious. As the wise man in this team, Shikamaru dragged his chin, his fingers unconsciously rubbed his smooth skin, looked left and right, and his eyes were thoughtful. Naruto was an impatient person. Because he was worried about Jiraiya's safety, he said anxiously, "Shikamaru, what did you think of? It seems that this is a very troublesome thing." Shikamaru said with a painful face. Shikamaru rubbed his swollen temples with both hands, and said in a heavy tone, "Combined with Jiraiya based on the information left by the adults and the situation at the scene, I made a bold guess." Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. It is possible that Orochimaru started a war between the two sacred places of summoning beasts. Shikamaru is really a man who never stops talking until he shocks the world. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused an uproar in everyone's heart. Is this impossible? Kisame is not unfamiliar with Orochimaru, but in his impression, Orochimaru is just a noob who was easily killed by attack with a Mangeki Sharingan. How could such a person start such a large-scale war? Kisame would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. You know, the three sacred places of summoning beasts in the ninja world, Myaboku Mountain, Whetbone Forest, and Ryokai Cave, are all very old and have existed since the Six Paths Sage period. Even though the relationship between Myaboku Mountain and Ryokai Cave has always been hostile, they have not started such a war for thousands of years. What's more, this kind of fighting and killing, originally there are very few summoning beasts in the two sacred places compared to humans, and many will die in a war, and there is no benefit at all, right? Not to mention that Shikamaru was puzzled by this, Yang Ming and his group were also very confused. Although Yang Ming and his party had many doubts about Shikamaru's guess, combined with the situation that Naruto used summoning magic some time ago but only summoned tadpoles, it can well explain the current strange situation. Asuma lowered his head and held a dogtail grass in his mouth. As a team leader, he must be responsible for the pig, deer, and butterfly trio. After a long period of contemplation, Asuma finally made a painful decision. "Boss Yang Ming, I'm sorry, I don't think we can go deep into Myaboku Mountain with you. This matter is of great importance. For the sake of prudence, I think we need to send the information to the village first, and Tsunade-sama will send people to support us." "No." Who knew that when Asuma finished speaking, it was Shikamaru who refused. Shikamaru met Asuma's gaze and pointed at the corpses on the ground. "Teacher, don't you realize that these corpses have been dead for at least a week? This shows that the war was very intense and protracted, and neither side had the time to collect the bodies of their relatives. If we wait for the Hokage to send rescue, we may miss the best opportunity to stop them." "But..." Asuma's eyes were hesitant. "Okay." Yang Ming walked up, patted Asuma's shoulder gently, and chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. Just do as Shikamaru said, let's hurry in." Strangely enough, when Yang Ming opened his mouth and got his promise, Asuma felt relieved and felt like a mountain was lifted off his shoulders. After that, Yang Ming took the lead and walked in front, with Kisame and Rega on each side, following him like a shadow, faithfully acting as bodyguards. As they gradually went deeper into Myaboku Mountain, shocking scenes slowly unfolded in front of everyone. The country was broken, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and there were scenes like the collapse of the sky and the earth everywhere. From the edge to the middle area, the huge corpses lying on the ground gradually began to change. Even some toads and giant snakes as tall as a person gradually appeared in everyone's sight, and there was a tragic atmosphere everywhere. What's more terrifying is that the number of these corpses is increasing, which hinders the way forward for Yang Ming and his party. Seeing that it was getting late and Myaboku Mountain was so large, they couldn't reach the core area so quickly with their footwork, so Yang Ming and his party prepared to find a place to set up camp. But at this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, a mound of earth appeared on the ground, and then a black shadow jumped out of it, as fast as lightning. The black shadow also knew that it would only pick on the weak, so it ignored the ninjas and aimed directly at Yang Ming, who looked easy to bully. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yang Ming used the swift escape, stepped on his feet, and moved his body sideways. Whoosh! Yang Ming only felt a sharp sound of breaking wind in his ears, and then he passed by the black shadow. Then, Yang Ming stepped back a few steps, looked back, and saw that the black shadow was coiled around his body, grinning at Yang Ming. This is a poisonous snake. Beast. Looking for death. Kisame, who was closest to Yang Ming, had just left to set up a tent nearby. He was also worried about Yang Ming. But a wave of anger rose in Kisame's heart. If Yang Ming had any accident, wouldn't it mean that he, as a bodyguard, was incompetent? Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. He mentioned Kisame, and was about to chop the venomous snake with a knife. The venomous snake could feel the tremendous pressure from Kisame with its animal instinct, and its tail swayed anxiously. Seeing Kisame's determination to kill, the venomous snake's golden vertical pupils burst out with a fierce light. Hiss hiss hiss. The venomous snake spit out its snake core, emitting a snake sounded, and then the whole body suddenly curled up and condensed into a ball. Kisame didn't care about it, and directly raised Samehada and slashed it. Ding! But surprisingly, Samehada hit the snake, but it made a clear sound of gold swords touching. Then, the venomous snake changed in a way that even Kisame was shocked. Chapter 464 Go, Pikachu, Fog. In Kisame's horrified eyes, the venomous snake in front of him, which could be strangled to death with a single move, was covered with dense curse marks on its chopstick-length body. Then, when the venomous snake was covered with curse marks, its entire shape suddenly changed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A deafening snake sound suddenly rose, turning into a circle of ultrasonic bombs, exploding in all directions like a ring. Boom! The explosion sounded, and smoke and dust rolled. In the flying smoke and dust, a huge figure poked out a head from inside, as sturdy as Big Ben, with golden vertical pupils full of bloodshot, pretending to be crazy, releasing a resolute momentum to die with the enemy. What's going on? At this moment, everyone's style suddenly changed, just like a bunch of question marks popping up on the black man's head. It was such a small venomous snake just now, how could it change so suddenly? Do you think you are a Super Saiyan? Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, and he calmly stretched out a finger. Go, Pikachu! Ba! Go, Ultra! Ba! Kisame, kill him! Kisame was confused. Although he didn't understand what Pikachu and Ultra were in Yang Ming's mouth, an unprecedented powerful feeling came to him. Could it be that Pikachu and Ultra are some unknown strong men? Thinking so, Kisame clenched his fists tightly, his eyes seemed to be ignited with blazing fire, and he suddenly became more eager to fight. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely become Pikachu and Ultra. Kisame roared, and the Samehada in his hand turned into a sharp killing weapon, as if a black whirlwind blew up, and he flew up wildly. Well! Yang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth fiercely. Yang Ming has been traveling with everyone recently, and he has not been getting enough sleep. He really wants to tell Kisame that he just made a slip of the tongue, it's really just a slip of the tongue. Kisame, who didn't know the truth, was full of mysterious confidence in his chest, and the sharp Samehada in his hand chopped the giant snake fiercely. Hiss! A painful snake sound suddenly rose, and the blade touched the snake body. The seemingly weak snake scales were unusually tough, and the friction caused a burst of hot sparks. Although the giant snake was cursed and grew up from a small snake, the ferocious nature of the hunter at the top of the food chain was fully revealed at this time. The giant snake endured the severe pain in its body, swung its body, and swung its thick and long tail behind it fiercely, whistling like a battering ram, making a dull explosion in the air. Bang! As part of the snake's attack, the snake's tail swept like a whip, as fast as lightning. Unprepared, Kisame was hit hard. Puff! A mouthful of blood mist spurted out of his mouth, and Kisame exerted force on his abdomen, jumped up from the ground agilely. How careless! Kisame originally thought that this giant snake was obviously a giant snake that was forced to grow too fast, and it should be just a facade. But he didn't expect that this giant snake was already the same as a real giant snake in terms of physical fitness. What a pity! Kisame looked at the giant snake with a murderous look in his eyes, chasing after him relentlessly, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's just too stupid. Water escape. Water prison technique. A bean-sized water ball was released from Kisame's hand and fell on the path that the giant snake must pass. The giant snake had a strong physique, but its brain was problematic. It didn't care about the obvious traps on the ground at all. It rushed into it like a charging tank. With a plop, the giant snake's body, like a hill, suddenly stagnated, and its whole body was wrapped in a water ball. The sudden change made the giant snake, which had little combat experience, feel extremely panicked. Its limbs trembled, and the water ball was mixed up. As a ninjutsu used to seal the enemy's actions, the sealing power was even more amazing in the hands of Kisame, a shadow-level strongman. No matter how hard you try, you can't break this cage. Gradually, after the giant snake made a mad noise, it seemed as if its strength was drained, and its originally huge body began to disintegrate bit by bit. Finally, pieces of curse seals spread out from the giant snake's body, like the receding tide, quickly leaving from all directions of the body, and finally disappeared without a trace. Then, the giant snake's huge figure quickly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally energetic venomous snake, like an old man, only had a breath choked in his throat. Seeing this, everyone looked thoughtful. Shikamaru clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. It seems obvious that Orochimaru is behind this. Orochimaru has studied the power of this curse seal for a long time. Although it was used on the human body before, it seems that it will change incredible when used on summoned beasts. After hearing Shikamaru's explanation, everyone's heart sank, and the originally heavy mood was even more gloomy. If the snake-summoned beasts in the Ryokai cave all mastered this giant curse seal ability, it is indeed very likely to defeat Myaboku Mountain. Even though this ability will drain a lot of vitality, it is the best cannon fodder for the Ryokai cave forces that have always hated Myaboku Mountain. In the original work, after Mana died, Kabuto Yakushi used his genes and various drugs to cultivate a more powerful second generation of mana in a very short time. Obviously, Orochimaru is a mad scientist. He obviously thought of this and used the spell seal technology he had already mastered to spread it, and cultivated this top-level cannon fodder army that is specially used to burst out combat power in a short period of time. At this moment, Yang Ming seemed to be able to imagine the scene when Myaboku Mountain fired the first shot of the invasion. It must be a scene of thousands of snakes fighting and demons dancing wildly. At the same time, the core area of Myaboku Mountain. Jiraiya leaned against a wall, panting, his face pale. Senjin Fukasaku, do you think the people in the village will receive the signal I left? Senjin Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya's injuries with a worried look on his face. In order to protect the safety of the core area of Myaboku Mountain, Jiraiya has not closed his eyes for several days, and even overdrawn his body to use fairy arts many times. Little Jiraiya, you should go to sleep for a while. Senjin Fukasaku comforted. But at this moment, there was a sudden roar outside, and the whole earth seemed to have been ravaged, shaking violently up and down. They are coming again. Jiraiya looked even more haggard, but he still held up his body firmly. Fortunately, I still have some food from Boss Yang Ming. Jiraiya took out a lunch box from his arms, in which there was only a little bit of pangolin meat, and it was already very cold and hard. But Jiraiya ate it like a treasure, and his injuries were immediately half recovered, but the fatigue in his body remained. Jiraiya looked at the distant blue sky and clenched his fists. I won't let you destroy this place. Orochimaru. Chapter 465 The Terrifying Suzuki. Myaboku Mountain. Dark clouds and howling winds. The towering rocks collapsed, the ground cracked into spider-web-like cracks, and there were flames of war everywhere. At this moment, after Yang Ming and his party had rested for a night, they regained their spirits and energy, like a surprise force suddenly appearing in the core area. The party stood at the foot of a mountain. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge monsters towering into the sky from a distance. They were like siege weapons rushing around. Even at such a distance, he could still hear the huge collision sound. The whole earth was trembling under the feet of these monsters. It's really terrible. What kind of monster did Orochimaru create? The group looked complicated and shocked. They didn't expect that Orochimaru would become such a terrible person in just 1 year. Just as Yang Ming and his group wanted to move forward, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky without a sound. The snake-shaped thunderbolt suddenly appeared, tearing the sky apart, carrying a shocking force, and aimed directly at Yang Ming, who was leading the group. This attack was too sudden. Yang Ming had no time to react, and saw that the thunderbolt was about to hit Yang Ming with a thunderbolt, killing him here. As Yang Ming's personal bodyguard and the nemesis of thunder escape, Leia took the lead and was the first to detect something wrong with his sharp sixth sense of penumbra. Leia took a step forward, flipped his hands, and held two pocket Leia knives in his hands, like a poisonous snake jumping out of the grass, blocking the path of Pai Lai with incredible precision, blocking this despicable sneak attack at the critical moment. Chi! With a flash of lightning, the fierce Pai Lai, when he met the Leia knife, was like a savage princess meeting a bandit who forced himself on her, or like a tiger entering a cage, and immediately turned into an obedient sheep, and sluggishly got into the Leia knife to replenish Leia's chakra. Who dared to sneak attack Boss Yang Ming? Don't want to live. Everyone turned their eyes and swept their sights around, trying to find the enemy. At the foot of this mountain, the originally dense forest had long been destroyed, leaving endless wasteland, making it easy to find the enemy. However, when they saw the newcomer, everyone who knew him was shocked. I saw that on the top of the mountain, the sky was full of dark clouds as his background, and the whistling wind was the background music for his appearance. At this time, a rumble of thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and the flashing lightning reflected on this person, making it appear light and dark, highlighting his handsome face with mood swings. This person, it was Suzuki, who had not been seen for a long time. Suzuki betrayed the village earlier than the original work, stole the roast duck for refining fairy chakra, and joined Orochimaru's army early. Now, with Orochimaru's generous teaching and several roast ducks, Suzuki has learned fairy arts and become more powerful with the unique talent of Indra's reincarnation. Suzuki. When Naruto met, he was so excited, as if a boy finally found his other half. Come back to the village with me. Sakura misses you too. However, facing Naruto's enthusiastic invitation, Sasuke's attitude seemed unusually indifferent. Sasuke stood on the top of the mountain, with his hands behind his back, looking down at Naruto, just like a falcon looking down. The sharp edge in his eyes seemed to be real, piercing people's nerves. It's impossible for me to go back. Sasuke responded to Naruto's expectations indifferently, slowly pulled out a short sword from his waist, and held it horizontally in front of him, with a leisurely attitude of a young master going out. After saying this, Sasuke turned his eyes to Yang Ming, and his black pupils turned into three megatama that kept spinning, emitting scarlet light. Boss Yang Ming, I heard that you recruited Uchiha Itachi as an employee, right? Yang Ming nodded without comment. Then, although Sasuke's words were plain, the three megatama in his eyes rotated rapidly, turning into a peculiarly shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. Please. Go to hell. In the first sentence, Sasuke was still on the mountain. In the next sentence, Sasuke's body disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he still appeared not far in front of Yang Ming. Sasuke was wrapped in sky blue lightning, like a general wearing a thunderbolt suit, and the sword in his hand was like a divine weapon that created the world, with a shocking divine light flowing. Sasuke's move immediately shocked everyone present. Whether it was the previous words to attract the enemy's attention, or the speed of the surprise attack, it was dazzling. Obviously, Sasuke's strength at this time was no longer the former Amen, and a drastic change had taken place. It happened in a flash. Seeing Sasuke coming, the two people standing beside Yang Ming like the left and right door gods, Kisame and Riga, moved immediately. Ding! The Kusanagi sword and same hata in Sasuke's hands collided with the Riga sword, and in an instant, a crisp sound of golden swords intersecting was heard. However, what surprised Yang Ming and his group was that although it was a one-on-two fight, Sasuke still had enough strength to fight off Kisame and Riga calmly. Kisame and Riga felt a tremor and numbness in their hands, and they felt a great force coming from Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, and they both took a step back involuntarily. Riga shook his numb hands and opened them to see that there was a narrow crack on his palm. Who is this kid? Riga was shocked and speechless. I'm just an unknown avenger. Sasuke flicked the Kusanagi sword in his hand as if he was caressing a lover. This sword is 1 meter long and made of the hardest material available today. You should feel honored to be the first cage-level soul killed by my sword. When Sasuke said this, there was no trace of pride or trepidation on his face, as if he was killing a random person, and he didn't take Kisame and Riga seriously at all. But it was precisely because of this normal tone that Kisame and Riga's pride was strongly stimulated. Think about it, Kisame and Riga are both one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and they have long made a great reputation in the ninja world. But now, the two of them are despised by the young man in front of them. This feeling is like Jack Ma being pointed at and scolded by a newly graduated college student, saying that he will replace him. An unknown anger ignited, and a bloodthirsty look suddenly appeared. If sight could kill, Sasuke would have died countless times. But Sasuke looked cold, holding the Kusanagi sword horizontally, and turned a blind eye to all this. Good. 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 You are worthy of being Ataka's brother. Kisame stretched out his scarlet tongue, licked his dry lips, and showed a cruel smile. He looked back at Yang Ming. Boss, I will beat him half to death later. For Ataka's sake, remember to help me keep him alive. Okay. Yang Ming said lightly. Chapter 466 Sasuke vs Kisame. Kisame kept talking about Ataka, and although it didn't seem like anything to him and Yang Ming, it was a naked irony to Sasuke's ears. It felt like being pricked by a needle. On Sasuke's originally cold face, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart for a long time, and gradually revealed a trace of hideousness. You are looking for death. With a loud roar, Sasuke stepped on the ground, and the thunder turned into a booster, shooting out like a rocket at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Kisame. A flash of sword chilled the ninja world, making all living beings tremble. The sword light seemed to tear through the space, making a sharp sound of breaking wind, and the sharp blade mercilessly slashed at Kisame. Tear. Fortunately, when Sasuke suddenly attacked, Kisame felt a great murderous intent in his heart and dodged one step ahead. But even so, a deep knife scar that could be seen to the bone was still opened on Kisame's arm. What's more disgusting is that Sasuke attached lightning chakra to the Kusanagi sword, so on Kisame's wound, lightning burned the edge of the wound, emitting a strong barbecue aroma. Asshole! The severe pain kept stimulating Kisame's nerves, making him grin and crack his mouth full of inverted triangles. The injury was still a small matter, but in front of so many people, being scratched by a junior made Kisame feel extremely embarrassed. However, although Kisame was angry in his heart, he also began to treat Ataka's younger brother as an enemy of the same level without realizing it. Water escape. Explosion of water. Kisame opened his mouth and spit out a stream of water. Sasuke didn't know what kind of ninjutsu this was, so for the sake of caution, he retreated a considerable distance like a cunning rabbit. As Kisame seemed to use chakra endlessly, the water column sprayed from his mouth accumulated a puddle on the ground. As the water became more and more, it gradually turned into a pool, and then, in Sasuke's astonished eyes, it turned into a lake with a wide range. It is said that the times make heroes, but Kisame's move has the power to change the terrain in an instant, which can be said to be a hero making the times. Kisame's eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the other people present, and said coldly, "Don't come, anyone, I'm going to teach this kid a lesson." As he said that, Kisame quickly formed seals with his hands. Water escape. Water prison dance. As soon as the sound fell, the lake covering a few miles in radius suddenly changed as if a missile was dropped. The lake surface was surging, the water dragon soared, and set off a shocking wave, sweeping from all directions. Even Sasuke tried his best to escape, but he couldn't catch up with the speed. He was fluttered by the waves that surrounded him from all sides and was imprisoned in this water prison. From the outside, the originally flat lake turned into a round water ball and Kisame and Sasuke were locked in it like goldfish. This is a life and death cage. Only when one side is extinct, there is a glimmer of hope. It's either life or death. Sasuke suddenly went deep into the lake, and he seemed not so adaptable. The dense waves around him turned into heavy water pressure, which made him feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Kisame's attack arrived. Dozens of sharks, under Kisame's control, rushed in groups. Each shark was several meters long, and the sharp teeth were as long as an arm. With the bite force of the shark, it seemed that anything could be easily torn apart. In front of these sharks, Sasuke's figure seemed so lonely, so small that it was beyond his ability to stop a car with one arm. However, instead of trying to find a chance to escape, Sasuke calmed down, tightened his nerves and muscles, threw away all the distractions in his mind, and adjusted to the most suitable state for fighting. Sasuke seemed to have no momentum at all, and was as plain as boiled water. But when he faced the group of sharks alone, that firm look made him look more unmoved. Only when the waves wash away the sand can we know who is the gold. In times of crisis, the true qualities of a hero are revealed. Fight! Sasuke shouted in his heart, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand turned into a peerless artifact. The sharp blade light suddenly appeared, and even the dense lake water was torn into a shallow hole. Puff! 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 In this water prison, Sasuke was obviously the weaker party. The shark swarm could attack from all directions, but now the host and the guest were reversed. The sharp blade was as powerful as a bamboo, and it was as easy as chopping tofu with a knife, killing the sharks one by one. When these sharks died, they did not shed a bit of blood, and turned into a piece of water droplets that merged into the lake. Sasuke pursed his lower lip tightly, his face was grim, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand was no longer limited to killing. It seemed to have become an art, giving birth to rare beautiful paintings between life and death. In less than a moment, the sharks that had originally come with great momentum were completely destroyed. With the momentum of winning the battle, Sasuke's eyes were like blades, domineering, and he looked at Kisame from a distance, his thin lips slightly raised, revealing a provocative smile. Sasuke held the Kusanagi sword diagonally, and his action was self-evident. "Come here if you have the guts." Such an obvious signal, how could Kisame not see it? A flash of anger flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his mouth opened, cracking into a full inverted triangle of sawtooth. Unlike Sasuke, Kisame didn't have to worry about drinking the lake water when he opened his mouth. "Boy, you are very arrogant." As soon as the voice fell, he looked at Kisame's muscles were exposed, his clothes were torn apart, and he exuded a fierce aura from head to toe. It turned out that Kisame was fusing same hata just now. Originally, Kisame was like a fish in water, without any influence. But after fusing same hata, Kisame was like a dragon entering the sea, turning into a terrifying character who stirs up the wind and waves. Bang bang bang! When Kisame was at full speed, he left bursting bubbles behind him at the extreme speed. The vigorous and powerful palm, like a blue dragon stretching its claws, fiercely grabbed Sasuke's face. Before Kisame's hand arrived, Sasuke suddenly changed color. There was no other reason. Sasuke felt a huge water pressure rushing towards his face, making his body feel a little bit unable to hold on. It is conceivable that if he was caught by Kisame, what a tragic end it would be. However, the life and death cage created by Kisame, on the one hand, limits Sasuke's amazing speed, but also leaves trouble for himself. After all, Sasuke is a genius who has mastered the changes of lightning and fire attributes. Water can overcome fire, but lightning can overcome water. Thunder escape. Chidori. Dazzling lightning flashed, emitting a series of piercing bird calls. A sky-blue electric ball was held in Sasuke's hand, releasing a snake-like electric light, which contained terrible power. A hint of mockery flashed across Kisame's eyes. How could he not know Sasuke's information? Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. The next moment, the two strong collided, and the dragon and the tiger fought. Chapter 467 Who else? Die! Kisame shouted loudly, and the majestic chakra in his body flowed out crazily. In an instant, the lake water beside him rippled, forming a large water hole that kept rotating with him as the center, and the edge rolled up like a sharp blade, unstoppable. In front of this large water hole, even if Taishan sank into it, it would be smashed into pieces by its sharpness. When the chirping birds in Sasuke's hand tried to touch the large water hole formed by Kisame, a violent collision occurred like Mars hitting the earth. Creak! Creak! Accompanied by a series of teeth-ache sound, the cage formed by the entire lake shook violently, and the originally spherical cage kept changing its shape, and the inside was stirred into chaos, covering the figures of the two people inside. "Boss, Kisame should be okay, right?" Seeing this, Reiga couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. In this level of battle, even if he was involved, it would be a rhythm of death. Originally, Reiga felt that he was only one step away from becoming a cage-level powerhouse, and he was even capable of competing with Kisame. But now it seems that Kisame usually hides his abilities and is very good at hiding his abilities. At this moment, Kisame and Same Hata have merged into one, and can exert the strongest ability of water escape, which is comparable to the reappearance of a tailed beast. Yang Ming frowned, and was quite worried, but in front of his employees and Asuma and his party, he had to pretend to be calm and said calmly, "It's okay, Kisame was once a cage-level powerhouse ranked high in the Akatsuki organization, this kind of scene." Before Yang Ming finished speaking, something strange happened at the scene. The spherical cage originally wrapped in lake water shook more violently this time than before, and then exploded. Bang! With a dull explosion, the lake was shattered, and raindrops splashed in all directions, falling on the ground like a downpour, soaking the entire earth. In the misty rain, two figures can be vaguely seen. One stood proudly, and the other half knelt on the ground. Did they win? Yang Ming thought to himself. When the raindrops went from dense to slow, the vision became clear, allowing Yang Ming and his party to see the final result. However, seeing this scene, Yang Ming and his party simply couldn't believe it. Because Kisame lost. The person half kneeling on the ground was Kisame. At this time, Kisame had a shocking knife scar on his body, extending from his left shoulder to his right waist, deep enough to see the bone, and a corner of his intestines could be vaguely seen. If it weren't for the fusion with Same Hata, Kisame had a physical fitness comparable to that of the tailed beasts. I'm afraid he would have died with just this one blow. As an opponent of Kisame, Sasuke was soaked, panting, and pale. It was obvious that he had paid a heavy price for severely injuring Kisame. Sasuke held the Kusanagi sword in his hand and pointed it at Kisame. His face was full of energy, and he had completely changed his previous appearance. He was filled with a cold and murderous aura. As a person from the old era, you should feel honored to be the nutrient for the opening of the new era. Sasuke said slowly, and walked forward slowly and firmly. With each step, his aura became stronger and stronger, and his face was gradually covered with disturbing curse marks. Black snake-like chakras surrounded him, like a ghost whistling past, which was terrifying. Seeing that Sasuke was ready to kill and was about to execute Kisame, how could Yang Ming watching his employees being killed? Yang Ming walked forward, his face showing no fear, as if he was calm and composed, facing Sasuke's murderous gaze, step by step, blocking Kisame. Boss! Kisame covered his chest, raised his eyelids with difficulty, and looked at Yang Ming's thin back, which was like a mountain that could only be looked up to, which moved him. How can I be so worthy that I can follow you? Kisame was moved and choked in a low voice. Yang Ming did not look back, but a sonorous and powerful voice came over, I am your boss, only I can decide your life or death. Yang Ming's eyes burst out with a terrible sharpness, staring at Sasuke's eyes, not worried about the other party using illusions on him, and said word by word. No one can judge my employees for me. Oh! Sasuke's heart was alarmed. Although he didn't understand where Yang Ming got his support, all the rumors from the other party in the past made Sasuke feel like he was facing a great enemy. Orochimaru is very strong, but when he faced Yang Ming, a big relative came, and was turned into a woman, and even gave birth to a girl. Uchiha Madara is very strong, but when he faced Yang Ming, he was asked to kneel down in public. What an insult! And now, Yang Ming is still alive and well. Doesn't this reveal the terribleness of Yang Ming from the side? So, although Sasuke is arrogant, he attaches great importance to Yang Ming in his heart. Look, Sasuke immediately completed the second stage of the curse seal. Tear. A sound of tearing muscles rang out, and Sasuke seemed to turn into a demon. Two ferocious wings appeared, his body turned dark, and his eyes flashed with cold light. That's not all. Plop. Plop. As a dull heartbeat sounded, a trace of natural energy surrounded Sasuke's body, forming stripes unique to the Sage Mode on his face. Although Sasuke had just learned the Sage Mode, his strength had changed dramatically. A stream of purple-blue chakra burned like a flame, clinging tightly to Sasuke, as if the general was wearing a divine armor, and a cold and eerie breath came to his face. Sasuke was as if facing a formidable enemy, holding the Kusanagi sword in his hand horizontally in front of him, staring at Yang Ming with a glaring gaze, and said in a grim tone, Boss Yang Ming, although I used to admire you very much and I also like the food you cook. But Sasuke's murderous intent was as real as a sword pointed at his throat, you should never, ever, take Uchiha Itachi under your command. Hat. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming laughed. What are you laughing at? Sasuke frowned and said coldly. Yang Ming seemed not to care about the other party's murderous intent, as if chatting with family, and said in a relaxed tone, you said so much, why don't you dare to do it? Suddenly, Sasuke's face turned black and became extremely exciting. Seeing this, Yang Ming clapped his hands, Naruto, you go deal with Sasuke. Hey? Me? Naruto was stunned at first, then overjoyed, and regardless of whether he was Sasuke's opponent, a hearty smile bloomed on his face. Brother, leave it to me. I will beat Sasuke to pieces and bring him back to the village. You guys. Sasuke's face was ugly. He looked at Yang Ming and then at Naruto. Especially when he looked at Naruto, his eyes were so angry that they could spit fire. I don't dare to mess with Yang Ming, can't I deal with you? Chapter 468 I will kill you with one sword. Yang Ming's words immediately stimulated Sasuke to jump to his death. Sasuke didn't know how long he hadn't felt so angry, especially after Yang Ming's reminder. Naruto's face showed a flower-like smile, which made Sasuke's eyebrows jump wildly. Naruto, you are the last one. Sasuke's tone was grim, and he held the Kusanagi sword tightly in his hand. Thunder jumped on the sword body, flashing a grim light, like a ferocious beast eager to choose a person to devour and showing its ferocious fangs. What qualifications do you have to stand in front of me? Hehe, don't say that. Naruto's reaction arc was slow, and his face was full of a playful smile. I said, I will definitely take you back to the village today. Huff. Huff. Thick snuff sprayed from Sasuke's nostrils. Sasuke didn't know why, but when he saw Naruto's virtue, he wanted to hit him. Sasuke touched the Kusanagi sword lightly as if he was caressing a lover, his face solemn and his eyes like lightning. In order to avenge my hatred, I joined Orochimaru's army. After nearly half a year of training, I have gained the powerful strength I have now. He held the Kusanagi sword in his hand diagonally, with the tip of the sword pointed at Naruto. Believe it or not, you will die if I strike you with this sword. However. Hehe, I don't believe it. Naruto's answer was as characteristic as always, and directly angered Sasuke's chest and heaved violently. I think Sasuke finally showed up, so he should just show off. Just give him some face. No. Since you don't give me face, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Sasuke moved. The bone wings behind him flapped like palms, and a gust of wind whistled past, raising a cloud of dust. Sasuke's speed was so fast, like a streak of silk across the sky, dividing the world, like a lightning bolt, making it difficult for ordinary people to catch his trace. Cut. There was a layer of cold light flowing on the Kusanagi sword, and sky blue electric light flashed around it, as if it crossed the east and the west, opened up the world, and came from the west with infinite power. Sasuke's speed was too fast, and in Naruto's astonished eyes, he beheaded him with one sword. However, Naruto's flying head showed a hint of a mysterious smile. Bang! With a bang, the chopped Naruto turned into a puff of light smoke and disappeared. This was Naruto's proud ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang! Bang, bang, bang! At the same time, around Sasuke, a stream of light smoke emerged, and Naruto clones of the same appearance suddenly appeared. Catch him! Don't let him run away! These Naruto clones said excitedly. Hundreds and thousands of them were like a flood, and there was actually a lot of momentum. Sasuke was caught off guard, and was really caught by Naruto beside him on his legs and arms. This made Sasuke furious, and he was filled with evil. You are the last one. Get out of here. Sasuke used the lightning attribute of Chidori to change, and suddenly brilliant lightning appeared around him. The snake-like flashing lightning rushed in all directions. Once each Naruto clone was touched, it turned into smoke and dissipated. In a short moment, the Naruto clones that were originally densely surrounding Sasuke were swept away, just like cutting off the middle of a cake, looking extremely empty. Sasuke's eyes were like lightning, his spirits were high, and he had the shape of looking down on the world. Sasuke looked around, and the corners of his mouth raised a disdainful arc. The last one is the last one, you only have this ability. Hearing such an impolite evaluation, with Naruto's self-esteem, how could he bear it? Don't be afraid, everyone, come together. Yes. Let him see the results of our training. Naruto's clones cheered each other up, or threw kunai, or rolled balls in pairs. Boring tricks. Sasuke raised his eyebrows, flipped his hands, and the Kusanagi sword was like a long dragon, a tiger out of the cage, carrying a sharp sword and sweeping across. Even if he encountered a kunai thrown by Naruto, Sasuke was worthy of being skilled and brave. With the excellent dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he easily dodged it. Then, Sasuke was like a wolf among sheep. Wherever he passed, Naruto's clones were all annihilated, and there was no one who could stand up to him. Go to hell! A Naruto clone rushed over with a raised nan in his hand, wanting to teach Sasuke a lesson. But who knew that Sasuke's eyes had already seen through everything? He pressed the head of the person who came, stepped on his feet, and danced, leaping over the opponent's head. Then, with a flash of sword light, Sasuke straightened his loosened collar and calmly pounced on the next opponent. Behind him, a blood mark was left on the neck of the Naruto clone, which immediately turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Naruto, is this all you have? Really, I am so disappointed. Sasuke made his palms into claws and tightly pinched the neck of a Naruto clone, his eyes full of coldness. Then, he exerted force with his hands and strangled the opponent to death. But at this moment, something strange happened. A mountain suddenly appeared under Sasuke's feet, and then Naruto followed. Rising dragon in the sky. Naruto clenched his fists and punched Sasuke's chin with a rising dragon fist. Then, in Sasuke's angry eyes, he kicked Sasuke high into the air. Naruto combo! Naruto shouted, tapped the ground with his feet, flew into the air, jumped behind Sasuke, hugged him tightly and spun rapidly, like a meteor hitting the earth, and slammed heavily to the ground. This scene made Sasuke recall the past Chunin exams, the bond between him and the team, and imitated Lee's lion combo. But when Sasuke's mind once again appeared to attack his face, Sasuke's heart sank, and he quickly abandoned all distracting thoughts in his mind. Because Uchiha Itachi wanted to wait until his parents were resurrected before giving Sasuke a surprise, Sasuke still didn't know the truth and still hated Itachi very much. Before his head touched the ground, Sasuke's body crackled and exploded, and lightning flashed all over his body, blowing away Naruto's clone. Then, Sasuke exerted force on his waist, and at the critical moment, he turned several somersaults in the air like a diver, and finally touched the ground with his toes, landing easily and gracefully. So handsome! You are worthy of being my Sasuke. Among Asuma and his group who were watching the battle from a distance, Yamanaka Ino shouted loudly with a crazy look. Shout! Hey, hey, hey! Shikamaru covered his face with a headache. Who do you support? Ino put her hands on her waist and said fiercely, I don't care. Who said Sasuke is so handsome? Asuma and his group. In the early stage, Naruto kept showing weakness. No matter how hard Sasuke concentrated, he was a little loose at this time. When masters compete, a flaw will be infinitely magnified. What's more, Naruto always knows how to seize opportunities. Boom! The earth trembled suddenly, and then the ground under Sasuke's feet suddenly sank, the ground cracked and damaged, and a palm that didn't look like a human flew out. This is a red furry arm. It was the hand of the Nine Tails. Chapter 469, Give you some grasshoppers. Naruto had been lurking underground for a long time, and suddenly attacked at this time, which really shocked Sasuke. The nine-tailed claws tightly grasped Sasuke's body, like a shackle, tightly restraining Sasuke's movements. In the distance, Yang Ming watched the two of them fighting. His heart was calm, and he almost took a box of popcorn to eat while watching. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, capture Sasuke. Task description: since the host has subdued Itachi as an employee of the store, then capture Sasuke and bring him back so that they can recognize each other. Task reward: a portion of Nianghua Spring. Puff. Seeing this task description and reward, Yang Ming almost vomited blood. What the hell is the reward of Nianghua Spring? Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely. He couldn't believe what the consequences would be if he gave Sasuke the Nianghua Spring. As a brother Kon, would Uchiha Itachi turn into a sister Kon? And then do some shameful things with Sasuke? Or? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Naruto and Sasuke, who were fighting fiercely in the field, with a strange look on his face. Do you want to make Naruto and Sasuke a couple? Oh my god, that picture is so beautiful that Yang Ming dare not look at it. Just as Yang Ming was daydreaming, Sasuke burst into thunder and broke free from the Nine Tails' hands, and electrocuted the Nine Tails' claws to black. Seeing this, Yang Ming touched his smooth chin and thought to himself, it seems that it is difficult for Naruto to capture Sasuke alone. Thinking of this, Yang Ming turned around and looked at the seriously injured Kisame. Since the group only had military ration pills, the food Yang Ming had on hand could not withstand the consumption of so many people, and there was nothing left. He could only watch Izumi struggling. However, there is always a way out. Soon, Yang Ming saw some grasshoppers at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, Yang Ming's eyes lit up and he ordered Leia to catch all the grasshoppers. Although it felt a bit like a waste of talent, Leia suppressed his impetuousness and realized that as an employee, he should obey the boss. Leia did what he said. With his speed, even if these grasshoppers usually jumped happily, they could not escape Leia's 5 fingers. Leia easily caught a handful of grasshoppers back. Seeing this scene, Gaizumi's heart was immediately shrouded in uneasiness. Damn it, the boss is not going to give me this to eat. For a moment, Gaizumi shuddered. Kisame recalled the journey to the ancient times, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Boss Yang Ming could really do it. For some reason, Kisame was fearless and could wear Ultraman costumes to fight monsters and endure the strange looks of others, but he couldn't stand eating insects. This is terrible. As the saying goes, what you fear will come true. Leia handed a grasshopper to Yang Ming, and Yang Ming began to cook the ingredients on hand. The most convenient way to eat grasshoppers is to burn them directly. Due to the urgency of time and the lack of seasonings on hand, Yang Ming threw the grasshoppers into the Wanbao purple sand pot, opened his mouth and sprayed them, and the surging flames covered them. Instantly, the grasshoppers that were still alive and kicking suffered an extinction-level blow, and fell into the pot like raindrops. After a while, a strong roasted aroma spread, making people salivate. It was fine to eat grasshoppers like this, but Yang Ming considered that Gaizumi was seriously injured, so he added some wine to it and chopped off some of the bad smell. When Yang Ming came to Gaizumi with a pot of grasshoppers, Gaizumi's face suddenly changed. It looked as if he had seen some prehistoric beast, and his pupils were full of despair. Yang Ming pretended not to see Gaizumi's gaze, and poured the grasshoppers mixed with wine into his mouth. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Gaizumi made a sound of struggle, his eyes wide open, watching the grasshoppers roasted black by the flames enter his mouth, his heart full of despair. Crunch! Crunch! Gaizumi couldn't help himself, his teeth stirred, and he began to chew the grasshoppers inside. Unexpectedly, these grasshoppers after being grilled are very crisp, just like eating potato chips, one bite is too delicious. It is hard to imagine that this is the taste of grasshoppers. Especially the 2 hind legs of the grasshopper, perhaps because of the body structure, compared with the body parts, they are more crispy and crispy, making people can't help but chew a few more bites, and reluctant to swallow it into the stomach so quickly. The body of the grasshopper is different. Perhaps because the main body of the grasshopper is rich in protein, it exudes an attractive barbecue aroma, and tastes a bit soft and sticky, just like eating grilled corn cobs, with a particularly rich taste. In a daze, Gaizumi swallowed a pot of grasshoppers into his stomach unknowingly. When he came to his senses, a stream of warm current suddenly emerged from his abdomen, and then flowed to his limbs and meridians, making him feel as if he was flowing in his mother's amniotic fluid, warm and comfortable. With the naked eye, it can be seen that the deep knife scar on the body of the ghost shark began to grow granulations, which continued to tangle together and repaired into normal skin. Because Yang Ming did not have enough time and materials to cook this pot of food, the taste was limited, so it only barely repaired the wound on the body of the ghost shark. However, this was enough for Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked at his staff and Asuma and his group, and said in a deep voice, "Sasuke alone has such a powerful force now. I can't imagine how terrible Orochimaru is now. In order to better grasp the information about Orochimaru, I think everyone should work together this time to capture Sasuke." Shikamaru nodded, "I think it's feasible." Seeing this, Asuma smiled heartily, "Boss Yang Ming, don't worry, we 2 strong forces will definitely be able to capture Sasuke." Kisame touched the scar on his body, and recalled Sasuke's amazing sword that could kill the world. He couldn't help but grin and his eyes were fierce. "I haven't met such an interesting enemy for a long time." Just as everyone reached a consensus, the fierce fight in the field escalated. Sasuke rose to the sky with the bone wings behind him, pointing the Kusanagi sword in his hand to the sky, and a touch of sky blue lightning rushed straight into the sky. Thunder escape! Kirin! With a sound of falling, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, carrying the force of thunder and lightning, with a kind of heavenly righteousness that leveled the world, and the magnificent power was hard to look at. At this moment, Sasuke's long hair was flying, and he was in high spirits. His spirit and energy were highly unified, and his momentum reached the peak. If a god who had never been defeated in 100 battles came down to earth, he had a look of looking down on the world. "Kirin, kill them all!" Ah! The sky blue lightning formed a huge ancient beast, which roared to the sky, exerted force on all 4 legs, and rushed over. Chapter 470, Do you want to help Jiraiya and Orochimaru? Kirin, a divine beast. Kirin's huge body jumped, as if the sky collapsed, carrying the power of destroying the world. Leia raised his eyebrows, flipped his hands, and held the Leia knife in his hand, and actually wanted to block the Kirin horizontally. Stupid! Seeing this, Sasuke sneered and raised his hand. Ah! With a deafening roar, Kirin rushed forward without any taboos, treating Leia as heir. Monster! Go to hell! The veins on Leia's forehead bulged, and his confidence exploded. The Leia knife in his hand stabbed into Kirin's eyes with lightning speed. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened to Leia. The Leia knife in his hand, which was comparable to the nemesis of the Thunder Escape, only blocked for a moment, and then it seemed to have lost its ability and could no longer stop the opponent's steps. Ah! Kirin opened his mouth and swallowed Leia fiercely. After passing through Leia's body, only a figure that was charred by lightning was left. How could it be? Leia was numb all over, and with a plop, he knelt on his knees and fell to the ground, then fell to the ground with his head down, and his life and death were unknown. Ah! Kirin suddenly roared, carrying an unstoppable momentum, like a dragon out of the sea, rushing towards Nine-Tailed Naruto like a wild beast. It seems that I have been underestimated. Nine-Tailed Naruto grinned, revealing a wild arc, opened his mouth wide, and the dark chakra gathered in it, forming a constantly rotating tailed beast cannon. This small energy sphere contains the power of the creation of the world, enough to easily destroy a small village. Boom! The tailed beast cannon blasted out, drawing a sharp arc in the air, as if tearing the sky apart, bringing the deepest disaster to the world. Under Sasuke's control, Kirin was too fast, and he didn't dodge or avoid it, but crashed into it. A dazzling light suddenly appeared, and a beam of light blasted straight into the clouds, opening a hole in the dark clouds, which even people in the core area far away could see. Jiraiya glanced at the pillar of light in the distance that looked like a pillar of light, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Could it be that someone from the village has come? Jiraiya, if you get distracted while fighting me, you'll die. Just as Jiraiya was distracted, a feminine voice sounded, and Orochimaru, who had become a woman, twisted her snake-like waist and jumped out from the head of a big snake, wrapping around Jiraiya's body like a python, and pressed her cold and charming face against Jiraiya's face. Damn, I actually reacted. Jiraiya smelled the fragrance that was so close, felt the other party's warm body temperature on his face turned red, and he shamefully hardened. Not to mention Jiraiya's embarrassment. When the light faded, the dust settled. As Sasuke's proud ninjutsu, the Kirin with the help of the power of nature only shrank a lot, but still persevered and stabbed into the body of the nine-tailed Naruto. Chi chi chi! Chi chi chi! A sound of electric current collision sounded, and nine-tailed Naruto cried out in pain. His whole body was wrapped in sky-blue thunderbolts, and then his body like a hill collapsed with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. Asuma and his group looked at Kisame and could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. They were in tune with each other, so they naturally didn't understand that there was no time to waste, otherwise things would change, so they immediately joined forces to attack. At this time, while the dark clouds in the sky were blown open and the sun was shining through, Shikamaru immediately made a seal. Shadow binding technique. Behind Shikamaru, the shadow under his feet suddenly extended like a leather strap, and when Sasuke was concentrating on controlling Kirin, it suddenly connected with Sasuke's shadow. Ino! Do it! Seeing this, Shikamaru shouted quickly, urging his teammates to do it. Oh! Yes, yes! Ino just came back to her senses from a series of changes, hurriedly made a seal with her hands, and immediately used her family's special ninjutsu. Hard turn technique. As soon as this technique was used, Ino's eyes suddenly became dull and she lowered her head suddenly. The result was that Sasuke was temporarily replaced by Ino's soul, and she was able to control Sasuke's body for a short time. Sasuke, who was controlled by Ino, had blue veins popping out and yelled to his own people, "Hurry up, Sasuke's strength is too strong, I can only hold on for 3 seconds at most. That's enough." With the family secret technique, Koji's hands partially enlarged, and when Kisame and Asuma stood on them, he exerted force with both hands and threw them hard, throwing them out like shot puts. The two of them blasted out like cannonballs, drawing beautiful arcs in the sky like meteors, aiming directly at Sasuke. Just as the two approached, Sasuke's tiger body shook and suddenly regained his body. Puff! Ino held out for a second less than expected, and suffered a counterattack from Sasuke's soul. Her face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm on the ground, and her whole body was weak. Seeing such an unexpected event, Asuma, who was worthy of being an experienced ninja, immediately changed his strategy. Before the person arrived, he was still in the air, and he formed a seal with both hands and exhaled suddenly. Fire escape. Ash accumulation burn. A grey-white cloud suddenly spit out from Asuma's mouth, carrying a scorching heat and sweeping over. Of course, such power is nothing to Sasuke. Asuma wanted these smoke and ash to block Sasuke's sight and create an opportunity for Kisame to attack. Good job. Kisame sighed in his heart and silently gave Asuma a thumbs up. He was like a dragon emerging from the water, as fast as a fierce dragon, and the dazzling sword light crossed the east and west. Tear. Drawing the sword and striking it out were all done in one go. It was indeed Kisame's peak attack. Kisame believed that with the sharpness of same hata, he would definitely be able to gain something. Snap. Kisame passed behind Sasuke, half knelt on the ground, silently stabbed with his hand, confidently not looking back to see the results. Behind him, the shrouded smoke was cut in half, and although it was scattered like birds and beasts, Sasuke's figure was revealed inside. However, when Asuma saw the scene inside, a look of surprise and deep fear appeared on his face. Kisame, be careful behind you. Asuma had no choice but to use the loudest voice to remind Kisame, who seemed unaware. What? Didn't succeed? With a little doubt, Kisame suddenly turned around, but saw a skeleton hand burst out and punched over. Boom! Kisame was caught off guard and suffered this blow. His whole body was like being hit by a high-speed train. His bones made a creaking sound and he fell to the ground in the distance like a kite with a broken string. Whisper! Whisper! Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still full of shock. He was just a little bit away from being defeated by Kisame. Then, Sasuke looked at the white bones surrounding him, and a terrifying light burst out of his eyes. Is this the true power of the Manjiki Sharingan? Susanoo. Chapter 471, Getting the Nianghua Spring Again. Manjiki Sharingan. The Sharingan is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, and is the upgraded mode of the Sharingan. It can only be opened when the Uchiha has experienced great negative emotions, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, and the brain produces special chakra. When the Black Zetsu who came from the ancient times conspired with the Black Zetsu of this time and space, and reached a certain agreement with Orochimaru, the Black Zetsu who occupied Uchiha Madara's body used Madara's Manjiki Sharingan to give Sasuke an immersive illusion, thereby stimulating Sasuke's nerves and allowing him to open the Manjiki Sharingan. Since some people are puzzled, I have to spoil part of the plot later. At this moment, Sasuke awakened Susanoo, and the huge bones surrounded him, like an indestructible reef, tightly surrounding him. However, Kisame's attack was not completely ineffective. It can be seen that there is a deep knife mark on the white bones of Susanoo, and the chakra on it keeps emitting. Sasuke was thankful. If he had awakened a step later, he might have been seriously injured by Kisame. Is this the strength of a senior Kage-level warrior? Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes showed no fear, but full of ambition. He thought of the strange man, the Black Zetsu who occupied Uchiha Madara's body. He looked dying, but was incredibly powerful. However, the next moment, reality slapped him hard, letting Sasuke know that he couldn't take the battle lightly, especially with Kisame's life and death battle. You are too proud, kid. Chakra absorption technique. Kisame shouted, and it can be seen that a faintly visible thread connected Sasuke and Samehata, and strands of chakra were constantly extracted from Sasuke's body and then transported to Samehata. What's going on? My chakra. Sasuke was horrified. Due to a moment of negligence, Kisame extracted nearly half of his chakra, and he couldn't even maintain Susanoo. Boom! Susanoo, which looked like a giant, collapsed without the supply of chakra. Fortunately, Sasuke was also a decisive person. He acted immediately and raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand. When the two sides touched, there was a crisp sound like the intersection of golden swords. If it was replaced by an ordinary kunao, it might not be able to cut it off. Fortunately, this artifact was extremely sharp, and Sasuke was able to easily cut off the chakra line connecting the two. After doing this, when Sasuke looked at Kisame, his pupils shrank and his face showed surprise. He found that the same hata in the opponent's hand constantly fed back Kisame's chakra, and the injuries originally caused by Susanoo were also restored in this short time. Damn it! Sasuke hated it secretly, but he felt a sense of emptiness in his body, and his chakra was running out. He also knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time, so he simply turned around and ran away. This was beyond the expectations of Kisame and Asuma. Didn't you fight fiercely before? Why are you running away? If you have the guts, continue to fight with us. It's just like in King of Glory, if you clearly see that the opponent's Han Xin is playing very well and has no blue left, and you are ready to counterattack, but the opponent actually escapes. Want to escape? Have you asked us pig, deer, and butterfly? Shikamaru's face was full of confidence that he had foreseen, and his hands had already formed seals. Before Sasuke could get away, from the cracks in the ground under the feet of Sasuke's must-pass road, a shadow came out wretchedly and poked into Sasuke's shadow. Unfortunately, because Ino was backfired by Sasuke's soul, she was still unable to move at this time. Shikamaru, well done. Asuma spitted out the dogtail grass in his mouth, and while Sasuke was tied up by the shadow binding technique, he stepped forward with a dragon-like and tiger-like step, clenched his fist, and green light flowed on it, gathering amazing wind attribute chakra. Try my move. Wind escape. Whirlwind fist. With a fierce fighting spirit, Asuma's punch was extraordinary, and the wind attribute was the most destructive of the 5 types of chakra. The wind was howling, and Sasuke's eyes were full of shock and anger. The fierce wind that came to his face was like a blade, scraping blood marks on his handsome face. However, Sasuke was bound by the shadow and could only watch this punch coming. Sasuke also wanted to use the Sharingan and use illusion on Asuma. But perhaps because he often went to Yang Ming's shop to drink, Asuma and Uchiha Itachi were familiar with each other, and also learned many ways to deal with the Sharingan. Look, although Asuma opened his eyes, he lowered his head to avoid Sasuke's angry eyes. Asuma attacked like a beast, and the whistling wind roared around him. At this moment, he was the king of the wind, sweeping over with a strong wind blade. Bang! Asuma punched into Sasuke's abdomen, and the powerful blow made him bend his waist like a lobster, with his abdomen deeply sunken, almost close to the spine on his back. You can imagine how terrible this punch is. Sasuke felt pain, and a deep chill ran through his body. He was so stimulated that he almost popped his eyes out, and his eyes were round as pupils were full of bloodshot, looking horrible. In particular, Asuma's fist was still condensed with wind attribute chakra, and the powerful wind blade tore Sasuke's clothes to shreds, and also smashed his abdomen into a mess, probably even his intestines and stomach were smashed. Wow! When Asuma recovered his breath, retracted his fist, and stood aside quietly, Sasuke could no longer bear the severe pain in his body. After a burst of cramps in his abdomen, his face turned pale, and he suddenly knelt down and vomited violently, almost vomiting bile. But... damn! Sasuke gritted his teeth, pressed his knees with both hands, and trembled as if to stand up. As a proud Uchiha clan, Sasuke could only die standing up, and he would never live on his knees. At this moment, Kisame came behind Sasuke, his palm became a knife, and chopped down at the back of his neck. Sasuke secretly said in his heart that it was bad, but his body was too weak. If he was drowned by the black tide in front of him, his consciousness would soon be drowned. I hope Itachi won't settle accounts with me for this matter after returning. Kisame muttered, and then roughly grabbed Sasuke and carried him on his shoulders to report to Yang Ming. Bang! Kisame came to Yang Ming, threw Sasuke to the ground, grinned, "Boss, I'm glad to have fulfilled your mission. Thank you for your hard work." Yang Ming patted Kisame's shoulder to show his gratitude. Although there was no extra expression, Kisame felt warm in his heart and felt that the hard work he had endured was worth it. At this time, the sound of the system prompt sounded in Yang Ming's ears. Hidden mission, capture Sasuke. Mission description: since the host has already subdued Itachi as an employee of the store, then capture Sasuke and bring him back so that they can recognize each other. Mission reward: a portion of the Nianghua Spring. Mission completed, reward issued. The system said seriously and earnestly. It was still a familiar process, a familiar taste. What appeared in Yang Ming's hand was the long-lost Nianghua Spring, which looked like mineral water. No one would have thought that this small bottle of mineral water contained the ability to change a person's fate. So, who should I feminize this time? Yang Ming touched his smooth chin and thought to himself. The author really doesn't know who to feminize, please give me some advice. Chapter 472 Eat some toad meat. Miyaboku Mountain, the edge of the core area. After a fierce battle with Sasuke, Yang Ming and his party fought. Although the others were tough and fine, Yamanaka Ino was still in a coma due to the backlash of Sasuke's soul. In this case, Yang Ming could not leave Ino alone, so he had to think about making a dish to heal her injuries. What should I do? Yang Ming looked up and saw that the surroundings were desolate and the grass and trees were sparse. Only the corpses like a hill were lying everywhere, which was very spectacular. Yang Ming's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands suddenly. Got it. This place is different from other places. Since this place is very close to the core area of Mayaboku Mountain, the piles of summoned beast corpses nearby are still relatively fresh, so Yang Ming thought of cooking them at the first time. Kisame, go and bring a toad over. Yang Ming said. Just don't eat insects. Kisame muttered with regret in his heart, nodded, and rushed to the nearest corpse as fast as lightning. When Kisame stood at the foot of this toad and looked up, he felt how insignificant he was. This toad was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a pattern. Even in death, he still had a pipe in his mouth and a scabbard on his side. This was Gamabunta, who had been summoned by Jiraiya and Naruto. Unexpectedly, the battle between the sacred places of summoned beasts was so tragic that even he died here. Kisame didn't care about these things. He thought about completing the task assigned by boss Yang Ming as soon as possible, so he carried Gamabunta's body and returned to Yang Ming with the Flying Thunder God technique. Boss Toad. When Yang Ming saw Gamabunta, he sighed in his heart, but Naruto was greatly stimulated. He never thought that he would see the death of a close-summoned beast. Naruto rushed over, tears and snot flowing, and he seemed to have realized something in his heart. This is the ninja world. Every moment, people die for their own goals and for various reasons. The ninja world is not a paradise, it is full of dangers. The living can only live better by carrying the ideals of the dead. Seeing this, Kisame knew that he had done something embarrassing, so he had to smile awkwardly. Without Yang Ming's instructions, he ran to a farther place and found another toad corpse. Although it looks like the toad's skin is full of bumps and looks very ugly, the toad is full of treasures. Toads look disgusting, but in fact they are a delicious ingredient. Toad meat is not only tender and delicious, but also has high nutritional value. Toads and frogs it is somewhat similar, but the skin is very rough compared to the frog. Many people feel sick when they see it, not to mention eating it. It is said that it is poisonous if you don't know how to make it. But for the restaurant that specializes in making this delicacy, there is no need to worry about its safety. Yang Ming has been to the Little Chef World and stayed in Yangchuan restaurant. It just so happens that the chef there is good at making this dish. Yang Ming started to cook. He took out the dragon-slaying sword and easily peeled off the leather-like tough skin with its extremely sharp characteristics. After peeling the skin, Yang Ming cut it into small pieces and soaked it in salt water for a while to remove the toxins. It is worth mentioning that Yang Ming was almost splashed with the venom while peeling the skin, removing the head and claws of the toad. If it weren't for the quick escape, I'm afraid he would be in trouble. The disgusting liquid that flowed out from under the toad's skin exuded a pungent smell and soon soaked the salt water into turbidity. Yang Ming changed the salt water several times before finally washing away the toxins inside. Then, Yang Ming boiled warm water in the Wanbao purple sand pot and put the toad in to scald it. The water temperature should not be too high, otherwise the toad meat will be scalded, and then there will be no taste of flesh and bones, only a pile of bones and rotten meat. Yang Ming took out the few remaining survivals from the small bag, cut some green onions, minced garlic, and chili segments. After the oil in the pot was heated, Yang Ming poured the chopped green onions and chili segments into the pot to stir-fry, and then put in the frog to stir-fry. Suddenly, the toad meat was stained with a layer of fried red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aroma of fried meat spread out, with a unique flavor. Even Naruto, who was immersed in the sadness of the death of Gamabunta, could not help but be attracted by this aroma. When the fried toad meat was hot, Yang Ming ordered Kisame to use water escape to add a little water, then cover the pot and simmer for 10 minutes, so that the fragrance would be locked in the toad meat instead of emitting. Finally, Yang Ming sprinkled minced garlic on it, and the dish was ready. When the toad meat was done, the fragrance was amazing as Beethoven's symphony. Suzuki, who was lying unconscious on the ground, couldn't help but move his fingers when he smelled the fragrance. You can see that a little bit of saliva was flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Gilyalu! Gilyalu! Smelling such a fragrant dish, everyone gathered around tacitly. Leia took the lead carelessly, regardless of the fact that the toad meat was still hot, and reached into the pot and grabbed a toad meat. Looking at the angry eyes of others, Leia laughed, pointed at his body that was charred by the lightning, and smiled proudly, I am the injured, I should eat first. In front of others, Leia took a bite. Hiss! It's so hot. But it's delicious. It's hard to imagine that this toad is so ugly, but it tastes so good. It tastes a bit like chicken, but it's more delicate than chicken. It's amazing. It's so delicious. As Leia devoured it, the toad meat that was chopped into small pieces was eaten up in a few bites. Oh my, this is not enough, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. As he said that, Leia reached into the pot again. Hey, wait! Asuma took the lead, with a righteous look on his face, someone in our class is injured, let me, the teacher, help her taste it and see if it tastes good. Teacher Asuma. Hearing this, Shikamaru stumbled and almost fell to the ground, with a look of pain on his face, is this really okay for you? Be careful or I'll tell Teacher Hong. Asuma's hand holding the toad meat froze. As a man who was afraid of his wife, he really didn't know whether to eat it or not. A smile appeared on his face, Shikamaru, don't you give the teacher a little face. At this time, Dinkai, who had a tacit understanding with Shikamaru, pretended to pass by Asuma casually and slipped the toad meat in his hand away. Shikamaru smiled triumphantly, thank you, teacher. After that, he and Dinkai shared the toad meat equally. In fact, they were also rogues. Who made Yang Ming's food so delicious every time? How can you eat more than others without robbing? Chapter 473. I went out to eat with the dignitaries today, so the update is a little late, sorry. After eating the toad meat, Yang Ming and his party touched their slightly bulging stomachs, with expressions of unsatisfied satisfaction on their faces. Although a toad from Myaboku Mountain is huge, there is actually not much meat that can be eaten. As they were heading to the core area of Myaboku Mountain, Asuma took out a sealing scroll from his arms for the sake of caution, sealed the chakra in Sasuke's body, and then carried Sasuke to set off. Before reaching the core area, Yang Ming and his party saw from a distance that the sky seemed to have split open, the dark clouds in the sky were split in half, and the sun shone on the earth through the gap. An unusually large 8-toned toad Yamata no Orokai, with a height of 1,000 feet like a towering mountain, has 8 snake heads with horns on them. It seems to devour the starry sky when it swings its head and tail, exuding a suffocating feeling of magnificent divine power. On the other side of him, more than a dozen giant toads that are not weaker than Gamabunta joined forces to barely block the violent attack of Yamata no Orokai. But judging from the situation, even if they joined forces, it can be seen from the obvious trembling of their arms that they are still at a disadvantage, and there are signs of defeat. Jiraiya stepped on a wooden clog and stepped on the head of a giant toad. There was saliva left by Orochimaru on his face, and Fukasaku and Shima stood on his shoulders. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Jiraiya's forehead, and he clamped his legs together. Damn it, has my orientation changed? God damn it, why would I react to Orochimaru? When he thought of Orochimaru's face, which was feminine and had a hint of mature charm of a woman, Jiraiya shamelessly hardened again. This must be an illusion that Orochimaru secretly cast on me, it must be like this. Jiraiya shook his head violently, getting rid of the mess in his mind, and then said to the two immortals on his shoulders. You two, are you ready? Fukasaku and Shima cleared their throats, ready. Okay. Jiraiya looked determined and shouted, Immortal Technique. Illusion Toad Spirit Binding Prison. As the words fell, Jiraiya quickly covered his ears. Just because, at this moment, Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Shima sang the music that changed the color at the same time. The music that led to the high-pitched singing was unbearable for people, not to mention other toads in Myaboku Mountain. What's more terrifying is that as the music gradually reaches its climax, it turns into circles of ripples without any rules, spreading in all directions, and even this space is affected, with wrinkles visible to the naked eye. When this music that makes ghosts and gods retreat 3 feet sounded, Orochimaru, who turned into the Yamata no Orokai, trembled and stopped all movements. Unfortunately, because the other toads were also deeply affected, they failed to use this to severely injure Orochimaru. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his whole body trembled, and almost every scale stood up. Damn it, what the hell is this? Orochimaru was shocked and angry. He had led the summoned beasts of the Ryokai cave and attacked day and night. He had already reached this core area. He was just a little bit away from completing the task assigned by Black Zetsu. But why is there such a damn music? No matter how strong Orochimaru's body is, his soul still has flaws. In this illusion, his weaknesses are infinitely magnified, and he soon falls into an endless illusion. Illusion. Orochimaru recalled that some time ago, he went out for a while to buy some gifts for his daughter, Komi, who was about to turn 1 year old. But who knew that when Orochimaru returned to the base, he found that Komi had disappeared. Orochimaru was almost crazy. He searched the entire base but couldn't find Komi. He finally realized that his daughter was stolen. Orochimaru wanted to tear the thief apart with his hands, but at this moment, Black Zetsu found Orochimaru and frankly admitted that Komi was in his hands. In order to get Komi back, Orochimaru had to bear the humiliation and sign a series of unequal agreements, one of which included flattening Mount Myaboku. Because in Black Zetsu's opinion, the old toad that can predict the future on Myaboku Mountain is too disgusting. In order to achieve his goal, Myaboku Mountain must be bloodbathed. While Orochimaru was in a trance, Jiraiya and his men moved. Senjutsu. Toad Oil Fire Dragon Bomb. From Jiraiya's shoulders, the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, sprayed special toad oil formed by Senjutsu Chakra at the same time. Then, Jiraiya suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed, and a raging flame instantly burned. Once it touched the toad oil, it was like a piece of firewood encountering a raging fire. The fire instantly rose, forming a huge fire dragon that was 100 meters long, carrying the vast divine fire that burned the sky and boiled the sea, as if it was flattening all things in the world, and flew up with its fangs and claws. This ninjutsu is really terrible. Once the divine fire dragon appeared, most of the sky was dyed a layer of fiery red, as if even the sky was burned by it. Wherever the fire dragon went, even if they were far away, the ground would spontaneously ignite without wind, and a large area of fire would burn, which intensified the power of the fire dragon. Around the fire dragon's body, because the temperature was so high, even the air was twisted, bending the vision of the people around. Ah! The fire dragon roared, swung its tail, and then crashed into the towering mountain like Yamata no Orokai. Boom! A roar like a century explosion sounded, a large area of flames burned, and the steaming hot air rolled up, causing the dark clouds that had begun to dissipate in the sky to gather again. Lightning! Thunder! Then a torrential rain came, gradually reducing the high temperature that burned the earth. As the fire faded, the Yamata no Orokai, which was covered with flames, revealed its bottom. The body was charred and exuded the aroma of barbecue. Even though Yang Ming and his party were far away, they could still smell it. Is he dead? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of this. But then, Yang Ming shook his head, clearly not believing it. After all, this is one of the most difficult cockroaches to kill in Naruto. Sure enough, just when Asuma and his party showed their joyful expressions, Orochimaru lived up to Yang Ming's expectations and made some moves. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Orochimaru's head moved. The Yamata no Orokai incarnated by Orochimaru, 7 of whose heads have wind, thunder, fire, water, earth, yin and yang, and 7 different chakra changes. The last head left has a strange healing effect. The snake head sprayed green spots from its mouth, dripping on the charred body, and its powerful self-healing ability was immediately revealed. Bang! With a muffled sound, Orochimaru quickly took off the outer layer of old skin, and appeared in the sight of everyone without any damage. No, it can't be said that he was unscathed, at least more than half of the chakra in his body had been consumed. Chapter 474 Jiraiya, dead. Seeing Orochimaru recover as before, Jiraiya almost knelt down. So many days of persistence, so many days of preparation, just to give Orochimaru a hard blow in the end, to kill him with one blow. But now, the cruel reality is in front of him, making Jiraiya, who has been struggling for many days without rest, so angry that his eyes went black, his body swayed, and he almost fell down. Jiraiya was weak, half knelt on the head of the giant toad, and a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. What should I do? Am I going to watch Myaboku Mountain destroyed? Looking at Jiraiya's self-blaming and guilty expression, the two immortals Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other in silence, silently standing on his shoulders, and showing their position with their own actions. We don't ask for life together, but we ask for death together. At this moment, there is only silent trust flowing in it, without any comfort. Because the two immortals know that extra comfort can't solve anything at all, it's better to keep a breath and hold on for a little longer. Orochimaru was almost killed in an instant, and he rushed into the Toad army with a rage in his heart, biting with snakes, whipping, or using ninjutsu, turning his whole body into a pure killing machine, using every attack on the blade, showing a superior killing art. Due to the influence of the two immortals singing, many toads were embarrassed to fall into a slight illusion, and their 100% combat power was instantly reduced by several percentages. They were rushed in by Orochimaru, like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. Just a fight, there were several giant toad corpses underground, and the blood dyed the earth red, forming blood-colored lakes on the ground, which was shocking. The remaining toads wanted to fight back, but when they united together, they could barely defend themselves against Orochimaru's attack, let alone now. After a few attacks, they were beaten by Orochimaru's whirlwind and rainstorm, and they didn't know which way to go. These giant toads knew that their home was here and they had no way to retreat. They showed resolute expressions, abandoned all defenses, and charged forward like martyrs, trying to seriously injure Orochimaru. Naturally, these were all in vain and were easily disintegrated by Orochimaru. After doing all this, Orochimaru walked in front of Jiraiya leisurely, with 8 snake heads and 16 eyes, and his cold eyes were cast on Jiraiya. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Jiraiya, you are still the same as before. Even if you are already a cage-level strongman, you still can't beat me. This sentence immediately brought back a wave of memories to Jiraiya. Among the 3 disciples taught by the Sandame, Jiraiya seemed to have the most mediocre talent, while Orochimaru was an all-round genius who was highly valued by the Sandame. Thinking of this, Jiraiya grinned and revealed a bitter smile. Time flies. I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. But... Jiraiya propped up his knees, even though his body was overdrawn and looked very weak, trembling and looking like he would fall down at any time, but Jiraiya still tried to hold up his back, like a spear piercing the sky. As Jiraiya stood up, his originally scattered eyes became focused and firm again, like a repolished peerless sword, shining with an unstoppable light. As a man, there are always some things that must be taken on. This is the responsibility a man should have. Orochimaru, I won't let you take a step forward. Unless... Jiraiya's eyes revealed a hint of determination, that is, seeing through life and death, and the will to fight at all costs. You step on my body and move forward. On Jiraiya's shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima Sennin did not speak, but like Jiraiya, they did not retreat. Even as an enemy, Orochimaru still couldn't help but give Jiraiya a thumbs up. Master Jiraiya, please let me, the stupid one, clear the way for you. The ordinary-looking and stupid toad at Jiraiya's feet spoke. Then, the toad really showed his ability with his actions. He knew that he would not return alive, but he still went forward. Just as Jiraiya said, this is the responsibility a man should have. Kill. With a hoarse roar with tragic determination, the stupid toad rushed forward and hugged the Yamata no Orokai tightly, clearing the way for Jiraiya in this way. Jiraiya's eyes were filled with tears, and he said in his heart, goodbye. Then, Jiraiya bent his feet and suddenly exerted force, like a rocket, shooting at Orochimaru's head. Stupid. Orochimaru smiled coldly, a chill suddenly appeared, 7 heads moved at the same time, 7 different ninjutsu suddenly appeared, turning into a torrent of ninjutsu, like a colorful ribbon across the sky, bombarding Jiraiya and his party. Seeing this, the loyal and brave toad was horrified. Lord Jiraiya. The toad didn't expect that Orochimaru would not hesitate to use chakra to deal with them, and use this attack comparable to forbidden techniques. The loyal and brave toad no longer cared to hug Orochimaru, twisted his body, stepped on his feet, and kicked Jiraiya away, using his body to block the attack from Orochimaru. No. Jiraiya was horrified, his eyes were bloodshot, and his pupils were filled with bloodshot. Under the 7-color torrent, the toad was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and was easily annihilated into ashes, without even a trace left. Jiraiya luckily avoided the fatal blow, drew a beautiful arc in the sky, was thrown high, and fell all the way to the road that Yang Ming and his party had to pass. Seeing this, Yang Ming and his party were horrified, and quickly accelerated and came to Jiraiya. Jiraiya fell from such a high altitude, his internal organs were all severely injured, he was foaming at the mouth, and he was dying, as if he was about to die. Sexy immortal, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Naruto was confused. He had experienced the shock of Gamabunta's death before. When he saw Jiraiya almost dying, he had never seen such a cruel scene. He collapsed and burst into tears. Naruto. Naruto. Jiraiya raised his eyelids weakly and said weakly. Who knew that Jiraiya was not as unbearable as Naruto thought? Instead, he showed a mean smile on his face, just like every time he took Naruto to the women's bathhouse to peek. You say, did I look like a real man just now? Yes. Of course I do. Naruto's lips trembled and he nodded desperately. Seeing this, Jiraiya struggled hard, stretched out his hand tremblingly, as if he had used all his strength, pressed on Naruto's head, and his expression was restrained and serious. I will teach you one last lesson. As a man, even facing death, there are responsibilities that must be taken. Naruto. As if he was catching his last breath, Jiraiya shouted with all his strength, you must become Hokage. After that, Jiraiya fell down instantly. Chapter 475 Orochimaru, give me a favor. Seeing Jiraiya fall down, Naruto was completely stunned. This Jiraiya who once shamelessly went to the bathhouse to peek at girls, who was usually careless but actually responsible and powerful, really fell down. He held Yang Ming's hand tightly, his face full of tears. Brother, will the lecherous immortal be okay? Facing Naruto's gaze, Yang Ming turned his eyes away, his lips moved, and finally turned into a sigh. In order to resist the fierce attack of Orochimaru's subordinates, Jiraiya had not closed his eyes for several days in a row. Even though he was a cage-level strongman and his body was made of iron, he could not withstand such strong pressure. If Jiraiya had not carried some Yang Ming's takeaways with him, he would have been holding on, and if he had not had hope in his heart, hoping that the village's rescue team would come, he would have been able to hold on. What a pity! The last blow was the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely cutting off Jiraiya's life. Jiraiya, he is really dead. How could this happen? Naruto's eyes were dazed for a while, as if he had returned to the scene when he first met Jiraiya. Naruto, who are you? Jiraiya grinned, revealing an exaggerated smile, and made exaggerated movements, saying carelessly, I am the Toad Sage Jiraiya of Myaboku Mountain. Naruto narrowed his eyes, what kind of Toad Sage is this? He actually peeked at girls bathing here. You should be called a lecherous sage. The past is like smoke, gone forever. All that is left of the past are the words Jiraiya said before he died. I will teach you one last lesson. As a man, even in the face of death, there are responsibilities that must be taken. Unconsciously, Naruto clenched his fists, his nails deeply pinched into the cracks, and a little bit of blood fell, as gorgeous as red agate. Big Snake. Maru. Naruto's body was filled with red chakra symbolizing an unknown ominous sign, and his pupils turned into fox-like vertical pupils, exuding a cold murderous intent, piercing and chilling. Naruto knew that Yang Ming had the ability to cook resurrection dishes. Unfortunately, Yang Ming could only make one resurrection dish a year, and it had already been reserved for Uchiha Itachi. What's more, at the last auction, the resurrection dish was finally auctioned at a high price of 6 billion, which had already cut off Naruto's hope of resurrection. Although Yang Ming was Naruto's elder brother, he had a strong sense of self-esteem and did not want to use this identity to beg Yang Ming to resurrect Jiraiya for free. Looking at Naruto who was almost running away, Yang Ming patted him on the back and said firmly, leave everything to me. Big brother. Naruto's eyes were red, and a layer of tears floated on his face. Thousands of words were integrated into this voice. What is a big brother? This is the big brother. Yang Ming led everyone forward, occasionally glancing at the system column, only to see that the task of finding Jiraiya had faded, and it was considered a failure. This was the first time that Yang Ming failed to complete a hidden task. And at this moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden task, save the decline of Myaboku Mountain. Task description, Myaboku Mountain has been crippled by Orochimaru and Ryukadong forces. This task is extremely dangerous and difficult, and it depends on the host's wisdom to solve it. Task reward, a random A-level item. This task description was the first time Yang Ming saw the system emphasize the danger and difficulty. It can be seen that this task is not easy to do. However, Yang Ming is now on the string and has to shoot. Yang Ming and his group walked quickly and soon approached Orochimaru. Only at a close distance can you find that the body of the Yamata no Orochi is particularly huge, thousands of feet tall, and the palm-sized scales reflect a dazzling light in the sun. Yamata no Orochi is like an exquisite work of art, and every part of his body reveals a kind of evil beauty. When the snake twists, it is as natural and beautiful as a small bridge and flowing water. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When Orochimaru saw Yang Ming coming, his whole body suddenly stiffened. Damn it, why is he here too? Orochimaru felt as if he was poured with cold water, and his heart was cold. Fortunately, he is also a great hero, and with his snake body, it is difficult for others to find any clues from his face. Only his pair of golden vertical pupils dodged left and right, which showed the unrest in Orochimaru's heart. Yang Ming looked up at Orochimaru and said calmly, "Orochimaru, give me a face and leave." "What?" Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Even Orochimaru was a little confused. "You came here just for this sentence? You want to persuade me to retreat with just one sentence?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. Orochimaru's 8 snake heads and 16 eyes exuded a cold light, spit out the snake core, and licked his cracked lips. "Boss Yang Ming, are you kidding me?" As the voice fell, a stream of air swept in, as if a 12-level gale was blowing. For a while, the wind was howling, and the murderous intent was awe-inspiring. However, in the face of this great trend, Yang Ming's face was still as calm as a lake. "No matter how strong the wind is, I will remain unmoved." Yang Ming pointed at the ground under his feet, then pointed his thumb at himself, held his head high, and said in a sonorous voice, "From today on, Myaboku Mountain is my territory. Orochimaru, I don't care what your purpose is for conquering Myaboku Mountain, but I advise you to get out of here." "You?" Orochimaru was confused, and then his whole snake body trembled slightly. He was angry. Think about it, Orochimaru spent so much manpower and material resources to conquer Myaboku Mountain and kill the big toad sage. He had already killed the most difficult Jiraiya, and he was just a little bit away from solving it in one go. But Yang Ming jumped out to pick the fruits at this time? Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. Although Xiaomiya was captured by Black Zetsu, to some extent, Xiaomiya is the child of Orochimaru and Yang Ming. However, even if Orochimaru was beaten to death, he would not ask Yang Ming for help. Under the influence of Orochimaru's piercing murderous intent, the sky seemed to freeze, and then snowflakes fell. Yang Ming. Under the new and old hatreds, Orochimaru immediately took action. The 8 snake heads were like 8 pillars supporting the sky, sweeping over with incomparably powerful force, raising a violent wind, and in a whirring explosion, they crashed into Yang Ming and his group. At this moment, Yang Ming suddenly disappeared, leaving only a flying thunder god-style Kunao in the original place. After Orochimaru's violent attack, a ripple appeared in the original space. Then, in a burst of brilliant white light, Yang Ming and his staff made a grand appearance. Uchiha Itachi, Zabuza, Panda Yuan, Bai, Ninkai, Kisame and Riga stood silently behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming's shop staff vs Orochimaru. Chapter 476 Orochimaru, do you choose a one-on-one fight or a group fight? Jiraiya's death is a foreshadowing of the subsequent plot, don't panic, hold on tight. In addition to leaving Kimimaro and Ranmaru to look after the shop, Yang Ming's shop staff lineup is extremely gorgeous. Kisame and Uchiha Itachi are both well-known shadow-level masters in the ninja world. Zabuza, Riga, Panda Yuan, are all pillars of the penumbra. In front of such a luxurious lineup, no matter how powerful Orochimaru is, he is severely suppressed. Yang Ming smiled proudly. Orochimaru, do you want to choose a one-on-one fight or a group fight? You challenge all my employees alone, or we fight you alone. Shameless, really too shameless. Orochimaru's lips trembled, and he almost cursed. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? You are all well-known figures, why do you all come here to bully me alone? At this moment, Orochimaru was so sad. If he had known earlier, he would have given Yang Ming face, retreated obediently, and handed over Myaboku Mountain. Wouldn't that be good? But now, Orochimaru is in a dilemma. Xiaomiyi is still in the hands of Black Zetsu. If he fails to kill the big toad sage of Myaboku Mountain, Xiaomiyi may not live long. But he can't put down this face to ask Yang Ming. After all, if he says it out, I'm afraid the whole ninja world will be in an uproar. Where do you want Orochimaru to put his face at that time? But seeing Uchiha attack his unchanging face, Orochimaru was a little scared. After all, Orochimaru's soul defect still exists. No matter what. Orochimaru's eyes were bloodshot, as if he was a demon reborn, exuding crazy and chaotic killing intent. For Mia, fight! Roar! The Yamata no Orokai incarnation of Orochimaru looked up to the sky and let out a shrill and resolute roar. Then, with the spirit of facing death, the Yamata no Orokai rushed over like a tank, exuding a ferocious momentum that made people feel frightened. Those who stand in my way will die. At this moment, all the employees of Yang Ming's shop changed color and looked at each other in shock and speechlessness. Yang Ming and his group didn't understand why Orochimaru, who was so smart, still made this decision in the face of such a gorgeous lineup. Yang Ming's face darkened, his heart was beating, and he felt something was wrong. However, seeing that Orochimaru was about to rush into the final forbidden area of Miyaboku Mountain, Yang Ming didn't care so much, and waved his hand, "Everyone, come together." Ninkai, Koji, and Bai formed a group and ran behind Orochimaru to attack. But when their attacks landed on the palm-sized scales, there was a crisp sound of golden swords intersecting, but it did not cause any injuries. All three of them changed color, but they did not expect that Orochimaru would attack them as well. Several palm-sized scales stood upside down, and feather arrows suddenly shot out at an extremely fast speed, causing no low damage to the three people. The giant panda Yuan held a bamboo spear in his hand, his eyes were more focused than ever before, and he aimed at a part of Orochimaru's body with all his strength. A little cold light came first, and then the spear came out like a dragon. The bamboo spear, which was originally only 1 meter long, suddenly turned into a 40-meter-long spear, making a sharp and piercing sound of breaking the wind. Due to the high speed, the spearhead rubbed out a dazzling spark. Puff! The tip of the spear was inserted steadily, and a blood flower suddenly appeared. But the next moment, the giant panda Yuan panicked, because it suddenly found that the spearhead was stuck by the tight muscles of the Yamata no Orokai and could not be pulled out. Then, it was horrified to find that the blood flowing from the Yamata no Orokai turned into twisted little snakes, crawling towards it rapidly along the bamboo spear. There were too many little snakes. Many little snakes fell to the ground, forming a rolling tide, which was shocking to the eyes, and the hissing sounds came one after another, and never stopped. Is this guy's body made of diamond? A flash of lightning flashed in Rega's hand, and a lightning ball hit the Yamata no Orokai, but it only blackened this piece of scales, which was harmless to Orochimaru. Ding ding! Dang dang! Zabuza's mouth twitched fiercely, and the beheading sword in his hand, which was as high as a person, chopped fiercely on the Yamata no Orokai, making a crisp sound and rubbing a little fire. Unfortunately, except for some weak places that were cut, the Yamata no Orokai was like a steel fortress, and it was so hard that it was unbelievable. Kisame was shrewd. Seeing that others were working so hard, he looked thoughtful and simply did not attack. Instead, he used chakra lines to pull the two sides. Chakra absorption technique. Kisame's mouth the horn raised, and said proudly. As expected by Kisame, a huge amount of chakra was immediately drawn out, as if the dam leaked, and it surged wildly. Kisame was very satisfied, and Samehada was also satisfied. Samehada was very happy to eat such a huge amount of chakra, and simply accepted it all. Because Samehada's eating appearance was too ugly, and Orochimaru himself had little chakra left in his body, he immediately noticed something was wrong. You are looking for death. Orochimaru's original forward speed suddenly stagnated, and then turned around. 16 lantern-sized eyeballs stared at Kisame fiercely, bursting out like a sharp blade. It's over. I've been discovered. Kisame smiled awkwardly, waved his head, waved his hand, and said as if nothing had happened, hello, goodbye. After that, Kisame turned around and prepared to run away. But who knew that Samehada would not agree? It was enjoying eating chakra. It was not easy to eat such delicious chakra, and it was full. Samehada was already hungry and unwilling to give up the chakra line connected in its mouth. As a result, Kisame suddenly found that he was in a tragedy. Due to the traction of chakra between the two sides, Orochimaru just exerted force suddenly, pulled the chakra line hard at the other end, and easily threw Kisame who was about to run away. Despicable thief! Look at me eating you! Orochimaru opened his huge gluttonous mouth, and his sharp fangs were more than 2 meters long, longer than Kisame's body. It is conceivable that if he was bitten, he would suffer a terrible blow. All these changes came too fast. Even if Kisame wanted to use Flying Thunder God, it was too late. Just when Kisame closed his eyes and thought he was going to die, a cold voice sounded. Orochimaru, stop here. As the voice of judgment fell, a strong arm swung, and at the critical moment, Kisame was caught in his hand, and the muscular arm was used to block the mouth of the glutton, allowing the fangs of the Yamata no Orokai to pierce his arm. Hiss hiss hiss. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes flickered in the gap, and he shouted in a weak voice. Damn it, Itaki! Uchiha Itaka stood in front of Yang Ming and wrapped the two of them with Susanoo to prevent any accidents to the boss. Orochimaru, if you want to die, come and try it. Chapter 477 The Transaction with Orochimaru. Uchiha Itaka stood in front of Yang Ming, and the burly Susanoo protected the two of them, as if he was a god of war from a myth, exuding a high-spirited aura. Yang Ming knew that Orochimaru would not die so easily, so he said softly, Itaki, just beat Orochimaru half to death later. A plain sentence, but it easily decided the life and death of a cage-level strongman. In the entire ninja world, there are probably only 5 ninjas who can have the same confidence as Yang Ming. Uchiha Itaka looked calm, nodded, and said respectfully, Boss, leave it to me. Orochimaru looked at Yang Ming and Uchiha Itaka, treating him as if he was transparent, as if bargaining with him like buying vegetables on the street, and a sense of grievance suddenly surged in his heart. However, Orochimaru did not dare to get angry, just because the two people on the opposite side were monsters that he could not match. Uchiha Itaka, needless to say, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan restrained him tightly. As for Yang Ming, Orochimaru often comes to visit his relatives every day, and a pool of blood sheds. Doesn't this prove how difficult Yang Ming is? At this moment, the heat in Orochimaru's heart instantly cooled down, as if he was poured with a basin of cold water, and his whole body shuddered. That's right, he was scared. Stop! 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 Without waiting for Uchiha Itaka to take action, Orochimaru shed the body of Yamata no Orokai and restored his original appearance. He waved his hands repeatedly, with a look of pain on his face. Boss Yang Ming, I admit defeat, okay. As the saying goes, one effort at a time. After 3 attempts, he completely lost his fighting spirit. Originally, Orochimaru wanted to rush into the core forbidden area of Myaboku Mountain in one breath and kill the big toad sage. But now, he was stopped again and again by the employees of Yang Ming's shop, and Orochimaru's fiery fighting spirit was almost gone. Boss, be careful of fraud. Uchiha Itaka looked serious and did not take it lightly at all. Seeing this, Orochimaru sighed in his heart, can't you show me a flaw? Orochimaru raised his hands to show that he was not a threat, and looked directly at Yang Ming. I have something to talk to you about privately. Oh. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and felt strange. However, Yang Ming was not afraid that Orochimaru would play tricks. He had the swift escape and flying thunder god, and he could escape at any time if he saw something wrong. Yang Ming winked at the employees, signaling them to stand aside and be on guard. He stepped out of Susanoo and met with Orochimaru alone. Originally, Uchiha Itaka wanted to follow and protect Yang Ming, but seeing Yang Ming's firm demeanor, he had to give up. Orochimaru, let's not beat around the bush, what do you want to tell me? As soon as Yang Ming came, he went straight to the point without dragging his feet, because he was also afraid that Orochimaru would really tear his face off. Orochimaru smiled bitterly, and his face was no longer a hero, but instead showed the appearance of a parent. Boss Yang Ming. If you can help me get my child back from Black Zetsu within 3 months, I will never set foot on the land of Myaboku Mountain again. Originally, Orochimaru wanted to talk about his and Yang Ming's child, but this sentence sounded weird no matter how he said it, and finally it was left unresolved. In just a short sentence, there was so much information that Yang Ming couldn't react for a while. You said that Black Zetsu threatened you to attack Myaboku Mountain. Yang Ming asked in disbelief. Since when did Black Zetsu become so awesome? Can we still have fun together? Although Black Zetsu also threatened Orochimaru to do other things, Orochimaru was very smart and those things were not allowed to be seen in public, so he avoided the main point and said this reason. Orochimaru smiled softly, Boss Yang Ming, what do you think? At this moment, Yang Ming was in a dilemma. If he agreed to Orochimaru's conditions, the current dilemma would be solved, and Yang Ming could easily complete the system task. However, the key to this problem is how to find Black Zetsu. But if he didn't agree, the problem would be more difficult. After all, Orochimaru can be said to be the most difficult person to kill in the Naruto world. He gave others the heaven and earth curse seal and hid his soul in it, thus gaining eternal life in a sense. Even if Yang Ming's employees kill Orochimaru now, after they leave, there is no guarantee that Orochimaru will not revive and come back, and what they do will be meaningless. Yang Ming pondered this question for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth, okay, deal. Because Yang Ming thought that now that the original Akatsuki organization has been separated, Pain and his group have more or less known the inside story. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yang Ming and Pain and his group have no direct conflicts, but they are mortal enemies with Black Zetsu. So Yang Ming thought that he could contact Pain and his group to find out the whereabouts of Black Zetsu. What's more, the top leaders of Konoha Village, Kirigakure Village, and Sand Village all have a close relationship with Yang Ming. With the manpower of the 3 major ninja villages, it is also very easy to find Black Zetsu. After waiting for a long time, he finally got the answer he wanted. Orochimaru's face faded away the hypocritical smile, showing a touch of sincerity, and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Yang Ming followed suit and shook the other party's hand tightly. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Hidden mission, save the decline of Mayaboku Mountain. Mission description, Mayaboku Mountain has been crippled by Orochimaru and Ryukadong forces. This mission is extremely dangerous and difficult, and it depends on the host's wisdom to solve it. Mission reward, a random A-level item. Mission completed, reward issued. The system said seriously and seriously. After Yang Ming reached an agreement with Orochimaru, the other party decisively evacuated Mayaboku Mountain with the summoned beasts of Ryukadong. Naruto watched his enemy leave. Although he wanted to kill Orochimaru right now, he was stopped by Yang Ming. Naruto, I will help Jiraiya revive him. Yang Ming said. No. Naruto's face lost its immaturity, and became more mature. With a sharp gaze, he said firmly, Brother, I want to make money to revive the lecherous sage. In this battle, Naruto not only lost Gamabunta, but also Jiraiya, which made him realize that the ninja world is so cruel, the law of the jungle, the weak are the biggest sin. Therefore, Naruto does not want Yang Ming to intervene, but to fulfill Jiraiya's last wish to become a Hokage, and at the same time collect the money to revive him. Seeing this, Yang Ming opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but looking at Naruto's high-spirited appearance, he finally patted him on the shoulder and said only one sentence. Jiraiya will be proud to accept you as a disciple. When Yang Ming and his party returned to Konoha village after trekking through mountains and rivers, Yang Ming was stunned when he saw the newly obtained A-level props. Chapter 478, Challenge from the One Piece World. Yang Ming was already familiar with the wheel, and since it was filled with all kinds of A-level items, he just pressed it. Originally, Yang Ming had no idea about the items, mainly because he was afraid of being cheated by the system and couldn't imagine what good things the system would produce. But when the item came out, Yang Ming was immediately attracted by it. Challenge from the One Piece World. Host, are you still worried that there is no suitable opponent for you in the Naruto world? The chef from the One Piece world has already, eager to try, want to compete with the host. The stay time in One Piece world is 3 months, and the flow of time in Naruto world is stagnant. In other words, if Yang Ming chooses to go to One Piece world, the time in Naruto world will not change, which is equivalent to an extra month. Relatively speaking, this is a rare leisure time for Yang Ming, who only has 3 months to take back Mia from Black Zetsu. Should I go or not? Yang Ming murmured in a low voice. To be honest, there are not many powerful chefs in the Naruto world, and it is extremely difficult for Yang Ming to improve his cooking skills. This can be seen from the recent system task rewards, which generally reward props and rarely reward cooking methods. Only by competing with chefs with superb cooking skills will the system provide more and richer cooking methods. Yang Ming recalled the sad expression on Naruto's face after Jiraiya died in the battle, and suddenly made up his mind. He will go to the One Piece world. And this time, Yang Ming will bring a group of employees with Naruto. If you want to do it, just make a big event. Isn't Naruto short of money and can't afford Yang Ming's resurrection food? It doesn't matter. The One Piece world is not like Naruto, where resources are more abundant and wealth is relatively more. Yang Ming believes that with Naruto's strength, he can easily get enough money for the resurrection food. You know, in the world of One Piece, a devil fruit is worth 100 million. Yang Ming and his party can easily make unimaginable wealth by just going to the auction of Sabayati Archipelago to grab a wave. As for the 3 admirals of the navy, the 12 supernovas, and the 7 warlords of the sea? What the hell is that? Are they as powerful as the employees of Yang Ming's shop? Holding the idea that your money is my money, and my money is still my robber, Yang Ming automatically ignored these strong men in his mind. Even if someone dares to make trouble without long eyes, don't forget that Yang Ming has the Niang Huiquan in his hand. Don't accept it. Sure, I'll turn you into a woman first, so that you can enjoy the fear of being dominated by your big relative. Think about the generation of Tianjiao Orochimaru, who was killed by Yang Ming's trick, let alone these people? The Niang Huiquan produced by the system cannot be removed even by the king of the demons in the world of One Piece. Just think about it, a dignified admiral of the navy turned into a woman, and suffered the fear of his big relative bleeding day and night. That picture is really beautiful. Thinking of this, Yang Ming called all the employees in Naruto together and told them all about this. What? Going to other worlds? Sure enough, when they heard that they were going to the One Piece world, everyone's three views were immediately refreshed. No wonder they were so shocked. Even though some of them have already stood at the top of the food chain in the ninja world, they were still extremely surprised by the existence of a world outside this world. In fact, the Otsutsuki clan migrated from another world, and Otsutsuki Kagaya herself also has control over several small worlds. Naruto, when the One Piece time comes, you will have the opportunity to earn money to buy resurrection food. Yang Ming patted Naruto's shoulder and said seriously. Really? Naruto's teeth chattered, full of disbelief. Naruto had originally planned to work hard to become a Hokage, and after more than 10 years of hard work, he earned enough money to buy resurrection food. But now happiness comes too suddenly. I didn't expect that brother Yang Ming had been thinking about this matter and gave me this opportunity so soon. Brother. Naruto was moved and choked up and said, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Very good. Yang Ming's mouth curled up, and he was relieved to see Naruto's fighting spirit. At this time, Bai raised his slender hand and asked weakly, Boss, you said that pirates are rampant in the world of One Piece, should we set up a pirate group? Hanabi spoke enthusiastically, I will draw the pirate flag. Yang Ming glared at him, you are too weak, you are not allowed to go. Ah! Hanabi lowered her head in disappointment. After Hanabi said this, everyone suddenly became active. After a fierce argument, the name of the pirate group was decided to be the Kitchen God Pirates. The pirate flag was a grim skull with a pair of knives and forks intersecting below it, which looked not intimidating at all. However, Yang Ming didn't care at all, it was just a symbol anyway. Then, Yang Ming went to buy another medium-sized ship. After everyone got on board, he took out the A-level props and silently said use in his heart. Then, a dazzling white light bloomed, and then all the people in the ship disappeared. The world of One Piece. The Grand Line. Blue sky, white clouds, and seagulls. On the boundless sea, thousands of boats competed and rushed towards the goal. On this day, an ordinary-looking ship, flying a nondescript pirate flag, suddenly appeared not far outside the Sabayati archipelago. A pirate ship appeared out of thin air. Even though many people nearby claimed to be knowledgeable and had seen many devil fruit abilities, seeing this scene still refreshed their worldview. The Sabayati archipelago is a transit point for the Grand Line, where many pirate hunters, lawless people, and even more unruly pirates gather. At this time, they were excited to see the prey, and these people were like cats that smelled blood, and they swarmed from all directions. There was no other reason. All the people present guessed that this was a devil fruit ability. Ambitious people naturally wanted to bring this person under their command, or simply kill him to reduce a competitor. Yang Ming and his group only felt that their eyes flashed, and they appeared in the rippling ocean. Before they could react, they saw all kinds of ships surrounding them like wolves, with people surging on them and cruel and tyrannical looks on their faces. Boss, what should we do? For a while, everyone didn't know the power system of this world, and they all focused their eyes on Yang Ming, waiting for him to give orders. Yang Ming stood at the bow, the sea breeze blowing in his face rustled his clothes, making his back look particularly majestic and heroic. Kill them all. A light word floated out of Yang Ming's mouth, as if the people around him were just pigs to be slaughtered at random. There were many capable people who could reach here among those criminals with ulterior motives, and even though they were so far away, they still heard Yang Ming's words. Suddenly, 1,000 waves were shocked by the words, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Chapter 479 The Kitchen God Pirates Become Famous. Hearing Yang Ming's shameless words, the pirates and other criminals who surrounded him were suddenly in an uproar. Who does he think he is? Is he one of the 4 emperors? How dare he be so arrogant? Boy, don't think that you can gallop across this sea just because you have the ability to appear out of thin air. Let your uncle teach you how to be a good person again. Everyone, stop talking nonsense and go together. Kill. 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 The murderous aura was so strong that none of those who could come to the Sabayati archipelago were cowards. Their hands were stained with blood. At this time, as if a group of wolves had received an order, they rushed over from all directions. In response, Yang Ming stood at the bow and let the noisy sea breeze hit him. It's so noisy. Kill them all. Yes. The answer to Yang Ming was a uniform roar from all the employees. Uchiha Ataka's cold eyes turned, and his Mangeki Sharingan was already open. Because the ship was too small to accommodate Susanoo, Uchiha Ataka had to use another trick. A drop of blood like a red agate dripped from the corner of his eye, and then a fierce flame soared out. Amaterasu. The dark flame that was not tolerated by the world descended on this ocean in an instant, like the descent of the Flame Emperor, exuding a terrifying power that made people's heart palpitate. Originally, the pirates around didn't pay much attention to this flame, but the next moment, when they saw the flame fluttering on a ship, they couldn't put it out no matter what, as if it was infected with a curse. Even more sea water couldn't extinguish it at all. They could only watch the fire spread. If they opened their gluttonous mouths, they would continue to erode and burn the entire ship and everyone on it. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, what kind of flame is this? Is it the power of a devil fruit? No, no, no. How is this possible? The flame is burning on the sea. Quick, quick, damn it, stay away from these flames, I don't want to be burned alive. Chaos. Completely messed up. The outlaws, who were originally a mob, were afraid of the black flames that spread wildly once they were touched, and they wanted to leave immediately. After all, it would be too difficult for humans to survive on the sea without ships. However, the surprise given to them by the employees of Yang Ming's shop was still to come. Leia's mouth curled up, and a cold and ruthless smile appeared. You dare to insult the boss, you are simply looking for death. Leia exerted force and threw the two exquisite knives in his hands into the sky, with a terrible sharpness in his eyes. Thunder escape. Summon thunder. Boom. Boom. The sky, which was originally blue and white, changed color in an instant as Leia used chakra crazily. Light grey dark clouds covered it, and electric snakes swam from time to time. Then, in front of many horrified eyes, thunderbolts fell from the sky, carrying the terrifying power to wipe out the evil spirits, sweeping away madly. The sky was covered with dark clouds, the wind was howling, and the thunder was overwhelming. Each thunderbolt was as thick as an arm, covering the sea for several miles in radius, and no one could escape. Who are these people? How can they have such terrible power? Oh my god, they are actually natural devil fruit users, run away. As the thunderbolts fell, they were ships. If the axe cuts it in half, the ship will be destroyed and people will die in an instant, which is very terrifying. Seeing that they are defeated, these sea scums who usually do whatever they want are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. At this time, they are already scared out of their wits. They wish they could have a pair of wings on their backs and run away. The pirates who jumped into the sea to avoid Uchiha Ataki Amaterasu are now regretting it. When the thunder falls into the sea, water can conduct electricity. Suddenly, dazzling electric light wanders on the sea surface, constantly strangling the fish that have escaped the water. Seeing that these guys want to leave because they can't beat them, Kisame snorted coldly, jumped up from the deck, and landed on the sea like a big bird. With the chakra attached to the soles of his feet, he can easily walk on the waves. Come as you please, leave as you please, do you think we are easy to bully? All of you stay here. Water escape. Great whirlpool technique. Super whirlpools appeared in front of the escaped ship's route. No matter how strong your ship is, it can't do anything about the power of nature. For a while, wailing and cursing were heard one after another. This shocked many pirates, pirate hunters, and traffickers who were watching from afar. What a powerful force! Quick, quick, check what pirate group this is. What? This is an unknown pirate group, are you kidding me? A pirate group with such a powerful force is at least at the level of a supernova. For a while, news about the god of cooking pirates spread like wildfire, and it became more and more amazing. What abilities that appear out of thin air, the cursed black flames that can never be extinguished, the terrifying thunder of the Thunder Emperor, and the mysterious abilities of the hideous fishman. Even the 12 supernovas who have already arrived at the Sabayati archipelago have already shown a little interest in this pirate group they have never met. Even these lawless people have received the news, not to mention the Navy headquarters not far from here. Navy headquarters. Navy Admiral's office. Bang! Sengoku slammed the information in his hand onto the table, and the fragile paper was instantly crushed into pieces by a force and scattered. Garp was enjoying his snacks, but when he heard the movement, he looked up in surprise and asked strangely. Sengoku, what's wrong? Is it because you are in menopause and your temper has become worse? Hearing this, Sengoku, who is known as a wise general, couldn't help but bulge out veins on his forehead even if he had a good temper. What menopause? Your uncle. Whisper. Whiff. Whiff. Zhangguo tried his best to persuade himself to stay calm in his heart. As a result, Garp saw Zhangguo's bad face and gave him a finishing blow. Oh, I understand, are you not good at that? I told you a long time ago that you should not always sit in the office. Run around like me. I am still in good health now. I can have sex 7 times a night. Garp. Zhangguo clenched his fists and suddenly roared loudly, your salary this year is all gone, and don't even think about the year-end bonus. After some daily fights between gay friends, Zhangguo rubbed his temple with a headache, threw the backup information to Garp, and his face was extremely solemn and serious. Take a look at this and you will know. Garp's expression was very relaxed at first, but when he glanced at the information, his face suddenly changed. Chapter 480 Marshal Sengoku's Shock. What Sengoku handed to Garp was exactly the information about the Kitchen God Pirates. Captain Yang Ming, his ability and strength are unknown. But some people saw the Kitchen God Pirates appear out of thin air outside the Sabayati archipelago, and guessed that his ability was related to space. Officer Uchiha Itaki, his ability is the Unquenchable Flame, and his strength is comparable to a supernova. Officer Rega, his ability is the Lightning Natural Fruit, and his strength is comparable to a supernova. Officer Fishman Kisame, his ability is to control the Great Whirlpool, and his strength is comparable to the 7 warlords of the Sea Fishman Jinbei. The Navy is worthy of being the world's largest force in one piece. In a short period of time, it has collected so much information. However, the above personnel alone are not enough to shock Sengoku and Garp. After all, there are always a few evil geniuses appearing on the sea every once in a while. What really shocked the two of them was that this group of people seemed to be born out of thin air. Even if the world government intervened, they still couldn't find out a single bit of their background. This is the most terrifying part. Even though Ace was the son of the Pirate King and had hidden his identity for so many years, the world government still tracked down his background. Moreover, Yang Ming and his team were so powerful that they should have left traces in the world. But now, there is no intelligence at all, just like the blank 100 years of history. How can this not make Sengoku and Garp tremble with fear? Garp's blade-like brows frowned, and his face was no longer frivolous, and he looked extremely serious. Zhangguo, are they from the 20th royal family? No. Before Garp finished speaking, Zhangguo interrupted him firmly, they are definitely not from our side. Garp, I hope you can personally go out and capture Yang Ming and his party. What? At this time, Garp couldn't help but be shocked by Zhangguo's decision. Although Garp was jokingly called a 10,000-year-old vice-admiral dog by outsiders, everyone with a discerning eye knew that Garp's strength had long surpassed that of ordinary generals, and he was a strong man on par with Marshal Zhangguo. But now, Zhangguo did not send out the 3 generals, but directly sent Garp. It is obvious that he attaches great importance to the Kitchen God Pirates of Yang Ming and his party. I know, I will set off immediately. Garp's eyes became sharp, just like a sword that had been sealed for a long time, suddenly blooming with peerless brilliance. Garp has always been resolute and decisive. He left as soon as he said he would, and quickly went to the Sabayati archipelago with a group of subordinates. For some reason, watching Garp's departing back, Zhangguo felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. I hope my feeling is wrong. At this moment, Yang Ming and his party did not know that they were being targeted by the Navy, and they had just arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. From a distance, the Sabayati archipelago was like a dreamlike place, with tall trees that seemed to pierce the sky, and bubbles floating around, reflecting gorgeous colors under the sun. Yang Ming and his party were so unique, and they had just swept away a wave of malicious enemies outside, and their prestige was at its peak. The surrounding pirates, pirate hunters, and lawless people who trafficked people, when they saw Yang Ming and his party, they were like mice seeing cats, with panic expressions on their faces, and ran out in a panic. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Yang Ming did not forget the purpose of his group coming to this world. First, of course, it was to compete with the chefs in the One Piece world in cooking skills. Second, of course, it was to rob money. What else could be faster than going directly to the biggest auction here to rob money? So, seeing that the people around him were avoiding him, and Yang Ming and his group were unfamiliar with the place, Yang Ming had no choice but to turn around and say to Zabuza. Go, catch a few people and ask where the biggest auction is here. Yes, boss. Zabuza nodded, stepped on his feet, and ran out quickly like a tiger out of a cage. Zabuza's speed was so fast that the lawless people who usually only bullied the weak and feared the strong were not his opponents at all in his hands. He quickly caught 3 people. The 3 men were spineless. When they saw Yang Ming looking at them indifferently, their bones softened and they half collapsed on the ground, crying with snot and tears. Sir, we didn't offend you, please don't kill me. Sir, I have an 80-year-old mother and a babbling child. Please be magnanimous and let me go. So noisy. Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently, and Zabuza understood and slapped him hard. Pa pa pa. The loud slapping sound made these sea scums shudder all over, and they dared not say anything more. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction, and then he said, Do you know where the biggest auction is here? Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 people who were captured flickered. They were not good people. At this time, they already knew that Yang Ming and his group were not familiar with the terrain. Isn't this a good opportunity to make money? You know, in the Sabayati archipelago, there is a group of human traffickers who specialize in catching powerful pirates. Seeing that these guys were not honest, Uchiha Ataka's cold pupils changed and turned into a kaleidoscope Sharingan, and his eyes were directed at the 3 people. Tell us everything you know. Something strange happened. The pupils of the 3 people who were captured also showed windmill-shaped Sharingan, and their expressions became dull, like puppets. Uchiha Ataki asked a question, and they honestly confessed everything. It was not until Yang Ming and his group left that the 3 people came back to their senses in a trance. There was no one in front of them. The 3 looked at each other with a look of horror on their faces, and an idea appeared in their minds. Are we encountering a ghost? The largest auction in the Sabayati archipelago was secretly supported by Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and was often visited by the most expensive celestial dragons in the world, so that the road leading here was full of shops on both sides and the road was crowded with people. Yang Ming and his group shuttled through the crowded streets, and from time to time they encountered blind thieves, who were easily subdued by Yang Ming's shop employees. Just as Bai grabbed a thief's hand again with a cold face, there was a commotion and noise on the road ahead. In the puzzled eyes of Yang Ming and his group, the originally crowded sea of people actually desperately squeezed to the 2 sides, even though they looked very painful, their eyes were full of panic. Yang Ming and his group did not move, and they looked very abrupt in the crowd. Then, they finally understood why these people squeezed to the 2 sides and half knelt on the ground. At the end of the road, the 3 leading people wore hoods on their heads, disdained to breathe the dirty air with ordinary people, rode on pirates with difficult crawling lower bodies, and slowly walked towards Yang Ming and his group. They are the Celestial Dragons. Chapter 481 What are Celestial Dragons? Kill. On the busy streets, thousands of people knelt on the ground, but their faces were not reverent, but fear and disgust. Because they were welcoming the notorious Celestial Dragons. Yang Ming and his group did not move, and still stood in the middle of the road as usual. Coincidentally, Roro Zoro, the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates, was drinking a little wine at this time. His steps seemed to be frivolous, but in fact he was alert. He was walking unsteadily in the middle of the road. Seeing this, the Celestial Dragons, who always regarded themselves as superior, were furious. How dare these damned lowly people! They don't kneel in front of the great Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragon who led the group was extremely angry, and his face turned red. His fat hands slapped heavily on the mount under his feet. Although it was called a mount, it was a living human being. It was a pirate who had been rewarded with tens of millions. At this time, his face was numb and he let the Celestial Dragons beat him continuously. Damn it, it's all because of the existence of lowly people like you that the dignity of our Celestial Dragons is undermined. Seeing that the mount under him did not react at all, the Celestial Dragon became even more violent in his heart. He tightened the collar on the other's neck and did not regard him as a human being at all, as if he was a pet dog that could be crushed to death at will. However, facing the Celestial Dragon's behavior, no one of the tens of thousands of people on both sides dared to speak, and even dared not raise their eyes, which made the Celestial Dragon even more arrogant. Abnormally, the pirate under him was obviously pinched so hard that he couldn't breathe and his eyes were about to pop out, but he smiled. Yes, he smiled, and he could finally be free, and he didn't have to let the disgusting celestial dragons ruin his dignity. Boss. Seeing such an inhumane behavior, Yang Ming's employees and Naruto were furious, hoping that Yang Ming would ask them to teach these celestial dragons a lesson. But who knew that their voice seemed to stimulate the celestial dragons' reverse scales? Like a shrew, the 3 celestial dragons were so angry that they jumped up and down. You dirty and low-class people, you are not allowed to speak and pollute the air here. Fortunately, we are wearing oxygen cylinders, otherwise our sacred bodies will be infected by your filthy breath. What are you looking at, you trash? Catch these garbage for me. The last sentence was made by the celestial dragon, who thought he was magnanimous and thought he should kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and ordered the bodyguards around him to take action. Zoro's drunken body stagnated, his eyes flashed with a sharp edge, and his right hand subconsciously rested on the weapon at his side, ready to run away at any time. On the food building on one side of the street, as one of the supernovas, the gluttonous girl Xiao Ai Li Bonnie was eating cake and watching the show happily. When she saw Zoro preparing to take action, she immediately went down to stop him. With the speed of the wind, Xiao Alibani easily suppressed Zoro. When she was about to take him away, she glanced and saw that Yang Ming and his group were also preparing to fight. She was so angry that she wanted to curse. Your uncle. The celestial dragons dared to attack. Are you going to die? I'm still young, I want to eat for another 500 years, woo woo woo, I don't want to meet the Admiral of the Navy. To deal with a rookie like the celestial dragons, there is no need for a penumbra-level employee to take action. When Ninkai saw the pirates under the celestial dragons, he felt empathetic anger. As a branch of the Hyuga clan, he had never been treated as a human by the main family. At this time, Ninkai had already accumulated a great anger in his heart. Once he vented it, he became crazy. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. The tiptoes touched the ground, as if dancing an elegant ballet, and the slender arms rotated around the body. The seemingly small palms contained thunderous anger. Once they touched the bodyguards of the celestial dragons, they were easily swept away like garbage. Seeing this, Koji was not to be outdone and raised his hands in front of him. Local multiplication technique. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Koji's arms were like balloons that were blown up, turning into giant arms, sweeping across like a battering ram. The celestial dragon riding the pirate was shocked. When he wanted to dodge, he awkwardly discovered a fact that he was too fat and didn't have enough agility to dodge. In shock and anger, the celestial dragon kicked the pirate under him fiercely, pretending to be crazy and screaming, "You trash, waste, hurry up and get out of here." Suffering the insult of dignity again, the pirate raised his lips and showed a half-smile on his face. Then, as a human with dignity, even if he was a scum on the sea, facing endless oppression, this pirate still had the backbone to fight back. He moved. Like a volcanic eruption, the anger of being enslaved for several years was accumulated. Once it erupted, he used all his strength, swung his body behind his back, and actually threw the celestial dragon in front of the huge fist of Koji. Just like playing tennis, the fat celestial dragon was the unlucky ball, falling on the fist of Koji, which was wider than his body. If it was hit by the racket, the power of the two touching each other in an instant would be imposed on the celestial dragon in a terrifying way. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, the celestial dragon drew an ugly arc in the air and slammed heavily into the ground in the distance, forming a small pit on the ground. How could the fragile body of the celestial dragon withstand such torture? The whole person is no longer in human form. Ah! The only female among the 3 celestial dragons has always been spoiled and arrogant. In the past, if she had abused and killed slaves like this, she would not even blink. But now, seeing that a celestial dragon of the same status as her had ended up like this female celestial dragon collapsed instantly. No. Not to mention the collapse of the celestial dragon, even the people watching nearby collapsed. Oh my god! What did they do? It's over, they actually killed the celestial dragon. Run quickly, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters is coming. With their viciousness, they will definitely kill all of us who know about it. After Dinkai killed the celestial dragon, he found strangely that the eyes around him had changed. They were not grateful or worshipful, but only looked at him as a plague god, and regarded him as a person who brought bad luck. Dinkai was puzzled and turned to look at Yang Ming with a simple face. "Boss, what did I do wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong." Yang Ming looked around calmly at the chaos, a scene of chickens and dogs flying and eggs breaking, it's just that this world is sick, and it's terminally ill. Hearing this, the confused supernova glutton Xiao Alabani was not happy. Xiao Alabani put her hands on her waist, her long pink hair draped to her waist, and her peach blossom eyes were full of resentment. You bastard, do you know what you did? It really pissed me off. Seeing this woman actually offend the boss, Zabuza frowned, stood in front of him, and put his hand on the beheading sword. Chapter 482 Zoro, Zabuza, I heard you are awesome? As the earliest employee to follow Yang Ming, Zabuza has the strongest sense of identity with Yang Ming's shop. At this time, seeing that the gluttonous woman Xiao Alabani dared to disrespect Yang Ming, she suddenly pulled out a beheading sword as tall as a person, and pointed the cold tip of the knife at the other party's heart. Zabuza's wolf-like eyes exuded cold murderous intent, and his burly figure like a demon was 2 heads taller than the other party, blocking the sunlight. A gloomy shadow shrouded Xiao Alabani, and the biting cold was as cold as a tear. Seeing this, Xiao Alabani, who was originally like a kitten with its hair standing on end, suddenly became timid, gnashing her teeth and saying a cruel word, "Don't let me see you bastards again in the future." As soon as the words came out, there was no more, because she had already slipped away. Just as Zabuza was about to sheath his sword, he suddenly felt a strong fighting spirit coming towards him. Zabuza looked back. I saw a tall and strong man with short green hair, his eyes shining, like a hunter seeing his favorite prey, blooming with an overbearing fighting spirit. He is the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates, who aims to become the world's greatest swordsman, Roro Zoro. Zoro bit the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth, and drew his famous swords with both hands, aiming at the beheading sword in Zabuza's hand. I can feel that there are countless wronged souls wailing on your sword. You must be a great swordsman, please accept my challenge. I, Roro Zoro, formally challenge you and bet everything on the swordsman. Hearing this, Zabuza was confused. Swordsman? Great swordsman? What the hell is that? In the world of One Piece, swords and knives are inseparable. A knife is a sword, and a sword can also be a knife. For Zabuza, as long as he can kill the enemy, no matter what method, even if it is a kunao, as long as he can fight to the death, it is good. Therefore, Zabuza doesn't care much about using a knife, and he can't understand Zoro's fanaticism. But if someone challenges him in person and doesn't respond, Zabuza will not look good, and he always feels like he is a coward. In desperation, Zabuza had to look at Yang Ming for help. Boss, what do you say? In fact, Yang Ming was also very curious about the strength of the employees of Yang Ming's shop in the world of One Piece. Therefore, Yang Ming looked towards Zabuza. Zabuza nodded, it's okay, go ahead and fight to your heart's content. After receiving Yang Ming's approval, Zabuza was like a beast that had been freed from its chains, and a fierce aura burst out from his body. Boom! The violent airflow swirled, causing the wooden windows on both sides of the street to slam wildly, and the leaves on the ground flew like the wind, swaying in the wind. What a powerful aura! Zoro raised 3 swords in front of him, barely blocking the violent aura. He felt like he was in a sea of blood and a mountain of bones, watching endless corpses sinking and floating, and seeing the strong fall. But the next moment, Zoro's tiger body shook, and a momentum no less than Zabuza rose up. It was an indestructible sword, upright, straight, and never bowed. Come on! Let me see how strong you are! Zoro's eyes were full of enthusiasm. He enjoyed the feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife. Only fighting with the strong could make him grow faster. 3 swords style. Tiger hunting. Zoro ran towards Zabuza. Originally, his speed was not fast, but suddenly, his speed increased a lot, like a tiger squatting in the grass, slowly approaching the prey at first, and when it was the most suitable distance for bursting, it was like a tiger going down the mountain, carrying the fierce momentum to kill everything, and making a loud move. 3 rare swords in the world reflected 3 bright lights in the sun, like 3 streaks of silk crossing a sharp arc, turning into a cross slash to Zabuza. But then, Zabuza's response made Zoro incomprehensible. Facing Zoro's terrifying slash that gathered his energy and spirit at one point, Zabuza actually threw a kunao calmly. Swish! The next moment, 3 swords crossed and chopped Zabuza's figure, but missed. No one. Zoro's pupils suddenly shrank into needle-like shapes. Before he could put away his horrified look, he heard a sound of breaking wind behind him. The sharp weapon was like scraping through the air, making a sound of silk tearing, and chopped towards Zoro's head. Zoro didn't even think about it, and didn't care about his identity at all. He rolled on the ground and barely dodged it. Chi! A flash of knife light appeared, and the beheading knife easily cut a deep knife mark on the ground as if cutting on tofu. Zoro got up from the ground and couldn't help but admire this scene. Good sword. As a swordsman, there is no one who doesn't love swords, let alone Zoro who aims to be the world's greatest swordsman. At this moment, Zoro's eyes looking at Zabuza are even more fiery, which can melt an iceberg. Zabuza's tiger body felt cold, and he immediately clamped the chrysanthemums, silently saying, "I'm not gay, really." In order to solve the opponent as soon as possible, Zabuza picked up the beheading sword, like an invincible general who took the enemy's head in a million troops, cutting through thorns all the way, and the beheading sword carried a horrifying momentum and chopped fiercely. If Zoro's momentum before was like a tiger, then Zabuza's momentum now is like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, domineering and arrogant. The violent beheading sword came, because of the fast speed, it had a violent friction with the air, a flash of fire appeared, and a layer of flames attached to the blade, which intensified the power. Zabuza's speed is too fast. This time, Zoro had no time to dodge. A fierce look suddenly flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and swung out 3 swords at the same time, blocking the way. Ding! The swords collided with each other, sparks flew, and a crisp sound of golden swords clashing was heard. Then, from the middle of their fight, a huge whirlwind burst out, and the ground under their feet suddenly cracked into spider web-like cracks, and large rocks were blown up by the strong wind and scattered around. Zoro's muscles were knotted all over his body. Under Zabuza's powerful strength, all his strength was mobilized and he struggled hard. However, Zoro was shocked to find that even with his powerful strength, facing Zabuza at this time, he was like a small boat in a storm, and could only let the waves hit him. Boom! Then, Zabuza suddenly exerted force and swept Zoro away in one fell swoop. Zoro took a few steps back, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with each step, thereby unloading the huge force transmitted by Zabuza. After doing all this, Zoro felt that his arms were extremely heavy as 2 lead blocks, and the feeling of exhaustion surged into his heart like a tide. Zoro glanced at his cracked palm, and his eyes were not depressed, but more eager to fight. He stretched out his tongue and licked his slightly dry tongue, his eyes were like lightning, and he was very fierce. Come again. Chapter 483, Marshal of the Warring States period, 3 more chapters. The author will make up 5 chapters every time he takes leave. This is the last time he took leave, and there are 2 more chapters to be slowly returned. Facing the master Zabuza, Zoro did not dare to be careless at all. His whole body was tense and his fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. The wind was roaring, and the blood was burning. In a trance, you can even see that Zoro's eyes are like fire. Like a light. No matter what powerful enemy is ahead, I will kill him with one sword. No one can stop him from becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro's aura became stronger and stronger, and then with a puff, a little bit of purple flames burned around him, emitting a cold light, as if it was not a human flame, but a strange fire from the depths of the 9 nether hell. Zoro's eyes were like fire, and he went straight to Zabuza and said fanatically, "Have you ever seen the 9 swords style?" Zabuza said nothing, because at this moment, he had already felt the terrifying oppression coming from the other party. Zoro leaned over, holding both swords in his hands, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Ashura. As the voice fell, the cold flames on Zoro's body grew and reached the peak. Then, behind him, a giant outline appeared faintly. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, a hideous face, and green fangs. Then, Zoro rushed towards Zabuza like the wind. The 3 famous swords in his hands, combined with the swords in the 6 hands of Ashura behind him, created a terrifying storm of blades. 9 blades flashed across the sky and earth, carrying an extremely sharp edge. Even a super-giant sea king would be strangled to pieces in an instant. In response, Zabuza just curled his lips. As mentioned before, Zabuza is a ninja, not a swordsman. In his opinion, being able to kill the enemy, whether it is with sword ninjutsu or kunao blasting talisman, is a good cat that catches the mouse, so he doesn't understand Zoro's fanatical mood at all. For ninjas, the result is the most important, the process is not important at all, as long as the final victory is enough. Therefore, facing Zoro's strongest blow at the peak of his momentum, Zabuza never thought of a head-on confrontation from beginning to end. Flying Thunder God. With a swish, Zabuza once again used the space ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God to easily dodge Zoro's attack. Zoro was unable to stop and it was too late to use his strength. 9 blades of light flashed out and swept forward. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the ground cracked, revealing 9 100-meter-long cracks, which was shocking. Zabuza used Flying Thunder God and appeared behind Zoro leisurely, and the beheading sword was placed behind the opponent's neck without hesitation. You lose. Zabuza said coldly. When the cold tip of the knife touched Zoro's skin, he was completely stunned. What about the sword duel? Do you have to be so dishonest, bastard? But losing is losing, and it was solved so easily by the opponent. Even if Zoro was unwilling in his heart, he could only sigh. Zoro knew very well that if the other party had not shown mercy, he would have been stabbed in the throat by the other party's knife and become a dead body that no one cared about. At this time, the killing of the celestial dragon had already attracted the attention of many people nearby. The knowledgeable and well-informed people saw that Yang Ming and his group were so unique and immediately said in surprise, "They are the Kitchen God Pirates." Many people didn't know about this new pirate group at all, and they all tried to find out some information. As a result, the news that the Kitchen God Pirates had swept away a group of lawless people on their own in the outskirts of the Sabayati archipelago spread like wildfire. In addition, Yang Ming and his group had just killed the celestial dragon. This was not just a beating, but a death. For a time, the Kitchen God Pirates became very famous. Navy Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku's office. The death of the celestial dragons was such a big thing that the Navy in the Sabayati archipelago dared not conceal it. They immediately used all their human resources and connections to pass the news to Marshal Sengoku at the fastest speed. When he saw the news of the death of the celestial dragons, Marshal Sengoku almost vomited blood. You know, in the original work, Luffy and his crew just beat up the celestial dragons, which attracted the Demon Slayer order. The Admiral personally came out and led a group of powerful navy to attack. But now, the celestial dragons are dead. This has never happened since the establishment of the world government. Even if the Pirate King announced the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, or the fisherman hero Tiger Fisher rescued the slaves, it was not as bad as this incident. Because this is a direct threat to the life and safety of the celestial dragons. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Marshal Sengoku's forehead. He didn't dare to imagine whether the 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government, would let him continue to serve as the Navy Marshal after such an incident. Marshal Zhang Guo is not greedy for power, but he is just in the process of executing Ace at this critical moment, and he is unwilling to let him down. Marshal Zhang Guo also made a prompt decision and ordered his subordinates, "Quick, call the 3 generals Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru over." The subordinate showed a look of horror. He had never seen Marshal Zhang Guo show such a serious expression, and he called the 3 generals over at once. What is he doing? What? Is a world war going to start? This subordinate felt a chill all over his body, and he didn't dare to think any further, so he hurried out to call someone over. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. A sound of leather shoes rubbing against the floor was heard, and 3 men with different looks, burly figures, and extraordinary temperament came to Marshal Zhang Guo's office one after another. Yellow Monkey, the old man of the navy, was lying on the sofa, crossing his legs, looking leisurely, but in fact he asked tentatively, "Zhang Guo, do you want to have tea and play mahjong with us?" Marshal Zhang Guo didn't say anything, but handed the information to the 3 people in person with a serious face. Seeing his face so serious, the 3 admirals restrained their relaxed mood, and their hearts suddenly sank, and they opened the information to take a look. The celestial dragons were killed by the god of cooking pirates. These words were written in shocking red pen, and the faces of the 3 admirals changed drastically after reading them, and they all felt a bloody smell coming towards them. Moreover, although this news was short, it contained great terror. Akainu always advertised himself as the most loyal subordinate of the world government. At this time, seeing this, a murderous aura emanated from him, and his 2 blade-like eyebrows crossed together. Tear. A tearing sound was heard, and the information in Akainu's hand was immediately split in half. Bang! Akainu slammed the table hard, raised his upper body, and looked down at Marshal Sengoku. Thunderous anger appeared on his unkind face. Absolute justice does not allow any sin. Please allow me to lead 5 vice-admirals to issue a demon-killing order to the god of cooking pirates. Marshal Sengoku looked around at the 3 people and said a sentence lightly. This time, the 3 of you will join forces with Garp. As soon as these words came out, 1,000 waves were stirred up. The title is inspired by 3 angers of Zhou Yu, and there are 2 more angers, guess what? Chapter 484 Yang Ming, from today on, this is my territory. One Piece World. Sabayati Archipelago. When Yang Ming and his party arrived outside the largest auction here, they saw that the decorations here were magnificent, and it was obvious that they were very rich. Naruto's eyes lit up, licked his lips, and couldn't wait to say, "Brother, let's go in." On the side, Zoro, who followed because of curiosity, looked at Yang Ming and his party strangely, and for some reason he felt uneasy in his heart, and his eyelids kept twitching. Zoro's mouth twitched fiercely, and he asked, "What do you want to do?" Yang Ming looked at Zoro in surprise, and said confidently, "We are pirates now, why do you think we are here?" "Of course, we are here to rob money." Puff. Zoro was confused and almost fell to the ground. "You are awesome. You are really amazing to be a pirate to this extent." Ignoring Zoro, Yang Ming led a group of people to the auction gate. "Who are you? Do you have an invitation?" In front of the auction gate, a security guard with giant blood came out to stop them. Looking at his nervous expression, he had already betrayed his uneasiness. If he didn't know that the auction behind him had a deep background supported by the 7 warlords of the sea, the security guard would be afraid of being retaliated afterwards, and he would not dare to come to stop Yang Ming and his group even if he was beaten to death. This is nonsense. Seeing that there is a fishman named Kisame among them, and he dares to show up in the Sabayati archipelago, a place where fishmen are kidnapped and sold, you can imagine how powerful he is. Yang Ming did not say anything, but just turned his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Uchiha Itachi understood that Yang Ming did not want to make such a big noise and alert the enemy. He smiled very charmingly, like a nobleman, and walked forward leisurely. "Hey! What do you want to do? Stop right there!" The security guard roared in a weak voice, but his footsteps retreated involuntarily. Unconsciously, Uchiha Itachi's black pupils changed into a rotating windmill shape, looking directly into the security guard's eyes. "Be good, have a good sleep." With the gentle voice, the 5-meter-tall little giant security guard opposite felt that he was back in his mother's arms at this moment, and a feeling of drowsiness came over him. Hulu! Hulu! In just a blink of an eye, the security guard smiled and showed a happy expression. He fell to the ground with his arms around his chest and fell asleep. He was already unconscious. For Uchiha Itachi, killing has always been so elegant, not to mention that there is no need to kill. The whole process was done in one go, and he seemed so calm and relaxed. Seeing this, Zoro's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously grasped the hilt of the knife and distanced himself from Uchiha Itachi. This man is so scary. At this moment, Zoro's eyes changed when he looked at Uchiha Itachi again, as if at this moment, the other party had shed the outer layer of the good man's skin and exposed the hideous truth. In response, Uchiha Itachi just gave Zoro a handsome and warm smile, and then took the lead and opened the door of the auction. Creak! The door of the auction was made of heavy steel, and when it opened, it made a loud sound. Originally, everyone in the auction was concentrating on the auction items, but suddenly, they all turned their eyes to him. "Boss, please." After opening the door, Uchiha Itachi stepped aside, slightly bent his back like a gentleman, and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Under the gaze of many eyes, Yang Ming seemed to be unaffected and walked forward calmly. The light in the auction was dim, and when the door opened, the dazzling light from outside shone in. Yang Ming was in the middle of the door, with the dazzling light behind him. Everyone inside could only vaguely see his face, which looked so sacred at this moment. At this moment, Yang Ming seemed to be the incarnation of God. God said there should be light, so he brought light. Pretending to be cool is like the wind, always with me. Then, Yang Ming said in a shocking way, "From now on, this auction is mine." Wow! As soon as this was said, the whole audience was shocked and in an uproar. Who is he? He is so arrogant. Haha, this must be a newcomer. I'm afraid he doesn't know who is behind this auction. I really look forward to the desperate expression on his face when he is caught by the auction. Unexpectedly, almost everyone present was in a relaxed and teasing state of mind. After all, this is the Sabayati archipelago, a transit point on the Grand Line. There are always some blind pirates who think they are powerful and do whatever they want here. So they all hold the mentality of the spectators and continue to watch the subsequent developments. At this time, Even if the person in charge of the auction is slow, he has already reacted and called many security personnel to come over. Yang Ming looked around calmly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. It seems that some people don't recognize the situation. Kimimaro. Kimimaro shuddered all over, and was so excited in his heart. The boss finally remembered him and shouted, "Here." Yang Ming nodded, as if he was pointing out the world, and said calmly, "These people are handed over to you, you can do it." "Boss, leave it to me with confidence." Kimimaro pulled out a handful of bone spurs from his body, and a trace of murderous intent flashed across his handsome face. Kimimaro has joined Yang Ming's shop for several months. From the beginning, he was weak, but he continued to recover after eating Yang Ming's cooking every day. Now, Kimimaro has not only recovered his health, but also completely eliminated the blood limit disease, thus reborn, and his strength has reached a higher level. He has unknowingly become a penumbra-level strongman. Yang Ming also knew this, so he let him appear. Facing dozens or even hundreds of security guards in black suits, Kimimaro calmly raised the bone spur in his hand, and his calm pupils shot out sharp edges. "The boss gave me a second life, and I am the sword in his hand. So, all of you guys who are blocking the boss's steps, please die." Tsubaki dance. Kimimaro exerted force on his feet, and a layer of energy burst out from below. He blasted out like a cannonball, turning into a whirlwind and rushing into the crowd. Then, Kimimaro danced like an elegant ballet dancer, tiptoeing the ground. The bone spur in his hand turned into an amazing killing weapon, and with his dance, it drew sharp arcs. The blood fell, becoming the embellishment of his dance. The heads were free and easy, becoming the background of his dance. The wails, cries of pain, and curses, one after another, became the accompaniment of his dance. Kimimaro played a new chapter alone, his handsome face was completely immersed in the dance. This time, he used other people's lives to bloom the most beautiful moment. Chapter 485, Disaster. Seeing that Yang Ming only sent Kimimaro to beat the auction security personnel without fighting back, the whole audience was silent. The person in charge of the auction stood far away, his face full of panic, picked up the microphone and roared. "Do you know who our boss behind the scenes is?" As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, he fell down with his neck covered in pain. On his neck, the tail of a kunai was still trembling, and blood dyed the floor red. Zabuza curled his lips in disdain. "Who cares who your boss behind the scenes is, just come and kill him." Zabuza's move immediately silenced the people at the auction, and the venue was silent. After all, most people present knew that the boss behind the auction was Don Quixote of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. They were really curious about who these people were and how they dared to be so arrogant. Yang Ming and his group stepped on the blood on the ground, facing the eyes of the people around them, and walked to the front desk leisurely as if the king was inspecting his territory. No need for Yang Ming's instructions. Bai, Ningkai and Dingkai gathered the auction items together and packed them up tacitly. The whole process was simple and rough, and the people present were not taken seriously at all. Yang Ming glanced at the auction list and found that many items had been auctioned off, so he picked up the microphone. "Who among you has auctioned something just now? Hand it over quickly. Also, if you want to get out alive, each of you should pay a ransom of 1 million. Yang Ming said these words without blushing or beating his heart, and he didn't feel bad at all. After all, most of the people who can come to this notorious auction are rich and unkind, or simply perverted. Every year, the slaves sold from this auction die miserably. Especially those innocent fishmen and beautiful mermaids, who are abused by psychopaths with strong tastes. Yang Ming didn't take their lives, which was already a special favor. Quiet. Terrible quiet, creepy quiet. Then, there was a sudden explosion after the silence. A fat woman who looked like she had suddenly become rich, wearing dazzling diamond jewelry all over her body, suddenly let out a high-pitched soprano scream. "You stinky pirates, do you know who I am? My husband is a celestial dragon. If you have the guts, just try to touch a hair of mine. If you know what's good for you, kneel down at my feet and kiss the floor obediently." After the wealthy woman finished speaking, she raised her head high like a proud peacock, enjoying the envious eyes of the people around her. However, to her surprise, Yang Ming and his group did not respond to her for a long time. When she turned her eyes away, she was so angry that she almost fainted. It turned out that Yang Ming and his group did not take her words seriously at all, and sent people to collect the money for life one by one. "You." The woman was so angry that her fingers trembled, and she wanted to say something, but was suppressed by someone next to her. She wanted to get angry. After all, this person interrupted what she was about to say. How could she pretend to be cool like this? But the next moment, the woman screamed again in a high-pitched soprano, her face full of panic, and she wanted to run away from this person. The man was wearing goggles and a coat, with a teasing smile on his face. This person was none other than Eustace Kid, the one with the highest bounty among the 11 supernovas. Clap! Clap! Kid stood up, clapped his hands violently, and a rebellious smile bloomed on his face. Excellent! It's really wonderful! As expected of the kitchen god pirates, they are really brave. Kid stared at Yang Ming with an aggressive look. I didn't expect that we all thought of the same thing. Oh! Yang Ming just raised his eyelids slightly and casually dismissed him. It seemed that in Yang Ming's eyes, Kid was just a fly that was slapped away casually, and he dealt with it very casually. A person lives by his face, and a tree lives by its skin. Seeing that Yang Ming was so disrespectful to him, Kid's face could not help but sink and become extremely ugly. Kid was born in the South China Sea. He has been invincible since his debut. He has come here with great momentum, so his spirit is naturally high. In addition, he is the pirate with the highest bounty among the 11 supernovas, so he has a feeling of standing on the top of the mountain and looking down on all the mountains. Kid has always been submissive to others. When has he been treated so disrespectfully by Yang Ming? For a while, Kid's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kid was not a good-tempered pirate captain in the past, and he will definitely not be in the future. Kid has always been a style of robbing treasures he likes and killing people he doesn't like. Humph! Kid snorted coldly, and his burly body exuded a cold and murderous aura. The people around him felt that their bodies and souls were frozen. They were surprised and panicked, and they scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to get within 1 meter of him. You are so shameless, I really gave you face. Accompanied by a roar like an angry beast, Kid raised his hands high, and a strange wave that ordinary people could hardly see emanated. Then, everyone was shocked to see that the iron products in the entire auction began to tremble constantly, and then seemed to be pulled over by an invisible force, flying away like birds returning to their nests, and gathered around Kid. It happened so fast. In just a blink of an eye, Kid was wrapped up by a mountain of iron products, forming a 10-meter-high mechanical giant, with only his head exposed. Looking in the direction of Yang Ming, a cold light burst out of his eyes. Kill you! At this moment, Kid was like a transformer. He swung his thick arms fiercely, swept through the air, and a violent explosion broke out. The fist wind whistled, and the fist as big as a basin was flowing with a metallic color, carrying the power of impact, like a Mercedes running at full throttle. As you can imagine, if you are hit by this huge fist, it is equivalent to being hit by a high-speed car. However, what surprised Kid was that Yang Ming pretended not to see his angry blow, and continued to count the items at the auction calmly, as if he regarded Kid's attack as air. You will die, and you will die miserably. Kid was furious, and he had already imagined the scene of Yang Ming being hit by his punch and bursting all over his body. Blood dripping, fragments flying, how wonderful! Thinking of this, Kid licked his cracked lips, and a morbid fanatic light burst out of his eyes. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Kid saw with a fanatical look that his huge iron fist easily hit Yang Ming's head, and the other party did not react at all. Ha ha ha! This guy must be scared silly. However, he didn't realize that the people around him looked at him as if he were a fool. Chapter 486 Kimimaro vs Kid. In Kid's eyes, he had already punched Yang Ming to pieces. But in fact, he punched the air with one punch. A supersonic explosion roared, and a huge pit with a radius of 10 meters was smashed into the ground, and hot air was emitting from the edge. Uchiha Ataka's eyes moved, and his windmill-shaped eyes stared at Kid. It can be seen that Kid's eyes also turned into windmills, and he fell into the illusion without knowing it. The Mangeki Sharingan is already very strong in the Naruto world. When it comes to the One Piece world, especially when the opponent does not understand it at all, it is even more of a powerful weapon. You don't even know when the illusion is cast, and you are inexplicably hit. However, as a man who can become the Bounty Gold Crown Ju 11 Supernova, Kid's will is also very strong. After a cup of tea, he suddenly came back to his senses. Kid felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then he came out of the illusion. Looking at the big pit under his feet, where was Yang Ming? He turned around, but suddenly found that Yang Ming, who had just been beaten to pieces by his punch, was still alive and still buying lives at the auction. Kid. At this time, even a fool would react. Kid was fooled. Moreover, in front of so many people, he was fooled like a monkey, making him look foolish in public. Kid even noticed that the eyes around him were mocking and teasing, and he felt like watching a clown performance in a circus. Silence. Anger burned in his chest, like a volcano before it erupted, accumulating a frightening force. Kid's unruly face put away his usual evil smile, and he rarely frowned, like the bottom of a pot. His face was gloomy, full of evil spirit, and people were afraid of him. Kid's eyes were full of resentment. He clenched his teeth, and clenched his iron fists. Because he used too much force, the iron tools were twisted and deformed by the huge force. The Kitchen God Pirates. Good. It's really good. Today, our feud is settled. Although Kid is tyrannical, it doesn't mean that he is a fool. Although he wants to tear Yang Ming apart, the most important thing is that he didn't know who had tricked him just now, which made him feel gloomy. As an outstanding pirate captain, Kid knew that he had hit a wall, and he had already retreated in his heart, so he said something cruel and planned to retreat strategically. But if he wanted to leave, he had to ask the employees of Yang Ming's shop if they agreed. Kimimaro had long regarded Yang Ming as his adopted parent. Seeing that Kid, such a powerful pirate, hated Yang Ming, how could he let him go? Therefore, after dealing with the auction security, Kimimaro directly blocked the door of the auction. Kimimaro's slender body has its own tenacity, like an unyielding pine tree standing upright, with the long flowing white hair draped over his shoulders and waist. Even after a bloody killing, it is still whiter than snow, without a trace of blood stains. Ask who is standing on the horse with a sword, it is only Kimimaro. Kimimaro just stood at the door, but he was better than thousands of troops, with a silent momentum and heavy eyes pointing directly at Kid. Kimimaro's bone spur in his hand was diagonally facing Kid, and his voice was as clear as the wind, but with a hint of invading coldness. I think you should stay here. Seeing this, Kid's face was particularly ugly. With his excellent intelligence-gathering ability, Kid already knew about the existence of the god of cooking pirates when Yang Ming and his party swept away all the criminals outside the Sabayati archipelago. In his opinion, only the captain of the god of cooking pirates, Yang Ming, and the cotters Uchiha Itaki, Kisame and Riga, were qualified to be his opponents. Now, this white-haired boy, who has no reputation at all, said he wanted to kill him, and simply didn't take him seriously. Good, good. It's worthy of the god of cooking pirates who dared to kill the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha. Kid laughed in anger, but although he was laughing, there was no smile in his eyes, only a murderous intent as sharp as a knife. Kid twisted the joints of his hands, making a crisp sound of snapping, looking down at Kimimaro with a wicked smile on his face. Boy, I never kill nameless people, tell me your name. Kimimaro did not move, staring at Kid's eyes full of tyranny, and said clearly. I am a small financial manager of the Kitchen God Pirates, Kimimaro. A small financial manager. Financial manager. He is not a cotter of the Kitchen God Pirates. Kid's unknown mouth corners twitched fiercely, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger, as if it were real, stinging people's eyes. Then I'll send you to hell. Kid roared like a wild beast, pulling the flying iron in his hand, and the flying iron spiraled in the air. Then, under Kid's control, a huge snake made entirely of iron appeared, 100 meters long and thick, requiring several adults to hug. The iron giant snake was flowing with black metallic color, and its scales stood upside down, full of dense and sharp blades. If you were unfortunate enough to be hit by it, you would be chopped into pieces. Go. Kid raised his hand, and the giant snake opened its dark gluttonous mouth and swallowed Kimimaro. Kimimaro was like a handsome young man, shaking his hand, and the bone spurs shrank back into his body. Then, he raised his hands horizontally, pointed his fingers at the iron giant snake, and his eyes were calm and unperturbed. 10 fingers pierce bullets. Continuous shooting. As the voice fell, an amazing scene appeared. I saw that Kimimaro's fingers fell off, as if bullets were shot out. When the 10 fingers fell off, they grew again in a short time, and then shot out again. Finally, as if a machine gun was shooting, the finger ammunition flew across the sky, forming a dense barrage, completely covering the giant robot snake. Ding ding dang dang. Ding ding dang dang. When the finger ammunition fell on the giant robot snake, it actually made a sound of golden swords crossing, and sparks flew everywhere. Originally, Kid's expression was very relaxed, and he didn't take it seriously at all. But slowly, Kid felt something was wrong. Because the giant robot snake couldn't move an inch in this dense barrage. The giant snake, which was formed by a combination of metal all over its body, had amazing defense, comparable to a fully armed tank, and had outstanding defense. As for each finger ammunition, it was just a bullet. Although one or two of them could not do anything to the iron giant snake, they could only leave small holes on its surface. However, when the number increased, a qualitative change occurred, which was a force like a bombardment, comparable to artillery fire. With a creak, in Kid's unbelievable eyes, the mechanical giant snake suddenly collapsed. "Am I dreaming?" Kid murmured in a low voice. Chapter 487 Luo, you have a bright future, why don't you work with me? Watching his tricks fail, Kid couldn't believe it. Moreover, Kid was not defeated by the cotters of the god of cooking pirates, but by Kimimaro, who was not conspicuous before. After the smoke of the finger ammunition cleared, Kimimaro moved his stiff arms, taking advantage of this time, he also took a breath. Although his ninjutsu just now seemed powerful, it actually consumed an astonishing amount of chakra. At this time, the chakra in his body had been exhausted and reached a very dangerous stage. However, Kid was not aware of all this and was still in a state of confusion. After the chakra in his body recovered a little, Kimimaro slowly came to Kid step by step. At this time, in front of Kid who was fully armed and looked like a transformer, Kimimaro's figure seemed so short, just like the gap between a child and an adult. But Kimimaro did not flinch, his back was straight, his eyes were sharp, and he looked up at Kid. "Do you still want to be our enemy?" As Kimimaro spoke, a bone spur protruded and was held in his hand, and the threat was very obvious. From ancient times to the present, negotiations have only been within the range of artillery fire. Whoever has the harder fist has the truth. At this moment, Kimimaro is strong, so he is right. If Kid is not convinced, then beat him until he is convinced. Kid's eyes were dark and flickered. Although he always had a bad temper and would kill people to vent his anger, it didn't mean he was a fool. Now, an unknown financial manager of the kitchen god pirates could slightly surpass him, so how terrible were the other cotters, or their captain Yang Ming. At this time, Kid's subordinate killer warrior Kira walked up. As Kid's most trusted subordinate, Kira's advice to him was the last straw that broke the camel's back. "Kid, just now we just received intelligence that the navy is coming, let's withdraw quickly." This sentence was equivalent to giving Kid a way out, which made his serious expression a little lighter. Before leaving, Kid looked at Yang Ming and his group angrily, gnashing his teeth, wanting to deeply imprint the appearance of these people in his mind. Just wait and see. This time, although Kimimaro was unhappy with the other party's attitude, he couldn't stop them because of the excessive consumption of chakra in his body. After they left, Kimimaro walked towards the other employees with a lot of complaints. After all, in his opinion, if Kisame and Zabuza had come forward just now, they would definitely be able to take down Kid, the rude guy. After hearing Kimimaro's complaints, Kisame and Zabuza couldn't help laughing, and they laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Kimimaro looked puzzled. Zabuza slapped Kimimaro's back with his palm. The force was so strong that even Kimimaro couldn't bear it and grimaced in pain. Zabuza said with great pride, "If that man just now didn't know what was good for him, we'll just kill him." These words simply treated Kira, the leader of the 11 supernovas, as an insignificant passerby, full of heroic spirit. Only the employees of Yang Ming's shop are qualified to say this. While Kimimaro was feeling emotional, he couldn't help but feel proud of being a member of Yang Ming's shop. At this time, Kimimaro had time to observe the surroundings, but saw that the boss Yang Ming was still talking to a strange man when he was fighting for his life and death just now. This man is a weirdo. He was a boy wearing a furry winter hat with leopard spots, with special personalized black bags under his eyes, 2 small golden earrings on each ear, a beard on his chin, and a casual long-sleeved shirt with a hat. The pants were light blue with spotted patterns on them. The black sleeves matched the hat, and the pink and orange clothes had a large special smiley face pattern on the chest. The back of his hand and between his elbows also have black tattoos similar to those on his clothes. There are large heart-shaped tattoos on his chest and shoulders, and a tattoo of his pirate group's logo on his back. There are letters on each finger of his hands, which together mean death. The tattoos on his hands and the same leopard spots on his pants make him look very wild. This man is Trafalgar Law, who is also one of the 11 supernovas and is known as the Surgeon of Death. As for the reason why Yang Ming approached Law, it was very simple, that is, to invite him to join the group and become a member of Yang Ming's shop employees. In Yang Ming's view, it is a waste to use Law's fruit ability to be a doctor. It is better to be a butcher in his shop. It is conceivable that when Law learned that Yang Ming and his group were so bold that they dared to kill even the celestial dragons, but they were not pirates, but employees of a restaurant, his expression was so collapsed and shit. Shit. When did the chefs in this world become so awesome? You are so powerful, how can we pirates feel embarrassed? What made Luo feel the most frustrated was the words Yang Ming invited him to say. Luo, I think you have a bright future, why don't you work with me and be a butcher in my shop? Butcher. It turned out to be a butcher. Although Luo wanted to complain, he had a trick called slaughterhouse, but it didn't mean that he was qualified for this profession. What's more, he was the captain of a pirate ship, of course he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, and he would never obey even if he was beaten to death. For a while, the negotiations between Yang Ming and Luo fell into a deadlock. At this time, Yang Ming had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he couldn't help but blurt out. Luo, if you work for me, I will help you revive Corazon in the future. Corazon is the brother of Don Quixote, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but he joined the navy and became an undercover agent to find evidence of Don Quixote's crimes. He found the Operation Fruit for Law and refreshed Law's worldview, hoping that he would walk on the right path. It can be said that Corazon is a figure like a father and brother to Law after his family was broken up. His importance to him can be imagined. Yang Ming, what did you say? Sure enough, when Luo heard the news, his first reaction was disbelief. Although there are many devil fruits in the world of One Piece, and the abilities are even more outrageous, even the surgery fruit that Luo mastered can make people immortal. Although it came at the cost of his death, it can also be seen as a miracle. But when Luo thought carefully, coupled with the delicate observation of the indifferent expressions of Yang Ming's employees, a shocking idea suddenly came to his mind. This man really has the ability to resurrect others. Just as Luo was shocked by this idea, something strange happened. Boom! The auction suddenly shook violently, and then a wall collapsed. Kid and Killer, who had left, collapsed on the rubble in embarrassment. Who is Yang Ming? Come out and die. One person said. Chapter 488 Admirals of the Navy arrive. There were only 4 people in the sight of Yang Ming and his party, but once these 4 people appeared, the whole world was silent, as if there was a black hole that could attract everyone's attention. Admiral of the Navy, Akainu. Admiral of the Navy, Aokiji. Admiral of the Navy, Kizaru. And, the hero of the Navy, Garp. From the broken wall, a whistling wind blew in, making the coats they were wearing whirring. The word justice behind them, representing the Navy, looked so righteous and awe-inspiring under the leaking sunlight, and all evil retreated. Luffy, who was hiding in the dark of the auction and staying with Pluto, was stunned and exclaimed, "Grandpa!" But at this moment, Luffy's voice was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it didn't cause any waves at all. The 4 most powerful people in the Navy headquarters were staring at Yang Ming and his party at this time, and they had no intention of paying attention to other things at all. Garp took a step forward carelessly, one hand still picking his nose, a pair of tiger eyes wide open, looking around, gleaming with brilliance. Who is Yang Ming? Come out and die. Hearing such impolite words, the employees of Yang Ming's shop were like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and they were immediately furious. Zabuza's wolf-like eyes flashed a trace of cold light, and his face was full of murderous frost. Old man, what did you say? Garp glanced at him and curled his lips. Are you Yang Ming? No. Zabuza shook his head. Oh, then why don't you get out of the way? Garp still said heartlessly. Zabuza was furious and pulled out the beheading sword behind him. Unless you step over my body. Garp said nothing, half closed his eyes, and solemnly put down the hand that was picking his nose, like a ferocious beast waking up from sleep. In that case. As soon as he said this, he disappeared instantly, leaving only 2 deep footprints on the spot, followed by a burst of air explosions, at an astonishing speed. Shave. Garp was using one of the Navy's 6 styles, the shave, which could use the strength of the leg muscles to condense and burst out at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye in a short period of time. This ordinary Navy 6 styles, when used on Garp, instantly turned decay into magic. The already amazing speed was close to the speed of sound. Even Zabuza only had time to subconsciously raise his beheading sword to block in front. Dang! A sound like the sound of bronze bells and drums suddenly appeared, so dull that it almost made people vomit blood. The sound waves formed by the reverberating sound even shattered the glass products at the auction. Zabuza's face flushed red, and his hands holding the beheading sword kept shaking. He felt a terrifying force surging up like a tide. Creak! 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 It can be seen that a layer of black grease is attached to Garp's powerful fist, which is the armed color domineering that enhances his strength. At this time, a crack suddenly appeared where the two powerful and domineering fists and the beheading sword wanted to touch. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Zabuza was shocked to find that these cracks gradually spread, and then cut the beheading sword in half. Boom! Garp's strength did not decrease at all, and he came with great momentum. The terrifying fist wind whistled like a tidal wave, making people completely breathless. Even Zabuza was under great pressure when facing this fist called love. He was like a fallen leaf in the wind and rain, and he might overturn at any time. Fortunately, Zabuza was a ninja. At the critical moment, Zabuza used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom! Garp never expected that Zabuza could disappear out of thin air. He was stunned. The power in his hand did not decrease. He punched the air fiercely. Bang! In front of Garp's fist, the whole air formed a terrible shock wave in a visible form. Carrying a violent force, it rushed all the way, smashing the tables, chairs, and benches along the way, until it hit the wall at the end, blasting the obsidian wall to pieces. The power of a punch was so terrifying. Zabuza returned to Yang Ming, his eyes still full of fear, his heart pounding. He was just a little short of facing this terrifying fist. It is conceivable that if he was hit by Garp's punch, he would definitely die miserably. Tisk! Garp shook his hand and looked at the young man next to Zabuza. He was like a hunter finding prey, shining brightly. You are the captain of the kitchen god pirates, Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming looks weak, he is surrounded by powerful shop employees, like a star surrounded by moons. Even if he wants to be low-key, gold will shine wherever it is placed, reminding others of his existence all the time. Yang Ming looked into Garp's eyes without fear. I didn't expect that we didn't. I just killed a celestial dragon, but you Navy thinks highly of me and sent you and the 3 admirals to fight together. Garp wanted to say something, but was rudely interrupted by the impatient Akainu. Akainu's eyes were like lightning, full of extreme hatred for evil forces. We don't need to talk to this kind of sea scum. Justice must be promoted and evil must die. Akainu's words were completely from the heart, full of iron bones, cold and iron-blooded face, very solemn, not at all fake. Akainu exuded steam all over his body, hot lava flowed out, and in his hands gathered terrible power like a volcanic eruption. Meteor. Star. Fire. Mountain. Accompanied by a loud shout, Akainu's eyes burst into a horrified light, and he punched the sky with both hands. Fists made of high-temperature lava smashed the roof of the auction, and then suddenly turned around in the air, using the force of gravity to form a terrifying falling speed, forming a spectacular lava Mars rain. Akainu, he, surprisingly intended to catch everyone in the auction in one fell swoop. Even if there are some innocent people in the auction, there are more people with sins. In the eyes of Akainu, who hates evil, all of them are considered to be damned. As for those innocent people implicated, sorry, in Akainu's eyes, justice must be implemented. They are sacrificing their small self to complete the big self. This lunatic. At this moment, not only Yang Ming and his party, or other people in the auction, but even the other 3 people who came with him were all confused and embarrassed. This is not a routine move at all. Garp chuckled, and his mouth twitched fiercely. Although Garp wanted to pin Akainu to the ground and give him a good beating, he was on the same front after all, so he had to suppress this impulse. Chapter 489 Akainu, I want to be quiet. Kid and Kira, the 2 unlucky guys, collapsed on the ground at this time. They originally wanted to play dead to escape from Garp and his party. But now, looking at the entire auction ceiling, which was smashed by Akainu with a meteor volcano, and formed a terrible rain of Mars falling down, even though it was far away now, the hot wind blowing in their faces kept reminding the 2 that if they were hit, they might be dead. Kid and Kira looked at each other, almost crying without tears. They were really pitted by Yang Ming and his party. Who knew that Yang Ming and his team would kill the celestial dragons and attract the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters and Garp to come together? If they had known earlier, Kid and Kira would not dare to stay and would have run away long ago. However, Kid and Kira found it very embarrassing that even if they wanted to leave now, it was impossible. Who told them to be taught a lesson by Garp with his fists before, and now many bones were broken and they couldn't get up at all. Kid and Kira looked at each other in silence, holding each other's hands tightly. This scene now is simply not born on the same day of the same year, but only to die on the same day of the same year. We are gay friends for life, and even die together, it seems worth it. Fortunately, this is not a rotten girl novel. Kid did not say the 3 words I love you to Kira at this critical moment. Just when Kid and his team were waiting to die in despair, they suddenly found something wrong. Yang Ming and his team did not run away. How is this possible? Kid and the other man suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Yang Ming and his group in disbelief, but they did not look panicked at all, as if they were not aware of the threat on their heads. Why? This thought came not only to the 2 of them, but also to the 4 most powerful men in the navy. Even Hades, who was hiding in the dark and was originally preparing to take Luffy away, could not help but stop and look over with interest. Hades touched his beard, and the reading glasses on his nose reflected a white light. Young people nowadays are really not simple. In his eyes full of sighs, Yang Ming whispered to Naruto, and Naruto nodded repeatedly. Then, Naruto's body was filled with the ominous red chakra of the 9-tailed fox, and in the surprised eyes of Garp and others, he transformed into a 9-tailed giant beast like a hill. Especially the 9 tails behind the 9-tailed fox, which can be described as covering the sky and the sun. As the 9 tails of the 9-tailed fox swayed, a gust of wind was rolled up, blowing the things in the auction house flying. Garp's mouth was about to drop in surprise, and he pulled King Z over. What kind of devil fruit is this? How can it be so powerful? King Z was also confused. In his impression, among the animal-type devil fruits, even the fantasy beast series and the ancient series, it seems that they are not so powerful, right? Facing the amazement of these 2 people, Akainu crossed his arms, with a face full of disdain, and snorted coldly. It's just a little bigger, watch how I blow it up. However, the next moment, Akainu's expression suddenly changed. It was because he was severely beaten by the 9 tails. The face was hit by a crackling sound, and even the face was swollen. Ah! The 9-tailed fox rarely came out, breathing the free air, soothing the limbs that seemed a little stiff after being imprisoned, and roared comfortably to the sky. Then, it raised its eyelids and saw dozens or hundreds of lava fists falling on its head. It suddenly felt uncomfortable like eating a fly. Get out of here! The originally good mood was disturbed, and the 9-tailed fox roared angrily. The 9 tails that covered the sky and the sun swung fiercely, and drew a graceful arc in the sky like a silk thread, making a thunderous explosion, with the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops. The 9 tails were like a big hand slapping away flies, scattering the lava fists falling from the sky. Snap! 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 Under the 9 tails' mighty power, the lava fist was as fragile as an egg, breaking into pieces and turning into flying stones that fell like raindrops. Oh my god! Seeing this, Kid and Killer were shocked and terrified. They looked at each other and felt as if they were in a dream, as if all this was not so real. To be fair, Kid could only run away in front of Akainu's meteor volcano. But now, what is the origin of this kitchen god pirates, and how can it be so outrageous? Where are your captains and your cotters? Why do ordinary crew members seem to be stronger than cotters? At this moment, Kid and Killer were in a mess in the wind, and they felt that the times were changing because of the arrival of the kitchen god pirates. Bang! A stone fell on Akainu's head, and it was still a little warm, but in Akainu's eyes, it was nothing less than a naked provocation. Akainu clenched his fists, his iron-blooded eyes were like a beast that would devour anyone, and a terrifying light shone out. How dare you, a mere beast! Akainu was filled with rage, but he did not lose his mind and looked over. It was seen that after the 9-tailed fox swept away the lava fist, it was not unscathed. The 9 tails were burned by the intense high temperature, and even many places had huge cuts, which looked shocking. However, with the huge chakra in the body of the 9-tailed fox, these wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Akainu knew that the iron must be struck while it is hot, and he must not miss this opportunity. Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, let's go together and get rid of this damn beast first. Although Akainu acted as a leader without authorization, he was suspected of overstepping his authority, but at this time, the other 3 people had no time to pay attention to these details. They were also shocked. The kitchen god pirates were simply a pool of deep water. You never know how many strong people there are. As the saying goes, it is better to cut off one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Instead of doing this, it is better to kill the 9 tails first and take down a city. This can also boost morale. What the 4 Navy men can think of, Yang Ming's shop employees are not lacking in smart people, and they are not lacking in understanding of the battle situation. Seeing that the 4 of them were pretending to beat up the 9 tails, even if the 9 tails had a lot of chakra and was very strong, they would definitely not be able to resist, and defeat was a matter of time. Seeing this, under the instruction of Yang Ming, the shop employees moved one after another. Uchiha Itachi stood in front of Garp, and a pair of Mangeki Sharingan released an evil light. Sorry, this road is blocked. Zabuza and Rega stood in front of Kizaru, and Rega bent his fingers, making crackling sounds. Want to see who's faster? Kisame, the giant panda Yuan, and Kimimaro stood in front of King Z. Kisame grinned, revealing a malicious smile. Our boss said that we can't let you pass. When Akainu came in front of the 9 tails, he found it awkwardly. Why is he the only one here? Where is the team fight we agreed on? Where are you guys? Chapter 499 Tails Naruto vs Akainu. Akainu faced 9 tails Naruto alone, and he was in a bad mood. We agreed on a team fight, why is he the only one here? 9 tails Naruto doesn't care about Akainu's thoughts. Brother Yang Ming has just said that if he does a good job, he will reward him with delicious food. When thinking of the wonderful dishes cooked by Yang Ming, both the 9 tails and Naruto drooled. In Akainu's eyes, Kyubai's eyes were shining as he looked at him, and disgusting saliva flowed down the corners of his mouth, as if he regarded him as prey. At this moment, Akainu felt a chill all over his body, and he actually had the illusion of facing a predator at the top of the food chain. Just a beast. How can it stop my absolute justice? Akainu's cold and iron-blooded face was completely cold and ruthless, without any human feelings. In his view, evil must be punished and justice must be promoted. No matter whether it is a human or an animal, as long as it is the source of evil, if you don't dare to do it, he must give you the most cruel and ruthless punishment. Whoosh! Whoosh! A terrifying light burst out from Akainu's eyes, his knees slightly bent, his fists clenched tightly, and his resolute momentum was like a rainbow. The word justice on his cloak behind him was so dazzling under the scorching sun. Beast. Die. Big. Spray. Fire. In the roaring wind, the cloak flew high, and Akainu's fists flew out together. The lava fists formed by the extremely high temperature flew out, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, they were like inflated balloons, forming 2 huge iron fists, like 2 small mountains whistling. This move was infused with the maximum power of Akainu's fruit ability, and the temperature of each fist was as high as several thousand degrees Celsius. Once it appeared, wherever the lava fist passed, even the atmosphere trembled violently, and hot air emanated, leaving a trail of white mist behind the lava fist. The lava fist looked huge, but its speed was not slow at all. It was like a meteor hanging upside down, and it flew out like a sharp arrow, and it would arrive in front of the 9-tailed fox in the blink of an eye. The hot air hit the face of the 9-tailed fox Naruto, and he almost couldn't open his eyes. He only felt that the skin on his face was stinging from the hot air. The pupils of the 9-tailed fox Naruto suddenly contracted, and the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly. He will die. If he is unfortunately hit by Akainu's move, even if the 9-tailed fox Naruto relies on the huge chakra self-healing ability in his body, he will be evaporated in an instant by the high temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius. At this time, the 9-tailed fox Naruto realized that he had underestimated the enemy. He is not facing a minion who can be bullied at will, but the top combat power in the world of One Piece. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. It was because of the fire rain that Akainu just slapped away that 9-tailed Naruto had the illusion that the other party was just so-so. It was because of this illusion that he reacted a beat slower, so that even if he wanted to dodge now, it was too late. A trace of cruelty flashed in 9-tailed Naruto's eyes. He was also a decisive person. When he saw that things were not going well, he instinctively cut off his tail to survive. The 9 tails that covered the sky and the sun swayed in the air, stirring up the wind and clouds like crazy, and at this moment, they all fell down, forming an airtight defensive horizontal bar in front. Boom! Once Akainu's 2 lava fists with a temperature of several thousand degrees Celsius touched the 9 tails of the 9-tailed, it was like Mars hitting the Earth, and a fierce conflict broke out. With their fight as the center, a gust of wind swept out with a huge amount of hot air, and the originally messy auction was instantly razed to the ground wherever it passed. Ah! In the foggy battlefield, a cry of pain from the nine-tailed fox was heard, and the sound was sad and desolate. Yang Ming had already left with Luo Yuan. Seeing this, his heart tightened and he stared at the center of the battlefield, worried that the nine-tailed Naruto would be in trouble. When the thick fog gradually dissipated, the desolate scene inside was revealed. The nine-tailed Naruto was charred all over, and the nine tails broke at the same time. The broken tails were still burned by the high temperature of several thousand degrees Celsius, and a fragrant barbecue smell came out. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to kill him. Akainu is indeed a veteran who knows this well. He was not polite at all and hit the nine-tailed Naruto with a violent attack, not giving him a chance to breathe. Beast! Aren't you very crazy? Akainu punched out with a punch, and the armed color domineering with black grease on it was as powerful as 1,000 pounds, hitting the face of nine-tailed Naruto fiercely. Under the inertia of the huge force, the face of nine-tailed Naruto swelled up, and the body like a hill collapsed. Beast! Blame it on you, you voted on the side of sin. Akainu stepped hard on the face of nine-tailed Naruto with his leather shoes, staring down at him, with the wild murderous intent blooming in his cold and ruthless eyes. Justice must be implemented absolutely. You are not the first, nor the last. When you die, I will arrest all the friends and relatives infected by your sinful blood. Akainu said seriously, and there was no falsehood on his cold and iron-blooded face. Akainu has always regarded himself as an existence that absolutely implements justice. For the chef god pirates who dared to challenge the order of this world and killed the celestial dragons, Akainu was murderous and vowed to kill all the relatives and friends of this group of people. Just like what the world government did to the relatives and friends of the pirate king back then. Kill the chicken. To warn the monkey. Nine-tailed Naruto's swollen face, I don't know where the strength came from, he raised his eyelids and suddenly let out a thunderous roar. You dare! For Naruto, when he was in the most difficult time, it was his elder brother Yang Ming who led him to be optimistic, and when he was most helpless, it was his teacher Irika who accompanied him through his lonely life. Kakashi, Sakura, the lecherous sage, and the partners in Konoha village are all his most precious treasures. He would not allow anyone to dare to blaspheme or threaten his relatives and friends, even if they were from a different world. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. Obviously, Akainu's words completely ignited the anger in Naruto's heart. Akainu looked down at nine-tailed Naruto, and one hand turned into flowing lava, emitting a temperature of several thousand degrees Celsius. As if God was judging the sinner, Akainu's cold and ruthless voice came. Justice will prevail. Hell dog! Just like the giant lava hand that pierced Ace in the original work, Akainu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he had already made up his mind to fight quickly. The giant lava hand fell, like a sharp spearhead, and it was going to pierce the heart of nine-tailed Naruto fiercely. Don't even think about it. Nine-tailed Naruto was furious, and his body suddenly surged like a turbulent tide, with a majestic scarlet nine-tailed chakra. For a moment the wind and clouds surged, and the sky and the earth changed color. Chapter 491 He was once a king. Yang Ming and Luo were far away from the center of the battlefield, avoiding the aftermath of the battle. Luo looked at the nine-tailed Naruto being beaten by Akainu, and his eyelids kept twitching. Crazy. It was really crazy. Is there anything crazier than the kitchen god pirates in this world? A crew member who looks like an ordinary pirate group can actually hold on for so long under the command of the Navy Admiral. What are you trying to do? At this moment, although Luo still did not trust the resurrection food that Yang Ming said, he could not help but reevaluate his diplomatic attitude. When he saw that the nine-tailed Naruto was charred and seriously injured and was about to be hit by Akainu for the last time, Luo felt that the time had come. Even if it was not for anything else, just being able to join forces with the kitchen god pirates to deal with Don Quixote of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Luo felt that it was a win. With this idea in mind, Luo said at the right time. Boss Yang Ming, it seems that your crew members need help from outside forces. Luo's subtext is very obvious, that is, asking Yang Ming if he needs his help. These days, it is not a good thing to be nice without doing anything. Although Luo did not put forward any conditions, if he could save the powerful nine-tailed Naruto, he would surely be able to make Yang Ming owe him a favor. Luo's calculations are very clever. However, what disappointed Luo was that even at this point, Yang Ming still had a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't take the three admirals and Garp seriously at all. Who is this man? Seeing this, Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of deep thought, and he became more curious about Yang Ming's identity. The god of cooking pirates that came out of nowhere, the mysterious captain, and the powerful crew. All of this seemed to tell Luo that this god of cooking pirates was not simple. In fact, Yang Ming was worried about Naruto. He was in no mood to talk to him until he saw him. After all, this was his top brother, and it was really heartbreaking. Although Yang Ming wanted to call other employees to fight Akainu together, he wanted you to show me how to act. Unfortunately, these could only be thought of. After all, other employees needed to contain the Admiral and Garp. Especially Uchiha Itachi, who took on the responsibility of containing Garp alone, which was very cautious. Just when Yang Ming was upset, something strange happened in the battle between nine-tailed Naruto and Akainu. Ouch! A loud sound like that from a wild beast exploded, and the ominous scarlet chakra of the nine-tailed burst out like a dam bursting, and a huge column of light rose up and reached the sky, like a pillar of heaven. The wind was noisy, the wind was roaring, and the earth was shaking. Unruly blood surged, power emerged from nine-tailed Naruto's body, and his vertical pupils burst out with dazzling light. Indistinctly, a woman's shadow can be seen appearing beside nine-tailed Naruto, and that look is Naruto's mother. Kushina burned the little chakra left and tried her best to heal nine-tailed Naruto's injuries. When the chakra was consumed, Kushina looked at nine-tailed Naruto with love, and then completely disappeared. Nine-tailed Naruto had tears in his eyes, and he didn't bother to say goodbye to Kushina. He quickly gathered a black energy ball in his mouth, which compressed a terrifying power, enough to easily destroy a small island. Tailed Beast Cannon. In Akainu's eyes, this energy ball full of repressive destructive aura touched his lava fist. But what Akainu never expected was that the powerful skills he was so proud of were melted away by the Tailed Beast Cannon like ice and snow, without even a splash of water. How is this possible? This time, it was Akainu's turn to panic. He could feel the destructive power contained in this dark energy ball. Unfortunately, the speed was too fast, and he was too confident just now. It was too late to withdraw now. In the critical situation, Akainu with a ruthless heart, his whole body turned into an element, and then he tried his best to escape far away. Boom! The Tailed Beast Cannon smashed into the original site of the auction, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the auction site that had long been raised to the ground, hundreds of meters high. The whole sky was covered with dense dust particles, as if it had suddenly become dark, and it was so dark that it was hard to breathe. At this moment, the people of the entire Sabayati archipelago raised their heads in horror, watching the sky change color in horror. Since the Pirate King announced the Great Pirate Era, this was the first time that the Sabayati archipelago encountered such a terrible scene. For a moment, the people were panicked and scattered like birds and beasts, unwilling to stay here for a moment. Puh, fu. Kid spit out the sand in his mouth fiercely, and together with Killer, he fell down from a robot dog in a miserable state with blood and dust all over his face. This robot dog was secretly assembled by Kid using the iron tools in the auction when no one was paying attention. If it weren't for it, Kid and Killer would have been buried in the explosion of the mushroom cloud. Kid looked back from a distance, still with lingering fears. That kind of terrifying power was no match for the bombing of several warships in the Demon Slayer Order. This kitchen god pirate group is so terrible. Kid wiped the cold sweat from his face. He finally understood why Captain Yang Ming ignored him from beginning to end. That's because he didn't deserve it. With such a powerful crew, even if Yang Ming was said to be the Four Emperors, Kid would believe it. Wait. The Four Emperors? Kid's pupils suddenly shrank, and his pores widened. Before the Pirate King, there were many great pirates who could be as famous as him. Could it be that the young-looking Yang Ming was actually a king? Otherwise, how to explain that he has such a powerful crew, but these new generation pirates have never heard of it? For a moment, Kid was frightened by his own imagination. When he thought of offending a former king, Kid had the urge to buy a piece of tofu and hit his head against it. But if Kid were to apologize, with his pride, he couldn't bow his head at all. With no tears to cry, Kid had to quickly pull Kira and climb onto the back of the robot dog with great effort. He didn't care about the bumpy road and fled back to the pirate ship like a fly. When the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, the mysterious veil after the war was finally unveiled. The original site of the entire auction had disappeared, and it was replaced by a vast lake. It was not accurate to say that it was a lake, because all of this was due to the piercing of the land and the gushing sea water. Akainu climbed up from the ashes in a panic, his face was extremely solemn, and his entire right arm was broken at the shoulder. Yang Ming's first reaction was, what a pity, Akainu can't use his right hand to masturbate anymore. Fortunately, he still has his left hand. Chapter 492, The Wretched Kizaru. In the One Piece world, although the natural fruit ability is said to be the strongest, ordinary attacks can hardly cause damage to the ability user. However, the natural fruit ability can also be restrained by something. Whether it is sea stone, domineering, or like sand is restrained by water, lightning is restrained by rubber, it can be seen that the natural system is not invincible. And now, when Akainu's right arm was removed by a tailed beast cannon from the nine-tailed Naruto, it symbolizes that another thing that can restrain the natural system has appeared. Nearby, Kizaru battlefield. Kizaru took the time to look at Akainu's predicament, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Oh my, it's so scary. Kizaru's wretched face showed an exaggerated expression, but his hand was not hurried, twisting an orchid finger and flicking it forward. Swish! A golden jade-like beam of light blasted out from his hand, as fast as a thunderbolt, and made a sound of cloth being cut by a sharp weapon in the air. At this time, Zabuza happened to appear in the open space with Flying Thunder God. He had just moved over and had not yet reacted, and he had to bear the blow of Kizaru. Asshole! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Zabuza's mouth, and his face was full of resentment and frustration. Unlike the battle between Nine-Tailed Naruto and Akainu, there was no big scene here, nor was there a fierce battle. It seemed like drinking a sip of boiled water, which seemed ordinary. But in fact, the risks here were no less than those on Akainu's side. Just look at Zabuza and Rega running around, and you can see one or two. There was no other reason, it was just that Kizaru's fighting style was too vulgar. Yellow Monkey relies on his ability of the Phantom Fruit. If he can't win, he will flee to the sky and harass you with long-range attacks. Once he gets the chance, he will slowly beat you and never fight you to death. Yellow Monkey touches his lower back, sits on a huge red mulberry tree, and crosses his legs. Oh my waist is so tired. I am old enough to retire, and I'm not as capable as you guys. Below, Zabuza and Rega were gloomy, and they gritted their teeth when they saw this scene. Zabuza tightly grasped the beheading sword, and because he used too much force on the back of his hand, veins popped out like little green snakes. He stared at Huang Yuan with his wolf-like eyes, and he was furious and roared suddenly. If you have the guts, come down and fight me. Huang Yuan twisted a orchid finger, raised his eyelids slightly, and curled his lips. This won't do, you have to respect the old and love the young. As he said that, he flicked his hand and another beam of light came. Zabuza and Rega easily dodged such a simple and crude attack. But at this moment, a gleam of light flashed in Kizaru's half-closed eyes, as if a hunter who patiently set a trap finally waited for the prey to take the bait. If you look closely, the three of them have unknowingly left the auction and entered the residential area, where there are many tall buildings around. The most important thing is that these houses have windows. Yada mirror. Kizaru put his hands on his chest, and a circle of light burst out, like a snake-shaped thunderbolt, constantly shuttling through the tall buildings. What does he want to do? Just as Zabuza and Rega were in doubt, Kizaru had already told them with actual actions. A beam of light comparable to the speed of light passed behind the two of them, and Kizaru suddenly walked out from inside. Oh my, I finally caught you. Little mouse. Behind the reading glasses, Kizaru's eyes were full of murderous intent, unlike his usual carefree look. As a Navy admiral, Kizaru has always been a decisive killer. Just look at the fact that he personally executed the former Navy admiral's effort at the risk of being hated by his colleagues behind his back. Kizaru supported himself with his left leg and raised his right leg, which flashed a golden jade-like light, which contained terrible power. Light speed kick. It's a long story, but it all happened in a flash. Zabuza and Rega didn't have time to use Flying Thunder God, and they were both kicked. They were blasted out like cannonballs and smashed into houses. Boom! 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 One house after another was smashed into a huge hole by the two of them, and they kept crashing into the 13th house, and the forward momentum finally slowed down. It turned out that Kizaru had been working hard to lure them to this terrain in order to give full play to his fruit ability. After all, Zabuza and Rega could use Flying Thunder God, their ability to escape, and their local combat ability were so strong that even Kizaru felt constrained. Goodbye, little mouse. Kizaru's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a wretched and weird uncle expression. Before Zabuza and Rega could react, Kizaru chased them relentlessly. Laser. A beam of light far stronger than the previous one appeared. It was as thick as the annual rings of a tree, and the energy contained in it was even more amazing. The dazzling golden light shone in all directions, and the magnificent power was like the destructive blow of the sun god, as if it could split the mountains and the sea. Just looking at it from a distance, there was a feeling of impending disaster. Boom! A loud noise like the roar of a cannonball suddenly appeared, and the laser passed through the residential houses, just like the sun melting the snow, destroying everything on the road ahead. From the feet of Huang Yuan, extending all the way to the front of his sight, there appeared a trace that could accommodate 4 horses walking side by side. The cement slabs on the surface were completely gone, as if they had been plowed countless times, showing the red and yellow mud, with wisps of light smoke lingering on it. Are they all dead? Kizaru tilted his neck, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. Although he didn't think the other 2 could dodge this move, he still took a step forward and carefully explored forward for the sake of caution. At this moment, he found a flash of blue light on the edge of his reading glasses. Kizaru's heart was alarmed, and without thinking, his whole body was directly particled by beams. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking wind was heard, and a flash of lightning jumped out of the haystack like a venomous snake, passing through Kizaru's body at a tricky angle. Oh my! It was a close call, a close call. Kizaru was still in shock, patting his chest with an exaggerated expression, and looked in the direction of the lightning with a vigilant look. But he saw Zabuza and Rega coming over from there. However, Zabuza's beheading sword, which was originally broken in half by Garp's punch, now only had the handle left. Just now, if Zabuza hadn't taken advantage of the gap blocked by the beheading sword and took the opportunity to pull Rega to use Flying Thunder God, he would probably have died by now. The power of the general cannot be ignored. Fortunately, the beheading sword can recover automatically, otherwise Zabuza would have cried to death. Chapter 493 Frozen Throne. Seeing Zabuza and Rega coming over intact, Kizaru pinched his orchid finger. Oh my, what a pity, what a pity. Rega's mouth twitched fiercely, and he glanced at him fiercely, with great resentment in his heart. This guy not only looks wretched, but also screams wretched. Even his fighting style is so wretched, it's disgusting. In addition, the opponent can transform his body into elements at any time, which is comparable to an invincible existence, which makes the 2 of them feel more pressured. Fortunately, their main task is to contain Kizaru and prevent him from interfering with the real battlefield. Kizaru floated in the sky, and he guessed a little about the enemy's thoughts. Looking at the battlefield between Garp and Uchiha Itachi from a distance, he could only pray in his heart. Garp, you have to hurry up. Kizaru thought so in his heart, but suddenly found in horror that the ground was gradually covered with sky-blue ice from far to near. This is the ultimate move of General King Z, the Ice Age. Once the glacier appears, the land within a radius of 10 miles is frozen. What happened there? Huang Yuan was shocked. Although King Z is much younger than him, he is not inferior to him in talent and combat power. What is the reason that forced King Z to use his ultimate move? You know, in this Ice Age, King Z usually does not need to attack, but is used as an auxiliary. On a vast ice surface, a tall and straight figure stood, his whole body turned into ice, only the head remained the same. Hey! Hey! King Z was panting, and once he touched the cooling atmosphere, he turned into thick fog. Qingji looked at the opposite side with lingering fear. Kisame, Kimimaro, and the giant panda Yuan were intact. They looked very leisurely and relaxed, without any pressure. Qingji glanced at the knife in Kisame's hand, and his tone was particularly solemn. What kind of knife is this? I have never heard of it. Among the famous swords handed down from generation to generation, there is one like yours. Kisame touched Samehada gently as if he was caressing a lover, and his mouth curled up, looking terrifying. This is not a knife, but my best friend. Right, Samehada. As the voice fell, Samehada opened his mouth and bit and closed it, as if responding. Really? Qingji took a few steps back imperceptibly, and had already begun to look around and prepare to run away. There was no other reason, it was just that Samehada's knife was too weird. As we all know, the essence of chakra is to extract life energy from cells in the body and then transform it. When Kisame used the chakra absorption technique through Samehada, even if Aokiji became an elemental, he still couldn't escape, and could only have his life energy absorbed. After fighting for a while, Aokiji was not careful and was pulled by the chakra absorption technique, and he began to feel his physical strength begin to fail. If it weren't for the fact that the individual physical skills in the One Piece world were stronger than those in the Naruto world, and Aokiji was one of the best, I'm afraid that after just one round, Aokiji would have been exhausted. Aokiji used the Ice Age to force Kisame and his group to retreat. Aokiji now regretted it a little. If it were Kizaru, it would probably be much easier to deal with Kisame. Aokiji made up his mind and waved to Kisame and the others. "Goodbye, everyone." After saying that, his whole body began to crack, and then broke apart. His real body had already recondensed into a human body on the ice surface in the distance. Damn! This works! Kisame and his group looked at each other in bewilderment. It was the first time they had seen such a way of escaping, and they were all a little confused for a moment. Fortunately, they all remembered their task of containment the next moment and rushed towards King Z. King Z felt deeply annoyed as he watched them catch up. "Is it necessary for you?" With the idea of dying a fellow Taoist rather than a poor Taoist, King Z resolutely ran towards Huang Yuan. With Huang Yuan's eyesight and the advantage of the high altitude, he soon discovered King Z's whereabouts. When he saw this young and promising general, Huang Yuan was a little overwhelmed. "What's going on?" Then, Huang Yuan saw a group of people hanging behind King Z, and his face became strange. "This? Could it be that they are escaping to me?" Huang Yuan touched the light beard on his lips, and a solemn expression appeared on his wretched face. If even King Z can't handle it, Huang Yuan may not be able to do it. "Oh my waist is so tired. No, I have to go take a rest." After saying that, Kizaru waved his hand at King Z from a distance, and suddenly turned into a flash of light and disappeared. King Z was originally planning to exchange enemies with Kizaru, but after running here with great effort, he found that Kizaru actually ran away. What the hell? King Z looked at Zabuza and Riga, who were grinning in the distance, looked back at Kisame and his group, and suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. Isn't this a betrayal to teammates? The giant panda Yuan took the lead and held a bamboo spear in his hand. The bamboo spear, which was originally 1 meter long, stretched out instantly and turned into a 40-meter long spear. A cold light came first, and then the spear came out like a dragon. The bamboo spear was like a dragon, very tricky and straight, drawing a sharp arc in the air, making a sharp sound of breaking wind, and a burst of hot sparks rubbed out from the tip of the spear. Bang! King Z didn't even dodge, and his head was shot directly in the head, but there was no blood at all. King Z moved his feet, and the cold air on his neck was pressing, and diamond-shaped ice appeared and reformed King Z's head. It seems that this fierce battle is inevitable. Qing Ji sighed in his heart, and a stream of cold winter air came out of his hands, and his whole arm turned into ice. Qing Ji bent his body and pressed his hands heavily on the ground. Endless cold air flooded like a flood. Absolute zero. Frozen throne. The cold, which was more terrifying than the Ice Age, spread madly in all directions. Anything would turn into cold ice once it was touched. Who said that only the times can create heroes? Heroes can also create the times. With a big move, Qing Ji turned this 10-mile radius into his frozen domain. He was the only emperor here. Then, a towering iceberg suddenly rose on the ground. On the edge of the steep cliff, a throne carved out of ice and snow quietly stayed there. Qing Ji sat on it carelessly like the Ice Emperor who was crowned as the king, overlooking the people who seemed insignificant under his feet. In order to prevent Kisame from approaching, Qing Ji pointed at Kisame and his group and uttered a few words coldly. Absolute zero. Knife Mountain. With the sound of falling, the ground suddenly changed on the route where Kisame and his group were moving forward. Sharp ice knives broke through the ice, each of which was 3 or 4 meters high, reflecting a cold light under the light. The ice knives were distributed around irregularly, and suddenly drilled out from the ground, and hit everyone off guard, and they could only defend themselves awkwardly. Chapter 494 The Auction That Is About to Cause Waves. Chang was far away from the battlefield. Luo looked at one of the 3 admirals being crippled, and the other 2 were in a stalemate with the members of the God of Cooking Pirates, and he was not feeling well. Are these still the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters that he knows? No. Or maybe, this chef god pirates is too strong. At this moment, Luo finally understood why Yang Ming, the head of the family, had the confidence to recruit him as the butcher of Yang Ming's shop. Even though Luo now has the strength to rival the 7 warlords of the sea, he is just a handyman when he enters Yang Ming's shop. This is really a sad story. Of course, if he knew that Kisame who was fighting was just a sweeper, and Uchiha Itachi was just a delivery boy, Luo would feel even more shocked. Yang Ming glanced at Luo who was confused, and couldn't help laughing in his heart, but he still put on an indifferent expression on his face, which made Luo more and more unable to guess what he was thinking. He just felt that Yang Ming's figure at this time was so majestic and so hidden. Luo's original doubts about the resurrection cuisine gradually melted away in such a shock. Luo's lips trembled, and after thinking for a long time, he carefully said, "Boss Yang Ming, I'd like to ask, can you show me your resurrection food?" Luo also knew that his words were a bit difficult to ask, so his face turned red and hot as soon as he said it. Seeing this, Yang Ming gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Yang Ming's mouth curled up, revealing a half-smile. "Even if you don't have this request, I plan to hold an auction in the near future to show the world the resurrection food." "Oh, by the way." Yang Ming smiled, "My resurrection food can revive the dead to his peak state." "What?" At this time, it was Luo's turn to be completely speechless. If the resurrection food really exists, it will inevitably set off a storm that will sweep the whole world. At that time, let alone the 7 warlords of the sea, even the 4 emperors will not be able to help it. And for those celestial dragons who are usually high and mighty, I'm afraid they will come like crazy. After all, the older and more senior a person is, the more afraid of death he or she is. I'm afraid these people are thinking about letting their trusted people revive them after they die. Upon hearing this news, Luo's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Yang Ming. He finally understood why this man would allow his men to kill the celestial dragons, and why he dared to fight against the admiral of the navy despite the world's disapproval. Because of this kind of thing, the kitchen god pirates can not only become famous in one battle, but also show their muscles to the world, thus paving the way for the next auction to go smoothly. Luo only felt his throat was dry, and he didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine that if the resurrection food really appeared, would it blast out the strong hidden in the corner of the world, such as the Pirate King's men. They should be happy to see their captain again. This is really a big deal. It was like a thunderclap in the sky, which shocked Luo beyond words. Unconsciously, Luo found that his palms and backs were sweating. Now he thought about it and realized that he had a little knowledge of the frog in the well. He didn't expect that the man in front of him would have such a big layout. On the other hand, Yang Ming didn't have the urge to continue chatting, but instead focused on the task released by the system not long ago. Hidden mission: capture the Admiral of the Navy. Mission description: we have never been good at not fighting back or responding to insults. Upon completion of the mission, you must capture at least 1 admiral alive. The more people you capture, the higher the reward. Mission reward: reward based on the degree of completion. This was the first time Yang Ming encountered such a hidden mission, and he could not help but look forward to the reward. I hope the system won't cheat me this time, Yang Ming said secretly. Then, Yang Ming opened his Sharingan and turned his sight to the real main battlefield. On a rough sea, 2 men stood opposite each other. Garp had taken off his shirt long before he knew it, revealing a strong body, with muscles like rocks, reflecting a touch of oil in the sun. Garp is worthy of being the existence comparable to the Sengoku Marshal in the Navy headquarters. Although he has not taken the devil fruit, his armament haki has been cultivated to a superb state. His upper body is completely covered with black grease, making him look like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus rex, exuding a fierce aura that is extremely frightening. Even the sea kings that choose people to devour in the sea dare not cross the pond after smelling the breath on Garp. Garp's face put away his usual laughing and frivolous look, as cold as steel, with his white hair standing upside down, and his eyes staring at the opposite side. Young man, it's amazing. You are obviously a genius that is rare in 1,000 years. Why don't you join our navy to maintain world justice? Justice. Uchiha Itachi's eyes produced a slight ripple, recalling the wars that the Naruto world had experienced, and couldn't help but smile lightly. Only the strong can right justice, and the weak can only become evil. Garp sighed, his face full of disappointment. Because after a round of contact, Garp had already developed a sense of cherishing the man in front of him. What a pity. The lingering sound was still lingering in the same place, but in an instant, Garp disappeared, and a huge wave appeared on the sea surface belatedly. Shave. This move was originally one of the best skills in the Navy's 6 styles. After being used by Garp, it was rejuvenated, making him as fast as thunder, as if he were Superman. On the sea, a blue wave ran across the east and west, which was stepped on by Garp. However, all this fell into Uchiha Hataka's Mangeki Sharingan, but it was as slow as a snail, and Garp's trace was easily captured by him. Strangely, Uchiha Hataka clearly had no intention of dodging, and still stood upright on the sea. He actually had to face Garp's iron fist. What's going on? The next moment, the answer was revealed. The fist whistled in, like a dragon subduing a tiger, with overwhelming power. The air could not bear such a strong impact and made a sound like the restlessness of a plane. Boom! Before the iron fist covered with black grease arrived, a strong air pressure hit Uchiha Hataka's face, making his black hair behind his head wild and oppressive like a storm. Iron block! Bang! The iron fist hit Uchiha Hataka's face heavily, but it did not distort as expected, but instead made a sound like the sound of a dusk drum. This is what Garp regretted. In such a short time, Uchiha Hataka learned all 6 styles of the navy that he had practiced for many years. This is no longer a nerd. He is simply a god of learning. Chapter 495, The Evil Genius, Uchiha Hataka. As one of the 6 styles of the navy, iron block requires a high level of talent for ordinary people to practice. As for those geniuses who are extremely talented, it takes at least a month to get started and half a year to master iron block. But now, the man in front of Garp has a talent that is comparable to the evilest among evildoers. Garp only used iron block once, and Uchiha Hataka copied it with his Mangeki Sharingan and learned it in one go. Garp still remembers that when Uchiha Hataka used iron block before, it was only at the entry level, and he could easily break through the defense. But now Garp looked at his fist with an ugly expression, and it was motionless in front of Uchiha Hataka's forehead, with drops of cold sweat constantly coming out. After how long, Garp finally felt a little fear. Not fear of Uchiha Hataka's strength, but fear of his talent. How could such a genius exist? Unfortunately, Uchiha Hataka didn't leave him any time to think so much. Uchiha Hataka's cold pupils turned, and he stretched out a finger to Garp and said coldly, "Finger gun." With the sound of falling, Uchiha Hataka raised his hand and stabbed it into Garp's eyes as fast as lightning. In a life and death battle, there is only life and death, and there is no justice at all. Although this move of blinding the eyes looks so despicable and shameless, it is the most fatal blow. Quick, quick, quick! Uchiha Hataka's counterattack is not fierce, and the angle of attack is not tricky. Garp was horrified, but the two were too close, and Uchiha Hataka attacked too fast, so there was no place to hide. In a hurry, Garp was worthy of being a legendary figure who had chased the Pirate King all over the world. At the critical moment, an idea suddenly came to his mind and he closed his eyes, with a layer of black grease on his eyelids. Armament Haki. As a unique skill that combines offense and defense, it is not inferior to Uchiha Hataka's finger gun. Ding! The collision of the two was like the collision of two iron tools, making a crisp tinnitus sound, and the friction was even more intense at the intersection, and a flash of fire splashed. Garp grinned, revealing a mouthful of cold white teeth, like a cloud dragon stretching its claws, and grabbed Uchiha Hataka's wrist like flying, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Garp suddenly rushed forward into Uchiha Hataka's arms, made a karate wrestling move, and with a force from his waist, he suddenly smashed Uchiha Hataka into the sea. Garp's movements were extremely coherent and fast, and his physical skills far surpassed Uchiha Hataka's, which caught people off guard. In Garp's opinion, Uchiha Hataka should be a devil fruit user, but he can float on the sea due to some ability. As long as he enters the sea, he will definitely win. Uchiha Hataka was hit unexpectedly and fell into the sea in a mess. But to Garp's surprise, Uchiha Hataka actually floated out of the sea, stepped on the sea again, and was still alive and kicking. Garp's jaw dropped in surprise. "How come you are okay?" Uchiha Hataka looked confused, shook the cold water off his hair, and stared at Garp with cold eyes. On his hands, drops of black grease started from the tips of his fingers and continued to spread around. Haki is really hard to learn. It took me more than 10 minutes to master it. Uchiha Hataka distanced himself from Capra, and looked at his hands covered with armament haki with satisfaction. His words were full of regrets from a top student. Just like the top students in school who always get 100 points in the exam, but this time they only got 99 points, he sighed. But if these words fell into the ears of the poor students, it would be like a slap in the face. Even if Garp was not a poor student, he was considered fast in learning armament haki, but it took him a whole week to learn it. But now, the man in front of Garp took more than 10 minutes and still complained that it was too slow? Where can you put Garp's face? If this news spread to the Navy headquarters, wouldn't those Navy heroes who usually claim to be geniuses die of shame? You are so powerful, does your mother know? Garp really wants to squat in the corner of the toilet with his knees hugged, draw a circle and curse Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi moved his wrist that was hurt by Garp's grip, making a crackling sound. Then, let's continue. Uchiha Itachi stepped on the ground, as if a bomb exploded under his feet at this moment, and a layer of waves suddenly exploded on the sea. Then, he disappeared in the distance like a ghost. Shave. Seeing Uchiha Itachi learn another Navy 6 styles, Garp was numb with shock, and then he was filled with fighting spirit. Although Garp was not a bloodthirsty person, for Uchiha Itachi who had gone astray in his eyes, Garp felt it necessary to arrest him and put him in the Navy prison, and then give him ideological guidance every day and night, so that he could understand the importance of justice, and then join the Navy. When he thought of Uchiha Itachi wearing the Navy's cloak, relying on his rare talent that only appears once in 1,000 years, leading a group of Navy to sweep the pirates and pacify the troubled times, Garp's heart was filled with enthusiasm. Let me give you a taste of my beloved Iron Fist. Garp roared, not dodging at all, clenched his fist, and the fist as big as a casserole exploded forward. The air was squeezed, formed, twisted, and then turned into a spiral air pressure whirlwind, surging forward wildly. The calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent, sweeping streams of seawater flowed in. Due to the ability of the shaving, it can only move forward quickly, so Garp's move seems very targeted. Uchiha Itachi was not so stupid as to face the tough attack directly. He stopped halfway and his body exploded instantly, turning into a dark phantom. Quack! Quack! Groups of crows dodged in all directions, and then gathered together to reform a human body. Uchiha Itachi glanced and saw the water tornado that Garp punched out, rushing all the way to the shore, destroying the mess before finally stopping, leaving a messy mark on the ground like a canine bite. It is conceivable that if you are hit by Garp, the whole person will be sucked into it, just like a baby being sucked into a washing machine and rolling and strangling. Where are you looking? Who knows, taking advantage of the gap when Uchiha Itachi glanced, Garp came behind Uchiha Itachi like a ghost, appearing and disappearing. Inhale, clench your fist, and blast out. A series of actions were completed in one go, without any drag, as fast as thunder. The expected bloody scene did not appear. Garp was surprised to find that he punched a skeleton attached to Uchiha Itachi's body. Crack! Crack! The fragile skeleton only supported for a second before it broke apart. Chapter 496 The Troublemaker. Taking advantage of the gap blocked by the skeleton-shaped Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi supported himself with his left leg and turned back to kick back. Snap! The whip kick was like an axe, making a sound like a firecracker in the air, with a wind blade attached to it. Storm kick! Seeing another Navy 6 styles being mastered by Uchiha Itachi, Garp's old face twitched fiercely. Garp did not dodge, but directly stretched out his arm covered with armed color domineering to block. Bang! With a muffled sound, a strong wind burst out from the place where they fought. But Garp's arm did not move at all, as solid as a rock. No matter how strong the wind is, I will remain unmoved. On the contrary, Uchiha Itachi's face suddenly changed, and he felt a strong reaction force coming, which made his foot a little numb. He knew that he could not match Garp with only the 6 styles of the Navy, so he pulled away. Uchiha Itachi had not encountered such an enemy who could be compared with him for a long time, and his heart was hot. The warm-up exercise is over. Next, I'm going to start the real thing. Puff! Hearing this, Garp staggered and almost fell down. Damn it! This is just a warm-up? You stole my 6 styles of the Navy and armament haki, and you said this is just a warm-up? How embarrassed are you, an old man? These words just passed through Garp's mind, and he found that the situation in front of him suddenly changed. Uchiha Itachi's cold eyes turned, and the cold chakra flowed out of his body, forming the white bones that Garp had seen before. What shocked Garp was that as the skeleton built a giant frame, Uchiha Itachi's chakra continued to fill it in, turning into plump flesh and blood, and neatly dressed armor. Like a giant soldier from a myth, the giant who was hundreds of feet tall stood upright, one hand could cover the sky, and the other hand could hold the moon. Garp's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but blurt out. What is this? It's no wonder that Garp was so surprised. Just now, he knocked Uchiha Itachi into the sea, and the other party was intact, which showed that the other party was not a fruit ability user. But in this case, what kind of ability is this? Is this Susanoo? Uchiha Itachi said calmly, but Garp felt a sense of power, and only felt a high-class atmosphere blowing in his face. However, it is not Garp's style to think so much. These are all things that Martial Sengoku needs to consider. He, Garp, just need to defeat the man in front of him. But just when Garp wanted to make a move, an unexpected troublemaker appeared. Whoosh! A golden jade-like light flashed in the sky. Then, there was a vulgar voice that Garp was very familiar with. Oh my, I didn't expect I was not late. What appeared in the eyes of the two was Kizaru, who had invisibly pitted King Z. Kizaru stood in the air high in the sky, looked down, and found that Garp's enemy was still intact, and the eyes behind the reading glasses could not help but flash a strange color. The enemy is strong. Kizaru pondered in his heart, and then swept his leg, and a golden beam of light instantly blasted out, like a laser, piercing down from the sky. Being inexplicably disrupted, Uchiha Itachi was a little unhappy. Ouch! As if sensing the master's intention, Susanoo roared to the sky, and the huge air wave even dispersed the clouds in the sky. Susanoo's armored arm moved, and a huge fist suddenly blasted out. Whatever shitty light column you are, I will smash it with one punch. Susanoo didn't take Kizaru's tentative attack seriously at all, and rushed forward with great momentum. Kizaru's ability, which he was always very proud of, was easily broken by Susanoo's punch, leaving only a burning hole on the opponent's fist. Uchiha Itachi didn't even blink an eye at this level of injury, and Susanoo easily healed it with a constant flow of chakra. Then, Susanoo's momentum did not decrease, and it came like a violent storm, and punched Kizaru fiercely. Before the fist arrived, Kizaru felt a black shadow covering him, and a strong fist wind whistled, making him feel a kind of pressure coming in his face. Although Kizaru was quite surprised, when he saw that his opponent did not have armament haki attached, he stayed calmly in place and let the opponent's fist smash him to pieces. Bang! Kizaru's body exploded all of a sudden, turning into flying yellow light and electricity. Is he dead? Uchiha Itachi always felt that something was a bit strange, and the opponent was not someone who would die so easily. As expected, the light and electricity that had originally scattered in all directions, under Kizaru's wool, gathered together again like a nestling returning to its nest, and turned into Kizaru's appearance. Oh my, it's so scary, I almost died. Kizaru showed an exaggerated expression on his face, shouting that he was afraid, but his eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of determination to win. In Kizaru's opinion, those who can't use haki are all scum, so he can just take advantage of them. Even though the man in front of him looks like he can fight Garp on equal terms, Kizaru mistakenly thinks that it's because Garp doesn't have the ability of the nature fruit. After the test, Kizaru's morale was boosted, and he stepped into the air, and the whole person turned into a flash of light, attacking like thunder. Kizaru didn't bother to deal with the big Susanoo at all, and aimed directly at Uchiha Itachi inside. Shoot the horse first when shooting a man, and capture the king first when capturing a thief. Kizaru is also a veteran who knows this well. With a speed comparable to the speed of sound, ordinary people can hardly catch Kizaru's trace. They only feel that their eyes are bright and the opponent appears in front of them. But Uchiha Itachi is obviously not among the ordinary people. The black windmill rotates in his pupils, Uchiha Itachi's eyes are wide open, and the ability of the Mangeki Sharingan is at its extreme, trying his best to capture the opponent's whereabouts. Under this pair of magical eyes, the speed that Kizaru was proud of was not worth mentioning at all. Although it was still very fast in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, there were already traces to follow. What surprised Uchiha Itachi was that Kizaru actually came to him directly without making too much cover-up. It seems that I have been underestimated. Uchiha Itachi said in an inexplicable tone, his whole body was already tense, ready to teach the other party a lesson that will be remembered forever. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi recalled that the other party was smashed by a punch just now, but was able to recover in the blink of an eye, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. Rest in peace, young man. At this time, Kizaru directly broke through the defense of Susanoo, and his speed did not slow down at all, and came to Uchiha Itachi like a stream of light. A bright light wave shot out with a bang, and the power was extremely amazing. But the next moment, Kizaru's face suddenly changed. Chapter 497 Tragic Kizaru. Kizaru came with the determination to win, and violently broke through the defense of Susanoo, and kicked forward with his foot. Dazzling golden light shone everywhere, and a beam of light flew towards Uchiha Itachi. This beam of light was as thick as a chopstick, but it contained terrifying power. Although it was just a casual kick from Kizaru, it had the power to penetrate jade. Once hit, it could easily penetrate the human body. Even the 11 supernovas in One Piece would suffer if they were hit by this move. Kizaru was very confident in the speed of his ability, because this confidence was built on the corpses of countless losers in the past. But the next moment, something that Kizaru never expected happened. Uchiha Itachi was like walking in a garden, and there was no panic on his face. It was not until the beam of light approached that Uchiha Itachi calmly turned sideways and avoided the attack as if he had predicted it. Throughout the whole process, he was like a nobleman, with a calm posture and brisk steps, as if he was on a spring outing. The approaching light column was just an annoying fly that could be easily avoided. The light column continued to move forward, like a spiral drill. It only took a stalemate to break through Suzanu's defense and landed on the sea in the distance, stirring up a wave of waves. Observation Haki. Kizaru was horrified. He didn't know that Uchiha Itachi's eyes were special, and he mistakenly attributed all this to his observation Haki. But before he could make any move, Uchiha Itachi's ability to perform on the spot exceptionally outstanding. After dodging, he punched out like a tiger out of a cage. It was seen that Uchiha Itachi's fist, which originally had beautiful skin, had been covered with a layer of black grease for a long time. Armament Haki. Bang! Uchiha Itachi punched Kizaru's stomach hard. This time, even if he turned into an element, it would not work. He had to bear this blow. Although Uchiha Itachi had a flash of inspiration in his mind, he used all his strength and hit Kizaru's back up like a shrimp. Uchiha Itachi could even see that the opponent's abdomen was sunken, almost close to the waist bone. It is conceivable how terrible Uchiha Itachi's punch was. Although Kizaru was a general, he had never been good at physical skills, and he was also the oldest. As he was approaching retirement, his physical fitness declined sharply. At this moment, Kizaru felt as if his stomach was churning and his throat was sweet. He realized something and quickly clenched his teeth. Scarlet blood suddenly flowed from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for Kizaru's face, he would have spurted blood just now. After enduring Uchiha Itachi's attack, Kizaru didn't dare to stay. He took a few steps back and turned into a flash of light and escaped in an instant. When the light passed, he had already come to Garp's side. His face turned pale and his lips trembled. He looked in great pain. Seeing this, Garp looked embarrassed and said carelessly, "Alas, it's all because of the amazing talent of the kid on the opposite side. He actually stole my armament Haki." Hearing this, Kizaru didn't care about the injuries in his body. He suddenly opened his eyes wide with an unbelievable look. "What did you say?" Garp smiled awkwardly and explained what he had just said. But to Kizaru, it was like a bolt from the blue. Learned the Navy 6 styles in one glance? Learned armament Haki in just 10 minutes? My god, what kind of monster is this? Kizaru's heart twitched fiercely, recalling that when he was still a soldier, he was already the most talented in the same class, but it still took a long time to learn the Navy 6 styles. But his so-called genius, compared with Uchiha Itachi, seemed so mediocre. Kizaru was shocked. He almost began to doubt his life. But the next moment, Kizaru's heart surged with an unspeakable hatred, and he wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi as soon as possible. Kizaru is not Garp. Garp hopes to capture Uchiha Itachi alive and make him surrender to the Navy, so he has never used his full strength, at least his Conqueror Haki has never been used. For Kizaru, although he looks careless at ordinary times, he will never show mercy when he needs to be ruthless. When he killed the former Admiral Zephyr, I don't know how many Navy officers were reluctant to do it, but he killed it ruthlessly, without any comradeship at all. Whether it was out of private jealousy or fear that the other party would grow up and threaten the world order, Kizaru wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. Kizaru did not hide his killing intention at all, so that Garp beside him was surprised. Kizaru put away his wretched expression, and a cold white light flashed on his reading glasses. "Garp, let's join hands and kill the enemy." "Ah!" Garp was stunned and waved his hand suddenly. "No, he is a seedling I value. If I can pull him into the Navy." It is obvious that Garp still hopes that Uchiha Itachi will become a Navy and end the chaos with his peerless talent that only appears once in 1,000 years. "Garp. Lieutenant. Admiral." Before Garp finished speaking, Kizaru interrupted him with a black face, and emphasized the other party's current identity as a vice admiral. In the Navy, a higher rank can crush a person to death. Although Kizaru is weaker than Garp, he is an admiral and is qualified to order him. In order to kill Uchiha Itachi as soon as possible, Kizaru would rather use this almost face-to-face method to make Garp fight with all his strength. It is conceivable how strong his killing intention is. You must understand that you are a navy and he is a pirate. The navy and pirates cannot coexist. I order you as an admiral to kill him with me immediately, right now. Kizaru's face was hideous, and the scarlet blood flowing from the corner of his mouth made him look like a beast that would eat anyone. Garp pouted and wanted to say something, but because the other party was using the status of an admiral to suppress others, he had to swallow this unhappiness. Hey, hey, hey! Is it really okay for you to quarrel in front of me like this? Uchiha Itachi stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes rippling, and with a thought, Susanoo attacked brazenly. The huge fist came with an incomparable sense of oppression, like a meteorite falling, from top to bottom, with a bang. Garp and Kizaru stepped on the ground and dodged it narrowly, letting Susanoo's fist smash into the sea. Crash! 5-meter-high waves rose from the sea, blazing in the sun. While Susanoo was in the sea with one hand, Garp and Kizaru went hand in hand. Garp looked at Uchiha Itachi with regret. Although he cherished his talent, he was a pirate, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Garp shook his head, emptied his negative emotions, clenched his fists suddenly, and a terrible light burst out of his eyes. Hoang Haki. Chapter 498. Kizaru's face was very ugly. Hoang Haki is a superpower that only one person in a million has. Unlike observation Haki and armament Haki, Hoang Haki is innate and cannot be acquired later. It can only be determined by fate. Luffy has Hoang Haki, and his father, the leader of the revolutionary family, Dragon, also has Hoang Haki. Garp, who has a close relationship with the two of them and is also a member of the D clan, naturally also possesses the domineering Haki. Although Garp's domineering Haki is relatively weak, once it is used, it will suddenly change. At this moment, it seems that the whole world is shocked, and all the horses are silent, and everyone is paying attention. If Garp has become the center of this world, as if he is the only master between heaven and earth, a great majesty is overwhelming. Boom! With Garp as the center, a powerful momentum spreads in all directions. Wherever this momentum goes, fish emerge from the bottom of the sea, weakly collapse on the sea surface, and completely lose consciousness. Even the seagulls that occasionally fly in the sky also rolled their eyes and suddenly fell from the sky. Uchiha Itachi was shocked, his pupils shrank into pinholes, full of disbelief. He only felt that at this time, Garp's figure was so majestic, like a god descending, and his whole body was filled with a submissive temperament. In Uchiha Itachi's mind, there was even a voice persuading him to kneel down and worship. No. I am Uchiha Itachi, I don't worship the sky above, nor the earth below. You want me to surrender, it's wishful thinking. With a loud shout, the black windmill in Uchiha Itachi's pupils spun rapidly, and the ability of the Mangeki Sharingan was used to the extreme. A chill came from his eyes, dispelling all the noise in his mind, and Uchiha Itachi finally came back to his senses. However, on the battlefield, the fighter planes changed rapidly, and one carelessness would lead to the fall. What's more, Uchiha Itachi was just shocked by the domineering aura for 5 seconds. At this moment, Kizaru had already reached the sky, and the ability of the flash fruit suddenly exerted force, and endless flashes appeared. Yata no Megatama. Flashes of light fell from the sky, each as thick as a pillar, and there were countless of them, like an endless lotus connecting the sky, forming a shocking light curtain, covering the sea surface of 100 meters below. Just looking from a distance, the dazzling light hurts your eyes, as if a Jedi has formed here, and no one is allowed to approach. With such a terrible force, even a small island here will collapse in an instant. It can be seen that Kizaru's killing intention towards Uchiha Itachi is so heavy. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was shocked by the domineering aura, and Susanoo had no one to control it, so it could only rely on its own defense to resist. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The light columns fell like raindrops, and fell mercilessly on Susanoo's armor. No matter how strong the defense was, it was useless. Water droplets can penetrate stones, not to mention the light column with strong penetrating ability. As expected. Under the first wave of light beams, Susanoo relied on its strong defensive ability to withstand it, but countless deep pits fell on its body helplessly, and some were even penetrated. But Kizaru's attacks were one after another, without any pause in the middle. The first wave of dozens of light beams was just an appetizer, and the second and third waves were like a pack of wolves catching their prey, and they pounced on it frantically. In this continuous attack, Susanoo couldn't bear it at all, and most of its body was blown away. Without most of Susanoo's defense, Uchiha Ataka's true body was directly exposed to Kizaru's sight, like the pink meat after peeling off the watermelon rind. A cruel look flashed in Kizaru's eyes. Die! Kizaru didn't care about his old age, and he actually accelerated his attack speed again. With his life at stake, this wave of light beams actually reached thousands. The dense beams of light were so close that they actually closed together, forming a huge beam of light that could cover an entire stadium. At this moment, Uchiha Ataka finally struggled to come to his senses and regained consciousness. Seeing this, Uchiha Ataka was shocked and was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat strategically. But he never expected that Garp would actually smash the remaining body of Susanoo with one punch. The body, like a tiger out of the cage, violently and fiercely attacked. Is this guy going to die? Uchiha Ataka was horrified. In order to deal with him, Garp actually rushed in with the threat above his head. At the critical moment, Uchiha Ataka was indeed a veteran fighter. He understood in a blink of an eye. If he didn't fight now, when would he fight? The black windmill in his pupils spun wildly, a drop of blood and tears dripped from the corner of Uchiha Ataka's eyes, and a voice as cold as the depths of the underworld sounded. Amaterasu. For Uchiha Ataka, every time he used Amaterasu, it meant that he was one step closer to blindness. Even the food cooked by Yang Ming only slowed down this speed. So Uchiha Ataka never used this trick unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, the situation was pressing, and he had to use this bottom-line ninjutsu. The pitch-black flames roared out, and the deep color carried the cursed doom. It had no regular shape, and flew straight towards Garp like a savage. Garp had long known from martial Sengoku that this black flame would not go out even in the sea unless it burned the object to ashes. Originally, Garp and Uchiha Ataka had been fighting for a while, but the opponent had not made a move, and he thought that the intelligence was wrong. Now, facing this flame, even if Garp was as thick-skinned as him, the warning from his intuition kept reminding him. Run away. Garp has always trusted his intuition. Since his debut, this intuition has saved him from death countless times, so he has time to grow to where he is today. So, Garp immediately gave up his original plan, turned around and ran away. In the sky, Kizaru saw this and almost cursed, "You are cheating me again." But the next moment, he understood why Garp wanted to run away. I saw that when Garp ran away, the dark flames made a gorgeous turn in the air, and the fire soared, turning into a black curtain, covering Uchiha Ataka's head. A huge amount of light pillars collapsed, like a giant fish falling into a net, and the fishing net that could firmly bind the giant fish was the seemingly fragile Amaterasu flame. The imagined explosion did not happen. At this time, silence was better than sound, everything seemed so quiet, only the seemingly powerful light pillar was constantly melted away by the dark flames and silence. Kizaru's face suddenly became quite ugly. Chapter 499 Capturing Kizaru. One taking advantage of the gap where the Amaterasu flames blocked Kizaru, Uchiha Ataka exploded all over and turned into crows. Quack quack! Quack quack! Accompanied by waves of unpleasant cries, flocks of crows bypassed the pillar-like beams and rushed towards Kizaru. Since the opponent wanted to kill, Uchiha Ataka had no mercy. At this time, Kizaru had used up all his strength and had not yet gained new strength. If Uchiha Ataka succeeded in a sneak attack, the situation would be very unfavorable to the navy. Kizaru saw this, and so did Garp. Boy, your opponent is me. Garp stepped on the ground, as if he was an immortal ascending to heaven, and his feet seemed to be stepping on stairs, rising quickly to the sky. It was the Navy's 6-style moon step. Hey? There is actually this trick. The crow transformed by Uchiha Ataka looked back and was immediately delighted. This was much faster than the speed of the crow. So, the crows gathered together again and transformed into the form of Uchiha Ataka again. What? Seeing this, Garp staggered and almost fell from the air. He covered his face with his hands, speechless and choking. I almost forgot his talent, and he stole another trick from me. Seeing that Uchiha Ataka learned the moon step, his speed was faster than before, and he could move freely in the air. Kizaru felt like a huge rock was blocking his heart, and he felt uncomfortable. Garp, you bastard, you screwed me again. Uchiha Ataka has already learned the armament haki, and Kizaru is not willing to get close to him at all. Kizaru made up his mind to evacuate decisively. With his ability of the flash fruit, isn't it still possible for birds to fly freely in the sky? But at this moment, Kizaru met Uchiha Ataka's cold eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They were so cold that they seemed inhuman. The dark windmill kept spinning, attracting all his attention, as if a black hole had formed there, which could suck people's souls in. And from the outside, Garp saw that Kizaru seemed to have his soul out of his body at this time, and he was motionless. Since the beginning of the war, this is the first time that Uchiha Ataka has used illusions against the navy. Although for the admirals of the navy, with their iron will and spirit, the illusions can be automatically broken in just 2 or 3 seconds. But on the battlefield, the battles between masters often depend on seconds, and a single misstep will lead to eternal regret, late, then fast. Uchiha Ataka stepped into the air, his figure spread like a rock, rising rapidly, like a handsome gentleman, approaching Kizaru's side with a casual and calm demeanor. It's over. When Kizaru escaped from the illusion, he opened his eyes and felt that his vision was shrouded by a black shadow. Bang! Uchiha Ataka's fist covered with black grease, with the blessing of armed color domineering, brought a whistling airflow, and hit Kizaru's wretched face heavily. Kizaru's face changed drastically, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his whole face trembled sharply in the violent collision, and then deformed, compressed, and swollen. Then, he flew backwards like a cannonball. But is this the end? No. Kizaru was in the air, and he felt a figure coming to his side. He was about to escape as an element, but he was bombarded by fists like a storm. Left hook, right hook, rising dragon punch, every punch hits the flesh, full of excitement. Although physical skills are not Uchiha Ataka's strong point, at this time, he seems to have turned into a black whirlwind and spun around Kizaru's body. Every time he spun around, the opponent must have more wounds on his body. Snap! 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 Puff! The sound of broken bones rang out, and Kizaru's face had long been tortured by the pain. He felt a sense of emptiness and weakness all over his body, and it was difficult to even lift a finger. Seeing Kizaru being hit so hard, although Garp was unhappy with Kizaru, as a navy, he couldn't help but suddenly shouted angrily. Let him go! Uchiha Ataka glanced at Garp. The scene of the opponent using the Conqueror's haki just now was still vivid in his mind. He didn't have the confidence that if it happened again, he would be lucky enough to survive. While Garp was still some distance away, Uchiha Ataka picked up the muddy Kizaru with one hand, stepped up and down, and fled using the moon step. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing this, Garp was furious and chased after him. Chasing and escaping, they crossed thousands of meters in a blink of an eye. Uchiha Ataka turned a few circles in the air, looking at Garp with a face full of resentment behind him, knowing that this was not a solution, so he deliberately carried Garp to a farther place, and then used Flying Thunder God to return to Yang Ming. There were ripples in the space around Yang Ming, and Luo, who was standing next to him, thought that there was an enemy attack, and suddenly tensed up and prepared to fight the enemy. It's okay, we're on the same side. Fortunately, Yang Ming spoke in time, otherwise there would be accidental injuries. When Uchiha Ataka appeared with Kizaru in his arms, Luo was completely stunned. You actually captured the Admiral alive. In his excitement, Luo almost spoke incoherently and embarrassed himself in front of Yang Ming. Fortunately, Luo was also a man who had experienced ups and downs. He took a deep breath and immediately became energetic and suppressed his excitement. When he focused his eyes on Kizaru, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. It was because Kizaru looked so ugly at this time. The gold-rimmed reading glasses that Kizaru originally wore on his nose had broken lenses and were tilted to one side. His originally wretched and thin face was actually swollen and bruised, which looked quite funny. In order to prevent Kizaru from escaping, Uchiha Ataka also removed his limbs, making him unable to use any strength at all. Even if he was out of Uchiha Ataka's hand elementalization, he could not run away. Once upon a time, in Law's eyes, the Admiral of the Navy was almost invincible, and it was his goal to strive for a lifetime to catch up, surpass and win. But now, when Kizaru became a prisoner in front of him, Law felt it was so unreal. At this time, it was Yang Ming who spoke up to make him come back to his senses. Luo, now I need to trouble you to use your ability to take out Kizaru's heart. This is the safest behavior just in case. Luo also knows how difficult it is to keep an eye on a natural fruit ability user without C-Stone. Never underestimate any Admiral of the Navy, even if he looks miserable now, but the human body skills in the world of One Piece generally exceed those of Naruto, and the physical fitness is also abnormally high. As long as he is given some time, Kizaru can connect the broken limbs and recover as before. Luo knew that time was running out, so he immediately used the ability of the surgery fruit. Even if Kizaru's heart was taken out, the other party would not die, but they would hold a handle in their hands and could kill him anytime and anywhere. Chapter 450 Luo almost peed himself in fear. One room. A halo that ordinary people could hardly see was thrown out from Luo's hand. He took out a living heart from Kizaru's body with one hand. Even when exposed to the air, it was still expanding and contracting, and seemed to be extremely energetic. Seeing Kizaru's heart being taken out without any damage on his body, and he should have died but was still alive, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise in his eyes. No wonder the boss wants to recruit him as an employee. Seeing such a magical ability, Uchiha Itachi sighed in his heart, and couldn't help but admire Yang Ming's eyes. Kizaru's face suddenly changed, and a look of horror flashed in his swollen eyes. What do you want to do? Yang Ming took Kizaru's heart and deliberately threw it up in front of him, with an indescribable ease, as if he didn't care about the heart falling to the ground. Kizaru was furious, and with every time Yang Ming threw the heart, his eyes were fixed, as if he would see the heart smashed into pieces in the next moment. This kind of close-up viewing can really feel that death is following you. Even as a Navy admiral, he is used to seeing the scene of death, but he still can't stand such mental torture. Yellow Monkey's voice was hoarse, and he roared like a beast, "You can kill me or chop me up, it's up to you." Seeing Yellow Monkey's weak expression, Yang Ming put away his heart, raised his mouth slightly, and showed a half-smile. "Why would I kill you? I just have 2 business deals that I want to discuss with your warring states marshal." "What business?" Yellow Monkey was shocked. In his opinion, the boy who seemed to pose no threat was simply a devil. "Wait until I catch all your companions, and you will know." Yang Ming smiled harmlessly. But these words were like a thunderbolt in the ears of Yellow Monkey and Luo. Yang Ming was not satisfied with catching one Yellow Monkey, and wanted to catch other generals. Luo thought that he was shocked enough today, but after hearing these seemingly arrogant words, he almost fainted. "That's not a cabbage, you can catch it casually. That's the Admiral of the Navy, the Navy's highest combat power, a great man who has reached the pinnacle of the world. Even the 11 supernovas, the world-famous 7 warlords of the sea, have to leave in disgrace in front of the Admiral of the Navy." But now, from Yang Ming's words, Luo clearly heard an attitude that did not take them seriously. It was as if the 3 admirals were meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Luo rubbed his aching temple with his hand. "Am I dreaming?" Everything that happened today, for Luo, simply overturned any of his previous worldviews, like a dreamlike scene, even he dared not dream. But Luo saw incredulously that after Yang Ming said this, Uchiha Itachi beside him actually nodded and said, "Boss, let me clean up the mess." Luo was horrified, and then he suddenly woke up. It was this man in front of him who personally captured Kizaru and brought him back. Luo observed carefully and saw that he was wearing a red cloud and black clothes, with long flowing black hair, and a handsome and fair face with a maturity that did not belong to this age. What frightened Luo the most was that every time he glanced at his windmill-shaped eyes, he would feel a sense of fear, just like a sheep encountering a jackal. Those eyes could threaten his life. Yang Ming frowned. "Itachi, don't you need to rest?" Uchiha Itachi touched his slightly dry eyes and smiled. "I can still hold on for a while. After that, boss, don't forget to treat me to a big meal." Yang Ming, "No problem." Looking at the relaxed conversation between the two, the comfortable look was like the ants discussing what vegetables to buy. Luo looked at Huang Yuan with pity and sighed in his heart, "Who are you offending?" Little did he know that Huang Yuan was also in tears at this time. God once gave him a chance to escape, but Kizaru didn't catch it, and now he is a prisoner. Kizaru knows without thinking how he will be ridiculed when he returns. After Uchiha Itachi said goodbye to Yang Ming, he aimed his eyes at Akainu, who was closest to him. Akainu is worthy of being a Navy admiral. Even if he lost his right arm due to carelessness, his fighting spirit has not diminished at all. After hurriedly bandaging the wound, he is still fighting with nine-tailed Naruto, so fierce. After the lesson of the broken arm of the tailed beast cannon, Akainu's fighting style is obviously much more cautious. As long as he sees that nine-tailed Naruto is going to use the tailed beast cannon, he will flee quickly like a cunning rabbit. But once nine-tailed Naruto does not use the tailed beast cannon, Akainu will be like a mad dog, tightly entangled, and will not let him go. The fierce fighting style seems to want to tear a piece of meat from nine-tailed Naruto. Even though nine-tailed Naruto can heal his wounds at the fastest speed with his nearly infinite chakra, he is still covered with scars. Of the 9 tails that once covered the sky, only one was left, limp on the ground. 9-tailed Naruto was covered with cooled lava in many places, as if he was covered with mud, which was very ugly. Although the battle was short, both sides tried their best and now they are at the end of their rope. If only one side gets support, it will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The winner. At this moment, the appearance of Uchiha Itachi was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, 9-tailed Naruto laughed heartily. Red Dog, it seems that you are destined to lose. The red dog he mentioned refers to Akainu. Akainu's face darkened. Dead fox, don't be arrogant, I will come again. Seeing Uchiha Itachi appear, Akainu's heart was shocked. If he remembered correctly, Uchiha Itachi's opponent should be Garp. But now, Garp did not come, but Uchiha Itachi appeared. What does this mean? On the battlefield, Akainu could not think more, he subconsciously thought that Garp had lost. Once this idea appeared, it grew wildly in Akainu's mind, which frightened him. How could Akainu dare to stay here any longer, so he ran away naturally. Although he was running away, Akainu's movements were particularly large. Lava hell! With a loud shout, Akainu's remaining left arm surged with terrible lava, and he punched into the ground. For a moment, with him as the center, the terrible magma quickly expanded, covering an area of nearly 1,000 meters in radius. Before leaving, Akainu looked at Uchiha Itachi with resentment, then wiped his throat with his hand, and his eyes were full of murderous intent.